I'm going to be on the channel.
This is Special Report.
Black holes are one of the strangest things in existence.
Neil Armstrong may have seen extraterrestrials on the moon.
When he spies a discernible shape.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
You can deny all the things I've seen, all the things I've discovered, but not for much longer. Because too many others know what's happening out there. And no one, no government agency has jurisdiction over the truth.
Welcome, everybody. A event done by Full Spectrum Universe and Watchers Talk. This is an event that I've been working on, and Omar himself, for probably about a month and a half since the January event. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to give us a look of where we need to go into this new paradigm that we're in as of right now, in this moment. And I think that we need to take some of the collectives of what we know and take it and dissect it so we can predict and actually get ourselves together and walk into this new paradigm fully, our arsenals fully ready to bear arms, right? So we're here today to talk about specific instances that we feel are important walking into this new paradigm. And it sounds a little crazy, but there's the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and we know that. We today are going to be the four horsemen of ascension, which is the direct opposition to this ending of the world or this ending of culture and society as we know it. We're going to stand firm today in what we know and move forward into this new paradigm with every bit of factual, informational, or investigation information that we can find. So I'm glad we're all here today. My name is Rob Yox. We have four presenters for you today. There was supposed to be five, and Marina Sarin was supposed to be here, but she had an unexpected surgery, and we didn't want to stress her after that fact. So for the next 4 or 5 hours, however long it goes, we're going to be talking about some things that we feel are relevant moving into this new paradigm. First up, we have Omar, and Omar is also a co-host. I'm going to bring him on, and he is also a speaker too. So I'm going to give a presentation. Omar's going to give a presentation. Paul Wallis is going to give a presentation, and Ismael Perez. Some of you may not know him. He is another acclaimed author, and he's also very big on Instagram. So I figured we would kind of collaborate on platforming today and get a lot of people over here that know both of them. This was originally a paid event. But what we figured after the fact was that we were going to open it up to everybody, and I know we keep doing that, and eventually we are going to keep the paid events paid. But the fact of the matter is, this is important information, and we have to stand firm in our beliefs of giving this to people so that they can give it to others, and so on and so on, exponentially grow from that point. So with that being said, I'm going to bring in Omar, who's already here. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Rob?
Oh man, good. You ready for this, bro, or what? You ready?
I sure am, bro. Just give me 1 second because we already got ourselves a porn poster. Go figure.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Already?
So I'm just dealing with that just right now.
Get it, man. Get it.
I'll take care of that and then I'll come on.
I'm
Apologies,
gonna pay
guys.
some bills while you do that. So we'll pull it back to solo mode. You do your thing. But what
Please.
what we're going to be talking about again today is a lot of this paradigm shift. Right? We're already there. We're getting into this moment where things are splitting, and we have to be ready for bear. Right? We have to be ready to go. Another event that we're going to be doing in March is going to be the biggest consciousness event ever. Ever. And this is going to be one of the events that is going to change all events from this moment forward, because what we're going to be trying to do is we're going to try and really put forward something that is absolutely epic as it stands. We're going to be having 121 speakers over, we're not sure how many days yet. It could be 8 days, it could be 9 days. It's going to be quite a lot of days. And we've actually just got our first sponsor as well. And that is Paul Wallis and the Eden series. So what we're going to do is we're going to show you the Eden series, because the Echoes of Eden is now coming up, and it's going to be an incredible book. It's going to be a really great way to put this forward into the series. But so we're going to be sprinkling the links for this event called Humanity Unplugged. And one of the things that we're talking about is this is going to be a complete journey through internalization and self. And we say this a lot, but when we talk about what we're talking about today is, and in March, is that everything, all roads lead to one road, right? All paths lead to this infinite highway, and that highway is essentially inside yourself, into the internalization of everything. So it's really an epic time, because we're all turning everything inward. And when we turn everything inward, sometimes there's a lot of stuff we have to work out that we may not like, or that we may not feel great about. But once that stuff gets out of the way, you will see a prospering of your consciousness, and this awareness open up to so many different things. But with that being said, I'm taking a little bit of Omar's time, which is okay. He can run over, but we'll bring him back in. Brother, go ahead. What's your thoughts on what we're doing over the next few months?
Hey, brother, thank you very much for really putting this together, and giving me the platform to come and talk. We're just getting bombarded here with porn posters, so perhaps we should recruit a moderator in the audience to help us fight these porn posters, so that they don't take up our time. But anyways, let's get to this. I really love what you're talking about. So I think it's very important, and I've always said for like the last 8 years since I've been doing this, is for us to know where we're headed, we have to know where we come from. And because our history is so watered down, and we're so far removed from our true history and the understanding of our true selves and the power and the potential of our human avatar, that we need to relearn all of that. And in order to do that, we have to dive into topics, various topics, because it's all just a huge web that really needs to be connected. And only then, when we raise our awareness to what we are and where we come from, we're not going to repeat the mistakes, of the last few thousand years. We're really going to go back to our ancient roots, to our ancestors, to our grandcestors, who got their knowledge from dreaming, and they brought it from the universe and then applied it here in the physical form on this earth. And they, were very successful for many tens and hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions of years. So this event, that you're talking about, that's coming up, Humanity Unplugged, is the biggest event on the planet, because we have about 121 speakers that we're aiming for, and we've really surpassed that. We have a lot more, and we're going to try to facilitate them and see what happens. And over the course of like 10 days, we're going to really look at everything. And this is in preparation, Rob, for what we've been doing for the last 2 years, and what we're headed into for 2022's winter solstice with Stephen and Evan Strong. Right, so the two roads, the two timelines, they're splitting, and we need to raise our awareness, and we need to raise it now, because time is now. We need to learn what we can, so that when this timeline shift happens, we move along with it, because it's only through self-awareness and higher awareness can we move into that next timeline. If we just maintain the stagnancy that we've been into, then we're going to stay on this track, and we're just going to continue to head more towards fears and just destruction, and just a very negative path. So I feel that through self-awareness and through raising our self-awareness, we get a higher connection with consciousness. Right? The consciousness is within us, but we only have like a certain aware of consciousness, and the rest is up to us so that we can have a higher consciousness experience as this avatar, as this physical being. So doing so, we need to raise our awareness, right? So the more we learn about ourselves, the more we learn about the external and the internal, we understand what we're dealing with, and then we can respond to that with informed decisions, right? And that's really what my goal overall is with Watchers Talk, is to raise awareness, and that's it. So with that being said, this presentation that I'm doing today is really going to look into what we already know. And we're going to look far, far back into history when academia tells us that the human history is 6,000 years old or 8,000 years old, or even in our own fringe circle, the fringe minority circle, right? Even there, really not really putting a right time date on it. They're saying like 12,000 years, 13,000 years, 50,000 years, 60,000 years. Our human history is far older than that. It goes back into the millions of years, in fact, hundreds of millions of years, because humans have evolved from a different aspect of a human being to the current form of human being that we are now, and into the human being that we're evolving into, right? So it's been that continuous evolution for over 100 million years, close to 200 million years. And that's just this human. You know what I'm saying? That's just the story of this particular human container that we currently are. But there was a human container that had their entire evolution of hundreds of millions of years that existed on this planet. And prior to that, there was another human, so we're like a human 3.0, 3.6. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's like 72.0, because we've been so many times back and forth between probably here and other planets, I would assume, as well, and other civilizations across the stars, and so much of it. You're absolutely right. And we're trying to access all of that information at once, and it can be a bit overwhelming at times too, because there's so many different lifetimes coming to you, or so many different experiences. I don't want to say lifetimes, because that's kind of controlled, right? That's what they want us to think. So many different experiences.
Yeah, that's like
across
container
the
thinking.
multiverse and stars. Right. Right. And it's everywhere, and there's so much of us cemented across so many different areas of infinite bounds, right? It's crazy. It's crazy to think about how this specific lifestyle that we're in now is exploring all of that, and how we're kind of coming to grips with that on a day-to-day basis too, which is this new paradigm. This is really what that new paradigm is all about, is exploration. We've gone from that beginning stage of exploration to now cementing and putting our flag down and exploring the potentiality of that first initial exploration, right?
Yeah, exactly. And as I was saying earlier, and this is like a million dots that we're all trying to connect. And each one of those dots is like a puzzle piece, and every single one of us, regardless if you're on this screen or whether you're in the chat room, each one of us brings to the table a piece of the puzzle, maybe two pieces, some three pieces, maybe somebody has a dozen pieces. But it's a one game, like the togetherness, right, of that one community game where we all have this common interest in trying to learn on who we are, and this wool hat that's been pulled over our eyes for so many thousands of years. So each one of us is a vital part of this discovery that we're on, because someone that learns something that's in the chat room and they share it in the chat room suddenly enlightens us here sitting on the screen. Then we're like, oh, hey, never thought about it like that. That's a really great idea. And then same thing, vice versa. So it's a community game, and that's why I enjoy really being part of this movement, because it's really what it is. And we're so close, Rob. Like, really, when you look around the world, like for instance, what's happening in Ottawa and in Alberta, and that's just tip of the iceberg. This has been happening for months, across the world, and it's just happens to be that these truckers are just getting highlighted, and that's all. But these patriots and this waking up, right? This awokenism that's happening within people is really happening all over the planet by the millions now, it seems. And it's really ironic too, because last 2 years we focused on this timeline shift that we've been talking about, right? The magic box and Uluru and the message from the Aborigines and the Aboriginals and the Hopi and, you know, the Anasazi, and it goes on. And when you really look at what's happening now, it really makes sense. It really, you know, what's that word I'm looking for? Pontifice, or, you know, it really solidifies
Yes.
the prophecy is, because you can see it with your eyes that all of these people are waking up, and it's so beautiful to see that it's happening, and it's going to continue to happen. Really, it's happening. So, yeah, Rob, that's it for me.
That's
See you
incredible.
tomorrow.
I just want to let everybody know in the audience too that for some reason when I created this first, I started as a private event, so the video was private. So we're not actually seeing your comments in the studio, but nevertheless, we will be monitoring the chat on YouTube Live. So if we're not pulling up comments underneath each of the speakers while they're speaking, we will make sure that we try. And I'm not sure if we can even. It doesn't even let me do it. So. But with that being said, we're going to get to all your questions if you have any questions for the speaker. And at this time, I'm going to relinquish the helm to Omar so he can do his presentation.
All right, coolies, brother. I'm just going to share my screen, and then I believe that's it. Okay, that's wonderful. Come over here. And there we go.
Do you want to full screen it?
Yeah, you can just full screen it, Rob. I don't need to be on the screen. People know what I look like. Okay, cool. So there's a couple of times, Rob, I'm going to actually just once I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and then I'm going to share my screen again because I want to bring up Google Earth.
Gotcha. All over it.
Okay, cool, brother. Let me just grab my notes here. All right, guys. So this presentation that I've put together is really going to look at some anomalies and some things about the past that is not really all that highlighted. And what I'm trying to do in this presentation is to put together a coherent narrative, you know, of what may possibly have happened in our human history. So I'm going to be looking at vast amount of different things, and so let's do that. And Rob, if there's any questions that come up, you can just toss me those questions as they come up, because this presentation really rolls through a lot of things. So if we can just address the questions as they come up, that would, I think, be the best.
Absolutely.
Okay, so when man started to conquer the world and events like the burning of the Library of Alexandria took place, the world lost a wealth of information and knowledge, and the conqueror seemed to be on a mission of indoctrination. Perhaps the best example would be the stripping of indigenous wisdom and Native North Americans and Australian Aborigines, and the process of indoctrination into a completely new belief system, one that denounced many teachings of their elders prior. If we examine the cultures that predated modern-day religion, most had a spiritual understanding which connected them all, and there are more examples of commonalities and hardly any examples of conflicting information when it comes to guidelines for one's life and the description of what we call reality. So a little about myself. I am the host and the founder of Watchers Talk. Many of you know me. I've been streaming on YouTube. Yesterday, actually, was February 3rd, 4th, 6 years I've been on YouTube. And prior to
Awesome. Happy anniversary.
yeah, thanks, brother. I actually didn't know until YouTube. I seen it on my dashboard, and I was like, oh, wow, cool. Watchers Talk has 2 birthdays. So 2 years prior to that, I was streaming on Facebook, and I was doing very well, quite successful, and I had a mega page on Facebook. And just slowly but surely, because of the content that I share, which you guys are aware of, Facebook didn't like that, so they began shadow banning me, and eventually deleted my page, which had many tens of thousands of followers. And so I continued after that. I acquiesced a little bit and decided one day enough was enough, and just stopped streaming to Facebook altogether and moved over here to YouTube. And people on the YouTube community have accepted me very graciously. So I appreciate that, and thank you very much. So the way I got into this was it was really my wife. She's been telling me ever since that we've been together now 14 years, going on 15 years, that she's had all these experiences her entire life, and that there are men in white coats, and she's taken to places and she's seen these beings, but she can never really understand and process and realize what's really happening. And it's more of a terrifying experience for her than a positive one, because she's always running, she's always in fear, things like that. So I thought, okay, well, I'm going to start a podcast, and I'm going to talk to researchers and authors who talk about these abductions and UFOs and aliens. And I wanted to learn about that so that I can learn that information and try to help my wife. So over the course of years, we were able to help my wife, and she's a lot more comfortable now. And the experiences that she's having now are more positive than they were negative. So really, I morphed out of that UFO nuts and bolts really into sound and vibration, and then eventually into consciousness, because I realized consciousness is where everything was. That's the key. And my focus really for the last 4 years or so has been on consciousness and trying to understand my own awareness of my consciousness. So what I've done with Watchers Talk, I just explained, moved from Facebook over to YouTube, and I was already facilitating events when I was on YouTube or Facebook. And then when I transitioned over here to YouTube, I continued facilitating events and began collaborating with other content creators such as Rob and Clarence Mitchell and Leo O'Neill from Orion Rising, and of course Neil from PTA, Dr. Joan from Joan of Angels, and many others now who I'm beginning to collaborate with a lot more. So it's really in an effort to raise our own awareness, my own awareness really, and then through my raising of my awareness, the side effect is me sharing that information that I'm learning. So I'm really gracious that I'm able to have this position to really learn and teach at the same time. I feel that is my job in this incarnation, in this time and place on Earth. So in this presentation, we're going to connect the dots, and going to talk about our world history and the extraterrestrial influence in this last several thousand years, and perhaps even before then. And the pre-post water canopy, I'm going to look at that, what life was like before the water canopy, and if there even was a water canopy that surrounded the Earth, and what happened after it collapsed. And going to talk about some civilizations that have been phased out, that are extremely, extremely ancient, that we hardly ever talk about and are really not aware of, as a matter of fact. and our place in the vast human history over the course of the hundreds of millions of years, which I was talking to Rob about a few minutes ago. And also, we're going to take a look at our moon and see the role that our moon plays. So that should be really, really interesting. So right here is a diagram of the root races. And this picture is a little small, but the first root race really goes back, this human root race of this current human, we're going to call it like, say, 3.0, because there were previous civilizations human civilizations prior to this human civilization. And when I call it a civilization, I really mean from beginning to end, because in the beginning, the human form that was existed on this planet was really in a form of a daydream, where we didn't have physical bodies and we were energy, and we were aware, but we really weren't aware. And that's how really we began our phase here on this earth 175 million years or so ago. And that lasted for, good 50 million years, 60 million years. That's, a very long process, to the point where we began to take shape into a human type of form that we are today. So now, some 175 million, 200 million years later, we are going into the sixth root race. And currently, we are the fifth root race. So the sixth root race is the indigo children that we talk about, the star children, and the wanderers that are coming to this earth to help with all these gifts, that have telekinesis and that can move things with their hands and bend things, and just consciously are able to do things that this current 5.0 human can't do. This fifth root race, sub race that the human is. So right here is a little bit of a map, so to say, a diagram to show different types of, the root races that have existed on this planet. So, I really don't need to go through that. I'll just leave that up for a few minutes for you guys to read. And, this is, talks about Lemurian root race, the Atlantean root race, and then the Aryan, which we are the Aryan root race, because everyone on this planet is actually an Aryan. You're considered, what was it that I read, and that you're considered an Aryan is someone with the straight hair and Caucasian. This was, I read this a few years ago, and they were saying that anyone that has straight hair is really part of the Aryan root race, and then the Afro that the Africans have, they're part of a different root race. And my hypothesis is that they're carried forward from the Lemurian root race, and so really they're the original humans in our current root race that we are in. And of course, now we are moving into a different root race, which is the star children and the indigo children. We're going to learn a lot about that in one of the days coming up in our Humanity Unplugged event that's happening, our annual Equinox event with Full Spectrum Universe. You can get more information about that on our website at projectionofyou.com. Shameless plug. It would certainly have had the further effect of efficiently filtering harmful radiation from space, markedly reducing the rate of somatic mutations in living cells, and as a consequence, drastically decreasing the rate of aging and health. So what am I talking about there, guys? I'm talking about the vapor canopy that may have surrounded the Earth, many thousands of years ago. And I would just say, like up until maybe 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago, this canopy was, very active, and this collapsed only in the last few thousand years. I would say like maybe 5, 6, 7,000 years, and maybe even earlier than that. And that perhaps is the one of the answers that tells us why some people like Meshulah lived for 969 years, just not that long ago in the biblical days. Jared lives for 962 years. Adam was 930 years old. Enoch and Elijah, as we know it, they never died because God or ET took them. And then there was the flood, 40 days and 40 nights of rain, where it just continued to rain. And I would, hypothesize that was the canopy that was collapsing, and it came down in the form of rain. And that may even possibly explain the water damage that we see on the Sphinx. Right, so all the water that I can discovered was 37.5 million billion gallons of water. That's how much there was in our atmosphere. So naturally, when the UV was coming in, the water reflected it, didn't damage or mutate the human DNA, and people lived a long time. Food was healthier. Food had less. Radiation, bigger plants, bigger people. Perhaps that's where the giants come into the story. It's very interesting. This vapor layer could have dramatically increased the atmospheric pressure on the surface of the early Earth, again contributing to a healthier environment like a natural hyperbaric chamber. Later, the canopy would have collapsed in the form of rain. The windows of heaven in Genesis 7:11 contributing to the floodwater and resulting in the dramatic drop-off in longevity after the deluge. The gas bubbles enclosed in fossil ambers may represent ancient air trapped at the time the original resin was exuded from its host tree, thus providing a glimpse into the ancient past. The procedure involved clumping an amber sample into a vacuum chamber of a quadruple mass spectrometer, a device that identifies the chemical composition of a substance. As the machine slowly crushed the sample, the microscopic bubbles were released, exhaling up to 100 billion molecules. These breaths disclosed some surprising evidence. The ancient air contained 50% more oxygen than the air today. The air's oxygen content was 35% during this period compared to the 21% we breathe now. At any one instant, the Earth's atmosphere contains 37.5 million billion gallons of water vapor. So with more oxygen in the air in the past, would have definitely led to bigger things. And we clearly see that through like bus-sized ants in dinosaur days, or people that are like 50, 60 feet tall. And as the oxygen decreased on the planet, the size of these people changed as well, as we can see in record from graves in eastern United States, eastern Canada. As recently as just a couple hundred years ago, there were people that were like 10 feet tall, 11 feet tall. So at this period of time, when the Earth had 35% oxygen, then people could very well have been 50 feet tall, 60 feet tall. So, these giants are really, it's not a myth, it's a fact. And more than likely, the Smithsonian is hiding the information and the bones and the archaeological discoveries, everything they're hiding, so that they can continue to keep this narrative that they have us in. So right here is when I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I want to bring up another screen, which is my Google Earth map. And I want to show you guys something that falls into what I'm talking about here. So I got a couple of things highlighted here, but I guess we'll start right here. Now, you can see clearly the outline of continental shelf right here in Africa. Can you see my mouse, Rob?
Yeah,
okay.
You can see it.
Okay. So
sorry,
cool.
I thought I was talking into the mic. It wasn't. It was unmuted. I was like, yeah.
Okay.
And you didn't respond, but go ahead.
So we see the continental ridge right here. We know that the water is very deep over here, and the continental shelf really off the west coast of Africa really doesn't go out that far. But you can see right here what the Gibraltar Strait is that it comes like all the way out here, right? And then it comes all the way out here. And the only reason why we have the Mediterranean Sea is because this little piece right here gave out, right? As soon as it comes in, this little piece right here, the water is very deep right here. So the water was able to come out, rush into the Mediterranean Sea, and then create the Mediterranean Sea as we see it today. But in the ancient past, before possibly the canopy collapsed, and and all the ice melted on this planet, and which raised the water level would have been way out here, as you can see. This would have been the continental shelf, and when you look inside the Mediterranean Sea, it would have been like this, goes like this, and this right here would have been like really essentially a great big lake, right? Because this all would have been land right here. All of that would have been land, and oh, where am I going? Holy God! All of this would have been land.
Took a long way out, huh? Came all the way back out.
So as you can see, this all would have been land, right? With like little small bodies of water everywhere. And then just right here, that would have been like a great big lake because it's very deep, right? So there would have been a lake there, but there would have been a lot of people living in this area. And as we see from archaeological and sea dives, that there are remnants of cities and villages and towns and things like that all in this area. And interestingly enough, yesterday when I was speaking to Dr. Sam, he brought to my attention that in, I forgot now where, but in northern Russia, right, somewhere along the border, like look at the water right here. This continental shelf would have come out like way out here, guys. You see that? It would have come way out here. Russia, this Asia would have been a lot bigger in the ancient past than what it is today. But anyways, he told me that about 200 feet down in this water, there is a beach. There's a mega beach down there, which, I thought was really interesting, because in order for there to be a beach, the water level would have had to be in way low. Now, if you look at Europe right here, where England and all of that is, in the ancient past, this all right here would have been one landmass. So there's a lot of stuff down in here that we're not even aware of because of the depth of the water and the increase, how much water came down. Now, we look at another example over here. Let's go to the ancient city of Dwarka. Right now, there's archaeological evidence that they're finding that there is a massive city right here called Dwarka, and I believe that city was built by Krishna, one of the deities or whatever you want to call them of India. But there's a massive city, and as you can see, again, the continental shelf comes out way down here. As you can see, it drops, right? So back in the day, this all would have been land, or most of it would have been land. And you can see right here that looks like a riverbed right there, right? That took a long time to carve out, man. That something like that doesn't carve out just overnight. And then we go over here across the way, we go over to Sri Lanka, and we have Rama's Bridge. And again, before I go in, you can see clearly that the landmass would have been like this, right? It would have been like that. And this right here, Sri Lanka, would have been part of India at one given time. And just very recently, over the course of last several thousand years, they were able to build a bridge. Rama was able to build a bridge with his blue monkey army that really connected southern India with Sri Lanka. And interestingly enough, here in Sri Lanka, there's a place just over here where in this park, I believe, there is a Stargate in this park. Unfortunately, I didn't mark it, but you can Google it. Google Sri Lanka Stargate, and it'll pop up, and it literally looks it's like a disc that looks like Stargate, and you can see how the land would have been. See all of that like this, all of that would have been connected. Now, interestingly enough, we come over here to Sunderland. A friend of mine, Donnie Ervanto, has recently written a book called Sunderland, and he details this area, and all of this at some given point in antiquity was all above water. So there was civilization that really thrived over here. And then when we go to Indonesia, we have the Gunung Padang Pyramid, which is one of the biggest pyramids on the planet. And then again, you can see the land ridge right here. So clear evidence that this landmass would have been further out. In the Philippines, the thousands of islands that it is today at some point would have been a single landmass. And then off the coast of Taiwan, we have Yanaguni, right? Just right over here, somewhere over here on this ridge. And you can see it's very deep water, but this looks like the edge of a massive mountain. And then the water right here, it just covered it, because now we see the tips of the mountains going all the way along. So at some given time, this all would have been above water. And Yanaguni, as you guys are aware of, I don't think I have any pictures of Yanaguni on here, but you can clearly tell that it is a artificial creation, that somebody created it. And then we can go across the water. Again, same thing when we go to Cuba. In Cuba, I forgot what the ridge is called, but again, like over here, the Gulf of Mexico at some given time in itself would have been a lake, because this all would have been land. It would have been landlocked. So this would have been a lake. And then off Cuba over here, we see piles and piles of pyramids, and that pyramids really resonates with what's happening in Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras. This entire region, it has thousands of pyramids in it. So it makes sense that there would be pyramids here. That's why they're finding underwater pyramids off the coast of Cuba, and not only off the coast of Cuba, but off the coast of Mexico as well. You guys can, if you're interested in this form of information, look up Jeffrey Boyd Jr. or Independent Research Society, and he has a lot of information pertaining the pyramids that they found underwater, and as well in Mexico through a lot of LiDAR. So he is an interesting guy to listen to. Rob just did a talk with him just day before yesterday. It was mostly based on a murder mystery, but would love to have him back to come and discuss LiDAR and the things that he has discovered. So I'm back over here to where we started before, and we'll just carry on with that. I'll bring my notes up. Here we go. So we just went through that. So now we've had a lot of shells or a lot of fossils that have been discovered in areas that really shouldn't contain fossils according to what we've been taught in school. Like, for instance, there's been numerous shell fossils of the genus Nimelites, simple marine organisms whose names mean little coins, Nimelites, that lived during the Eocene period around 55.8 to 33.9 million years ago, are most commonly found in Egyptian limestone. Fossils of their ancient marine relatives, sand dollars, starfish, and sea urchins were also detected in the Egyptian limestone. And if you guys want to learn more about that, check out the video that I did, Fossils in the Desert, with Ildi Budai. She really takes this further into detail than just a couple of words from me. It's very complex. They're finding whales that actually walked on water or walked on land. So there was a transition happening. So the Earth naturally has gone through periods where the water is frozen up, and then there was lots of land mass, and then the water was let go. It melted, flooded everything, and marine life continued, and then it went through another period where it froze up. So there's a long history, and I wouldn't be surprised if humans at that time were around in the form that somewhat kind of a form that we are today. Of course, a human would have looked different because the environment was different, but our ancestors anyways would have been in this age. And we kind of see that on Mexican pyramids and a bunch of stones that were found in Peru, and as well in India, where you see man walking with what appear to be dinosaurs. So whale skeletons were first discovered in Wadi al-Hitan, or the Valley of the Whales in Egypt, in 1902. The Valley of the Whales was made into a conservation area in the 1980s and is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is now being set up as an open-air museum to show off the animals that once swam over the area. 150 kilometers southwest of Cairo, fossilized sharks, whales, and plants have allowed paleontologists to build a picture of the ancient ecology of the lost Tethys Sea. The moonfish mean was the most common fossil found at the site, with more than 60 specimens discovered. And there's still a lot of water actually below the desert, because the desert bedrock is really, it's like a sponge. It's a very porous rock, and the water is filtered through there over many, many, many thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. And there's a huge water, one of the biggest freshwater lake in the world. And that's actually what Muammar Gaddafi was using. And he built a pipeline tapping into that water to provide water for his people in Syria before he was, taken out. So what's hidden under the Sahara? Beneath the sands of the Sahara Desert, scientists have discovered evidence of a prehistoric megalake formed some 250,000 years ago when the Nile River pushed through a low channel near Wadi Tushka. It flooded the eastern Sahara, creating a lake at its highest level covered more than 42,000 square miles. There are vast aquifers of fresh water, enough liquid to fill a small sea. It is fossilized water, a treasure laid down in prehistoric times, some of it possibly 1 million years old. Just 6,000 years ago, the Sahara was a much different place. So, that really, tells us the environment just a few thousand years ago when, the pre-dynastic Egyptians were living in that area that built the pyramids would have had access to this water and the oasis. And then the dynastic people came along, and they would have been aware of this hidden treasure beneath the desert as well. So Africa, underneath all of that sand, I would say what we've discovered so far is just tip of the iceberg. And I mean just the very, very, very tip of it. And there's a lot more work to be done. So that's why I'm really happy about LiDAR, because LiDAR is going to really unlock a lot of mysteries for us, and we're going to be able to discover that there are a lot more pyramids and a lot more structures than what we are currently aware of that are in Egypt. Now we looked at the Egyptians, and now let's take a look a little bit up north that some people may be aware of and some people may not be aware of. But this place right here is a mega site. This is called the Sharia megaliths. This is an ancient megalithic site that has been discovered, and believe me, it is mind-blowing. Located on Mount Sharia in southern Siberia, this site contains huge blocks of stone with flat surfaces, right angles, and sharp corners, resembling cyclopean masonry. The super megaliths were found and photographed for the first time by Gregory Sidorov. The site was explored for the first time in 2013. While the pregnant woman's stone of Baalbek is considered to be one of the largest, if not the largest single stone used in an ancient megalithic site with a weight around 1,500 tons, if researchers conclude what these megalithic stones are work of ancient man, it would rewrite our history, making this ancient megalithic site house the largest stones on the planet. According to preliminary reports, it is estimated that some of these gigantic granite blocks weigh around 3,000 to 4,000 tons. What makes this site even more interesting is the fact that this extremely heavy blocks of stone have been stacked up to 40 meters in height. Conventional archaeology will have a hard time explaining these strange structures. The structures alone are a mystery, but it is even more mysterious that during one of the expeditions expeditions to the site, compasses of the geologists behaved very strangely, and for some unknown reason, their arrows were deviating from the megaliths. The pregnant woman stone of Baalbek, Lebanon, weighs in at approximately 1,260 tons. Some of these megaliths could easily weigh upwards of 3,000 to 4,000 tons. And again, who builds this, and the size of the people who would have built this. We have to look at the size of the people. Right? We have to address history, wherein history is telling us that there were tall, very big, giant people that were walking around on the earth. And we have to ask ourselves, who were they? How big were they? And what technology did they have in first cutting these rocks? Or even if they did have technology, even if they didn't have technology and they were just simply very big and very strong and were just able to work these stones, we have to ask, who were they and why are they not part of our human history? Now, here we jump over to Montana. Now, in Montana, just right below me, there are again some megalithic sites, and there are ancient dolmens and monoliths, and again, look like Cyclopean ruins in Montana, USA. Now, this site was discovered by a high school kid in I forgot now which school it was. In Montana, but anyways, it was part of a school project, and and he led the school to this area, and they began discovering these dolmens and monoliths and stuff. And then along the way, this site was hijacked by another person that is fraudulently claiming that they discovered this site, when in fact it was a high school student. So shame on them for doing so. Now let's look at pyramid gravity force. This is a very interesting book that I come across. It's a friend of mine. I've looked at many different types of theories when it comes to the functions of ancient Egypt. And in fact, on our megalithic day during Humanity Unplugged, we have three presenters that are going to present their idea on pyramids in a row. So we'll have John Shaughnessy with the pyramid gravity force, and then we will have John Cadman, who's going to talk about the pyramid water pump, and then we're going to have Chuck Vanderbilt, who is going to talk about Earth energy and portals. So there's a lot of different ideas about the pyramid, but what I found really interesting about the pyramid gravity force is that everything John was saying in this book, he was backing it up with evidence. So essentially what he's saying is that the pyramids work as a gravity lens, and as gravity comes down, it gets narrowed down into a beam, and that bounces off the mantle of the earth, and it crosses over 180 degrees, where it either controls volcanoes. Either they get released or they're kept in control. And usually where these volcanoes are 180 degrees over across the world, there usually is a pyramid, which is really interesting. Now, speaking of pyramids, where this right here is a granite block, right? It's a granite plug in Sri Lanka called the Sigiriya rock. Right, this 200-meter granite plug is an extinct volcano in Sri Lanka. The pyramid complex at Teotihuacan in Mexico, and Marachusi stone forest in the central Andes of Peru all have in common. They're all connected to this, pyramid gravity force. And not only that, but it's extremely old. Now, the stone forest mountain in the Andes, I'm going to talk about that in a little bit here. That's why I'm showing this picture. Now, when you look at this picture, at the where the steps are, there is the remnants, left of an ancient statue that was once there, that was actually a sphinx. and that's the remnants that's left. But around that granite plug, they've built this megalithic site, and as you can see, it's been carved. Here, let me see if I can bring my mouse here. Rob, can you see my
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool. So right here is the remnants of an ancient sphinx, and obviously whoever came in afterwards really discovered it like that, and they built in between it, and they've created this. It goes all the way up here, but when you actually look at this structure over here, it looks like it's being manipulated, right? When you look at it from the front side, like right here, here's the top side right here. This is what they got on top. But when you really look at it from this perspective over here, it looks like it's being carved like into a head. You see the dog right here, right? The head goes up, and there's some sort of an animal. Anyhow, it this flat surface right here goes down, and then right here, the crack right here represents the mouth.
Almost like a sitting sphinx, right? But
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
paws coming out. You can see it on either side of the staircase. It looks like paws, so it's in a resting, sitting position.
Yeah, exactly. And this is extremely old. This right here, I would say is maybe a little bit more recent, or there's been work done on it to perhaps preserve it, or whatever the case may be. But this definitely right here is much older than this right here, and this is definitely carved by someone or something. I'm not really quite sure. But again, when you go down 180 degrees over, you have the Mexican pyramid complex, and that Mexican pyramid complex is controlling the volcano. So essentially, it's working as a thermostat. The pyramid, right, is where it controls the temperature of the planet, depending on what gravity it's being given. So if you put a capstone on the pyramid, then it would be the beam of gravity would be a lot more tense. But if you have a flat surface and then you have that coming down, then the imagine it as a laser, right? It would be a lot wider, and it would be a lot square, and it would hold a different function compared to a pentagonal pyramid, which if you imagine it as a laser, would be a straight point compared to a square. So over here is the pyramid complex that I was talking about, the pyramid complex at Teotihuacan, which 180 degrees over is connected to the ancient granite plug that I just mentioned. And interestingly enough, it's not too far away from that granite plug is where that Sri Lankan Stargate is also located. And and then when you look at this image, you can see that clearly, very clearly, there's a correlation between, the Orion's belt and the pyramids over in Egypt, as well as Mexico and other places as well. In fact, all of the pyramids kind of represent that, because when you look at all the pyramids in Mexico, which I tried to do on my website many years ago, I tried to mark them down, and I was able to mark down a few hundred. And the thing that I discovered while I was doing that was that a lot of the pyramids in Mexico did follow the Orion belt layout, but again, some of the other ones were based off of other constellations. But another interesting thing that I discovered while I was doing that is that if we have the Mexican pyramids right here, and then you have the Egyptian pyramids right here, then over here offset you have the Mexican pyramids, and then on a global scale that also looks like the Orion's belt. So I thought that was a very interesting discovery. And again, that was hijacked, and people have claimed it as their own and have never given credit, but that's fine. This is the nature of things. Now here is the stone forest that I was talking about. Clearly, when you look at that, that looks like a face right here. It's a head, but in fact, this stone right here has three different heads on it. One is this head right here, which kind of looks like a Caucasian head. And then when you look at this stone from a different angle, it also has an African face. And then on the other side, it has a Arab face, and you can hardly make it out. You really have to use your imagination. But I found that this image right here, this angle, was the best representation of really understanding what this is, and then on and couple of things with this. One, where the eyeballs are of this guy, and you go over, this guy is looking directly at Easter Islands, and perhaps his gaze is at the ancient motherland of Mu, because hypothesized that Easter Islands and Hawaii and Japan and other island points, even perhaps Yonaguni, Taiwan, all of those were part of a much bigger continent, and that was the motherland Mu, where really the entire human civilization as we see it began some 175 200 million years ago. But this forest, the stone forest, is very interesting because it's at a plateau in central Andes of Peru, on which are found dozens of what appear to be sculptures in stone depicting a variety of anthropomorphic and zoomorphic figures some 12,800 feet above sea level. Punctuating the ancient landscape of this 3-mile-long tabletop mountain are massive carved effigies, including curious replicas of unknown human races and long extinct animals. Among the effigies may be found mind-boggling images of winged sphinxes, elephants, camels, and animals which are unknown to this age and continent. With the 16 carved faces of the races of man, the massive monument to humanity stands out as the most spectacular and prominent structure dominating the landscape. There are many important facets at Markawasi, all pieces of an incredible complex puzzle. For the ancient healers, a rich pharmacopoeia of medicinal plants, the bounty of the Mesa provided remedy of physical and spiritual ailments. 22 energy vortexes called cruises of crosses carved in stone, which, having a specific healing power, are easily visible on the plateau and have an undeniable energy that can be felt without any special preparation or sensitivity. Spontaneous cases of healings have been reported from the mountains. The landscape diminishes into the distance, calling attention to the abyss and plummeting stairways shrouded in mist. On clear nights, the stars descended so close that one could nearly touch them. Discovered by Daniel Russo in 1953, the stone monuments look like knights, warriors, helmets, faces, llamas, and more. Despite past researches, these megaliths are still shrouded in mystery and in need of more ongoing study to discover their true meaning. The study of the Marachussi ruins by the Association for Study of Traditional Arts and Scientists, based in Lima, Peru, has been ongoing since 2010. The goal of this organization is to develop data that may support the hypothesis that many of the structures in the stone forest of Peru are the creation of an ancient culture. The data obtained in recent expeditions suggests that the Marachussi megaliths of Peru displayed specific lines of sight, and hence, like I said, Easter Island. These lines of sight are also part of our ongoing research, and they may be aligned towards important points on the horizon. Most interestingly, the alignments of certain Marachussi stone monuments and markers appear to reflect the geometric disposition of the stars in the Pleiades constellation. Now, right here is one of the structures. It looks like a turtle. In fact, if you if you guys want to learn more about this, check out Brad Olson. Shout out to Brad Olson. He has accumulated a lot of great information on here. So maybe I'll try to bring him on a show one day and talk to him about this. But if you guys are interested, look up Brad Olson and this stone forest, and you should get some information that comes up. So we have this, pyramid gravity force, which is really, when we look at all of the pyramids around the world, all of those pyramids are connected to some form of an ancient, either an extinct lava or a lava flow that's happening. Like for instance, the pyramids in Egypt are connected to the Hawaiian hotspot, and when there's a lot of gravitational activity happening within the pyramid, or energetic activity happening in the pyramid, because it's going through some energetic spot in within the solar orbit, that the Hawaiian hotspot begins to flow, like it has been flowing for like now the past several thousand years. Now here's more interesting data. This is a friend of mine. His name is Steve Meads, and he's been doing research on a cave called Chauvet Cave, and he's only really been working on one single image, but within Chauvet Cave there's over 1,100 images. And the image or the messages and the things that Steve has found within this one image, I could really, imagine what the rest of the images are telling us within that cave. Now, that cave is estimated to be about 35,000 years old, and it looks like the map of the current world that we're in. And it also looked like that it was deliberately buried over to preserve it. The walls have been manipulated. There's shadowing. There's mirrored images, like we see with Da Vinci. There's a lot of stuff happening within these caves, and I really can't explain it sitting right here. But if you guys want to learn more about that, check out Steve Meads on Watchers Talk. I just recently did a talk with him about 4 hours long, where he did a deep dive into this and showing us more information, like the sonic boom. What would a sonic boom be doing inside a 35,000 years old cave that's been covered over, and also it's been mirrored image? So there's a lot of cool stuff that's happening there. Here's the image that I was talking about, that Steve Meads has been working on, and a friend of mine, another one, Tim Schlenk, he's also working on the Chauvet Cave, and he's finding a lot of stuff from his homeland of Australia. Now, I said, this is, some 35,000 years old, possibly even older than that. We don't know. But, from the looks of it, walls of the cave, they have, these segmented stories embedded within them, where the walls have been, manipulated, and even the wall is part of the story. It's very, very, very interesting. I've been following Steve now for 8 years. He was, in fact, my first guest ever on Watchers Talk back on the Facebook days. And since then, we've been doing updates on what he's been discovering over the years. To just give you an idea of the complexity of the images on the walls of the cave, on the left is the reversed image of one of the segments in the overall story. Clearly, there is a form of someone. Where else have we seen this before? Check that out, right? This is a mirrored image on the wall in this cave, which is tens and tens of thousands of years old. And where have we seen that image before? Well, we've seen it right here. This is a Leonardo da Vinci image. So, how does Leonardo da Vinci painting something that is on the walls of a 35,000-year-old buried cave that I doubt that old Leo would have known about? So either the people back 35,000 years ago were interacting with an interstellar being that looked like that, and they marked it down, and Leonardo da Vinci also had the experience with the same being, and he marked it down. That's the only logical and reasonable thing that I can come up with, that I can think to really connect these two vast time differences, and the stunning correlation between the two. So here's another one. The image on the right is Leonardo da Vinci, and of course Leonardo da Vinci is really what's representing what we are finding on the Chauvet Cave. So the mirrored image of Leonardo is Saint Anne with Madonna and baby Jesus. Like, we're getting the same thing here. How did this guy come about on a 36,000-year-old cave? who had the knowledge to certainly to not caveman. Like how did caveman know to do mirrored images, and then the complexity that these images have been painted in? According to mainstream, it shouldn't, right? And I agree, it shouldn't. So this had to have been a higher intelligent form of a human, our current human, like how we are today. But because we've devolved in intelligence over the last so many thousands of years, I'm sure this is a record of that time, almost like a time capsule of that period. Now, this is the Eye in the Sky, which is a recent addition, and I'm really talking about the moon. And probably around the time of Chauvet, this moon was brought in, maybe a little bit after that. We have stories from our ancient ancestors that tell us that at one given time, there was no moon in the sky, and that suddenly the moon appeared one night. So when the mainstream and guys like Tyson DeGrasse and these guys, when they tell you that we need to have the moon in our orbit in order for life to come about on this planet, is just simply not true. The moon may have caused some havoc on this planet, and without this moon, life seemed to be very, very comfortable for the ancient people. And interestingly enough, when you go through, we have the Mesoamericans and others around the world in ancient cultures that were very, very good astrologers. And weirdly enough, none of them really included the moon in their astrology up until just recently, a few thousand years ago. So, this moon, in my opinion, is a recent addition that's been added into the planet. And that's really why I would suggest that our planet is in the tilt that it is in today, but in its natural form, like a top. When you spin a top, at first it's really wobbly, but then it centers itself out and it spins perfectly on its center. And I would imagine the Earth was doing the same thing with a very, very small tilt. And the temperatures on the planet would have been consistent all the way around with really no seasons whatsoever. So here we have, what's his name? Oops. Let me bring my notes back here, guys. Oh, come on. So here we have Giordano Bruno. He was an Italian Dominican Ferrar philosopher, mathematician, poet, cosmological theorist, and a Hermetic occultist. He is known for his cosmological theories, which conceptually extend the then novel Copernican model. Giordano is a 16th century Italian philosopher, is reputed to have written, "There are those who have believed that there was a certain time, as our mythologians say, when the moon, which was believed to be younger than the sun, was not yet created. The Akkadians, who dwelt not far from the Po, are believed to have been in existence before it," the moon. Now, the Po, could be referring either to Jupiter, or it could be referring to the ancient ancestors of the Greek. Now, Theodorus writes in his first book that the moon had appeared a little while before the war which was fought by Hercules against the giants. Dionysius confirms the same. Manassas said that the Akkadians were born before the moon, and so they were called Procilian, meaning before the moon. Volotsky also discussed the same idea by noting that one of the most remote recollections of mankind is in regard to the period of Earth's history when it was moonless. Now, why would our ancestors be saying that? It's not like they're delusional, right? They wrote something down, so we need to have respect for that and understand what they were talking about, and not really, blow wind out of our ass because some scientist is, telling us, Velikovsky quotes everyone from Democritus and Anaxagoras to Aristotle and Apollonius to Rhodes to show that such a pre-Hellenic time existed. Those humans living at the time were called Placidians or Persilians before the moon and Arcadians. They are said to have dwelt in the mountains, fed on acorns, and lived as aborigines. The name Palaeologians was used by classical Greek writers to refer either to the ancestors of the Greeks or to all the inhabitants of Greece before the emergence or arrival of the modern-day Greeks that we have today. The Arcadians were an ancient Greek tribe which was situated in the mountainous Peloponnese. It is considered one of the oldest Greek tribes in Greece, and it was probably part of or a relative tribe of the aboriginal inhabitants of Greece, who are mentioned by the ancient authors as Peloponnesians. Sorry about the names, guys. I'm not good with that. Arcadians possessed their land before the birth of Jove and were older than the moon. So if we have a civilization that's living on this earth that's older than the moon, then you really would have to question what the mainstream academia tries to tell us, and that if there was no moon, then we would have tsunamis that are like 500 feet tall, and life would have never, ever, ever gotten a grip on this planet, and it still would be lifeless. Which in my mind is a crock, because our ancestors are telling us something completely different. So finally, the memory of the moonless earth is contained in the oral traditions of such aboriginals as those of the Bogota Highlands in the eastern Cordilleras of Colombia, i.e., according to tribesmen of Chibacas, in the earliest times when the moon was not yet in the heavens. So it's not only people in Greece, or people in Asia, or people in Australia, or people in the Americas. They're all telling us the one same consistent thing, that there was a time in our past when the moon was just simply not there. So in addition, the habit of Sumerians to consider civilizations and the world as an interchangeable term does not eliminate an Arcadian civilization as being essentially an aboriginal one. Meanwhile, all the histories tied together, all the pieces of the puzzles fit, provided, of course, there's no recarving of the puzzle to make them fit in an incorrect position. So really, the original civilization that was on this planet that everything really morphed out of were the aboriginals, because they're the ones that carry the sacred knowledge of the grandcestors, of our ancient ancestors. So that's why it's incredibly important that we help preserve their culture and their customs and their languages, so that we can learn from that and not make mistakes of the past, and really, hopefully we can just ascend and break this death and incarnation cycle that we seem to be trapped into. Now, is it possible that the moon arrived with the Anunnaki, either initially or later, when it was apparent that an off-planet base was essential? Is this their home away from home, from which they could observe the going-ons down below, while still enjoying the privacy from prying human eyes? If you guys want to learn more about that, check out my Saturn Moon Matrix presentation I did a few months ago, in which I hypothesized that the moon, Saturn, the Anunnaki, and these dark parasites are all connected in genetically manipulating human beings in order for us to be in the vibrational distortion that we are in today, by really increasing or enlarging our reptilian brain, so that we will constantly respond with the fear or fight or flight syndrome, the reptilian brain. And let's shift gears now. On human history is vast and old, and this is not the only cycle. There have been previous humans' hive mind existences, and there will be more. Earth vibration and Schumann changes and can be manipulated, as we saw at Uluru in 2021 when we did the day event on the on that was 2 years ago now, I believe, or was that last year? 2 years ago, last year, we were all meditating together, and we were able to change the Schumann resonance of the earth. Now, if everybody on the earth was meditating at the same time and had that love, intention coming from them, then the entire planet would be vibrating at a total different Schumann resonance than what it is today. And the only reason why it's vibrating at the particular frequency it is today is because of the high vibrational people that are vibrating on this planet. And if it weren't for people like you, I don't think there would be a Schumann resonance, because this really would be a very dark world, and the earth wouldn't be vibrating as robustly as it is today. So when I say the other hive minds, what I mean by that is, as I said earlier, is that there's been other human civilizations that have lived on this planet, but belong to the same hive mind, because you have this human hive mind that's experiencing itself on numerous different levels in different various forms, kind of like what consciousness is, right? As above, so below. So this fractured mind, this human mind, is experiencing itself through the form of through consciousness, like the consciousness is experiencing itself through you and I, through this human mind. Now, there could be a gray mind, there could be a Palladian mind, there could be like all sorts of different planetary minds where there is life. Now, the previous civilizations did not die. Their own vibrational distortion changed as the Earth's did. Now, that, I put that is because I'm looking at the idea of rapture. When rapture happens, the Earth is going through, say, a different vibrational ascension or a different vibrational distortion. And then when a particular civilization or a particular hive mind comes to a certain vibrational distortion within themselves, then their plane of existence changes, as what we've been talking about going into this third year of our Uluru winter solstice event, is that the shifting of the timeline is really another word of rapture, when the entire perception, the entire playing field will change, and suddenly you'll be vibrating at a different level with a different mindset than you would be previously. They phased out and shifted into a new reality, right? Just as I said, program and exist simultaneously with us at a different bandwidth on the same frequency. So those people that existed in the past that had the rapture, let's just call it a rapture, that simply disappeared. It's not like they disappeared. They're still here on this earth, but they're vibrating at a different level, vibrating beyond the human visual perception, because we can only see, just a spectrum of color within the visible space. So they are vibrating within us, occupying the same space, but just distorting at a different level, in which we hope to be doing the same thing. And the Mandela effect is an example of the subtle changes within the conscious shift. So when these Mandela effects are happening, that's a consciousness, that's a timeline that's trying to shift and is trying to change into a different reality, because, like I said, a certain portion of the population has reached that certain point to where they can shift, and then when they shift, there's a different reality for them, there's a different vibration that's happening, and the other world continues to go on as they have, because they haven't reached that level of a collective awareness or that collective consciousness, because that's really what it is. You have to collectively work together, just as we are, right now, right in this very moment, in this chat room and across the world with all these truck protests. We are doing it together, and together, when we begin to raise our vibrational awareness, our vibrational distortion, our vibrational attention to consciousness, then our field of perception changes and a timeline shift happens. And then that's where we see these subtle changes in timelines of certain things that are being change. Now, like down below, you see the London hammer. This London hammer was discovered in London, and it was encased in coal. Now, that is, 450 million years old. And then now when we look at the root races go back about 175 million years, 200 million years. That's that we're working with another 250 million years prior to that. So either the root race map is wrong, and that the human race is far older than 175 million years, or there was another civilization that lived prior to this human civilization, that current one that we're in today, for the 175 million years. And this hammer is made of absolute pure iron. We couldn't make that today, and it has not rusted. It was as is, and like I said, coal grew over it, and so it's extremely old. So there's parts of evidence there that shows that there was a previous civilization that lived here on this planet. Now let's take a quick look at our skies. The sky's alive. There's like millions of UFO sightings that are happening each and every day, and just a small fraction of them are being reported through videos that we see on YouTube or on other social media platforms, and read articles about it. But that is a very small fraction. There's actually millions of these sightings that are happening every single day. Even the mainstream media is getting on about it. The UFO sightings in North America jumped to nearly 6,000 in 2019. And that's just what the mainstream media is reporting and what the general public is reporting, because the guy who's walking down the street looked up and saw a UFO is not necessarily going to report it. He just simply had that experience with it, and he's aware that it exists. And that goes along with millions and millions of other people around the world. Now, I believe what's happening is that there's a method to these guys' work. As I mentioned earlier, I think that there's a genetic experiment that's been happening for about the past 12,000 years, when the moon was introduced into our orbit, and and then all this genetic tinkering that's been happening, like for instance, the story of the Anunnaki, how they created humans to mine gold for them. I don't buy that at all. I'm not I'm not of that school. I'm not with that. But what I do think that's happened is that there was some sort of genetic manipulation that happened that really enlarged our reptilian brain and decreased another aspect of our brain. I'm not really sure what to call that aspect of the brain, but that aspect of the brain was really connected to our telepathy and telekinesis. Now, in the Bible, when it talks about the Tower of Babel, and that there was a collapse of Tower of Babel, and that everybody at one given time was speaking the same language, and that is collapsed, that language was no longer being spoken. What I believe that was to be is that this is another road marker in our history that tells us that when this genetic engineering began to happen, the first thing that was removed from us was our ability to telepathically communicate with one another, and that one form of language that we were speaking was this language of thought, was a language of energy. So we can make a long distance phone call from South America to Australia and talk with our Aborigine brothers and have that telepathic conversation with them. And when that was removed, our one language was essentially severed. And then we began to speak this physical language. We were always speaking as a regional dialect, because there are tens of thousands of languages on the planet. And we are physical beings, so need to physically speak as well. So while we're speaking our regional dialect with our neighbors and our neighboring villages and within our cultures, things like that, but we also had the ability to telepathically communicate. So we had a choice, right? And that choice was the first thing that was severed. How do you conquer a civilization? You have to take away the communication. And when that communication was taken away, that threw us into really confusion, state of confusion. And that's really where I believe our human history was truly lost. And people began to write it down into a physical form so that it can be preserved and moved forward. But then again, we had the fire at Alexandria and a lot of the information that was burnt there. But I believe what's happened is that they've taken a lot of the premium information, and the elites kept it for themselves and burnt the rest. And that really that resonates inside my head and very highly, that they possibly would have done that. Now, Obama confessed the truth is that when I came into office, I was like, all right, is there a lab somewhere where we're keeping the alien specimens and spaceship? And, they did a little bit of research and the answer was no. What is true, and I'm actually being serious here, is that there's footages and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are. We can't explain how they move, their trajectory. They did not even have an easily explainable pattern. And so, I think that people will take seriously trying to investigate and figure out what that is. And this is what Obama said. This is not what I'm saying, guys. This comes from the White House. While I think he was on a show with Jimmy Kimmel, that he did that. And I thought that I was going to add the video, but then I knew that YouTube was going to hit it with a copyright. And I don't want my homie getting hit with a copyright, so I left that out. But after my segment,
thank you.
After my segment is done, I'll go and dig that link up, and I'll post it into the comments. So if you guys want to go and look at that, you guys can go and look at it. He was really making fun of it, light of it, when in reality it was very serious. And this is when a few months ago they were talking about that disclosure that the government is going to do. So, really PR work, if you ask me. Right here in 1994, these are images created by a bunch of school children. And if you guys want to learn more about that, watch a conversation that I had with George Mitrovic. And I believe Rob and I talked to him about this. And, this right here is about a UFO site at a school called Ariel in Ruva in Africa. And it was some approximately 60 students or so were involved in this sighting, and they reported that a strange being communicated with them. And according to the students, they were warned to take care of the environment. And then later on, when researchers came around and asked these kids to, draw for them what they saw, interestingly enough, majority of them drew different things compared to other kids. So what that goes to show us is that the UFO is interacting with you on a level of consciousness, level of vibration, and your level of understanding. So that's why each child, saw a different being, saw a different shape of a UFO because of the level of their consciousness. So I thought that was really, really interesting. And here in Australia in 1966, over 300 children and staff from a Melbourne school, West Hall High School, reportedly witnessed multiple UFOs silently flying through the sky before landing on a nearby field. Described as a gray or a silvery green saucer-shaped craft with a slight purple hue and about twice the size of a family car. According to students, the object was descending, overflew the high school, and disappeared behind a stand of trees. Approximately 20 minutes later, the object reportedly reappeared, climbed at speeds, and departed towards the northwest. Some accounts describe the object as being pursued by 5 unidentified aircrafts. The Australian newspaper, The Age, described it as a weather balloon. Objects, perhaps balloons, and an unidentified flying object seen over the Clayton Moorabbin area yesterday morning might have been a weather balloon. And that is the mainstream for you. Several witnesses reported that the military who arrived to inspect the flatten the circles left by the craft included men in blue uniforms, unlike any worn by the Australian armed forces of the day. So there's we have the men in black in America, and we have men in blue in Australia. So I wonder how many other organizations that we're going to find as this. But rudely enough, over 300 people were dismissed. And we're told, no, you didn't see what you saw, or you're lying, and it was actually a weather balloon. And of course, we've seen that in Roswell, right? And here's Obama. I thought I would just show a picture. Here's Obama, when he's talking, when he gave that little speech. So I've like I said, I've removed the link, and I will share that in the comments, so homie doesn't get hit with the old copyright. Okay, so
The old hey, now that's not yours. Come on.
What's
That's
going on
what
here?
that is.
Where are we? Are we moving along here?
Now it says the video doesn't exist. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
stopped.
it's because it's being removed.
Temperamental.
There, I'll go
There
here.
you go.
Right there. It's because I removed it. I didn't want you to get hit with the copyright.
No, I appreciate you for that. Yeah, we don't want those.
So right here, let's carry on with a little bit of aliens. So far, guys, what I've described is really our human history, the civilizations that existed in the past, the level of water has receded and exceeded, receded and exceeded, and that there's been a lot of activity that's been going on around our planet for millions of years. And the point is that we're not 6,000 years old or 12,000 years old. We are hundreds of millions of years old. So when it comes to our long history, I could imagine that there's going to be enemies out in space who want to conquer us. And, the old Klingon thing that's happening, right? If we look at a Star Trek thing where they're trying to conquer us and then eventually we'll bounce back and we'll fight because we're resilient. And I feel that all of this, genetic engineering and alien abductions, all of that is part of that. And the strange thing about all of these alien abductions is that they're normally hereditary, and meaning that they flow from family line to family line, so it's part of a bloodline. And not only that, but most of the time, about 80% of the time, it's women who are being abducted, and they're being medically checked out, and I believe that their eggs are being genetically manipulated, because women are born with a certain amount of eggs. When they're born, when a girl is born, they're born with a certain amount of eggs, and they release those eggs over the course of their years. And when they hit menopause, by that time, there are no more eggs left in the body to release. And hence they go into menopause. So when mainstream tells you that women grow eggs every single month, that's actually not true. Women are born with a certain amount of eggs, and I feel that the reason why they're abducting women is so that they can genetically manipulate those eggs, so that when the next generation is born, because remember, before I go too far, our original form, when we are attempting to incarnate into this world, is female. Right? The human being starts off as a female, and then through genetic mutations, we, turn into a male. So our actual form is female. So it actually makes sense that when these ETs are abducting women, that they're genetically manipulating their eggs, so that when those eggs are, turned into human beings, the brain inside that human being is going to be genetically programmed or genetically enhanced or dehanced, or something's happened within that brain, so that human being can be controlled. And that's what I feel is happening with these alien abductions. I don't believe for a single minute that these are friendly abductions. If they're grabbing you in the middle of the night and doing experiments on you, to me, that is an attack. My wife experienced the same thing. And, I don't think that's very cool at all. That, that is an invasion of yourself. And I don't think that should be happening. So, according to historical evidence, I'm thinking that it's probably a lot older than that, but it says that the earliest known documented outbreak of unexplained livestock deaths occurred in early 1606 about the city of London, and some of the shrines adjoining whole slaughters of sheep have been made in some places to number 100, in others less, where nothing is taken from the sheep but the tallow and some inward parts, the whole carcasses and fleece remaining still behind. Now, why would they be doing this? Now, I feel why they would be doing this is because, first, they want to understand the health of the planet, because whatever, if you have animals or humans and things like that are walking around on the planet and they're eating, if they're eating toxins, those toxins are going to end up in the body, and those is going to be discovered. And then from that, you can correct the problem. Either you can terraform the earth and fix it, or you can genetically manipulate the animal DNA as well, so that the animal is resonating with the digestive tract of the human being. You see, the point that I'm trying to make there is that, maybe the animals, when these, animal mutilations began way back in the day, maybe it was that humans were getting sick eating these animals, and that the genetic structure of these animals needed to change a little bit so that they vibrate properly with the humans, so that the human doesn't get sick. But this is a very, very deep idea in my head. Now, this really, hang on, guys, just give me 1 second.
I was dancing to that. Woo! I like that picture too, with the alien creeping through the window. It always seems how it happens, right? An animal mutation, nuclear connection. Yeah, I live by a nuclear power plant, and it's not to say much. I mean, I am a little bit, off a little bit, but no, I'm joking. But the nuclear power plant is crazy because they had an incident right by me, which is I think it was 1986, where a actual UFO went over the power plant and shut down the reactor or something like that. And people spotted it for like weeks, and it was tormenting the power plant in upstate New York. It was a really wild story, really wild story. And it's crazy. This has been an epic presentation so far.
I like that tormenting.
Yeah, no, it kept messing with them. And Omar, you can go till the end of the hour too if you want, because I'll just do mine at the end. You know what I mean? I can always go from 8 to 9 my time, and I'll finish with a story, which is the Tatarian story. But next will be Paul Wallis after you, and then Ishmael's going to be running about 15 minutes late, so we'll give Paul a little extra time. We only have 4 speakers, so we can go off the riff and just keep going if you want. So go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'm almost done here.
Run it, man. Run the gambit. You got 20 minutes. Run the gambit, and you got questions in the audience too. So.
Okay, cool. I've got 45 slides. I'm on 37, so I'm pretty close to clearing up here. So now with the animal mutilations, when I was talking to, and again, we continue to see that animal mutilation happening currently, that Linda Moulton Howe has been investigating for many years, and I kind of have an idea as to why that may be happening. But quickly, before I get into that and try to connect the dot with the nuclear and the animal mutilation, let's talk about the missing people in the forest, the 411. I posted a video a few months ago, and it's not the only one I've posted. I've posted many over the years where certain things are happening, and suddenly people or things disappear. I saw a video from the mainstream media. They were, it was a shot of Hong Kong, I believe. And it was a nice clear day. There was no clouds in the sky. There was a mountain in the background. There was this great big tower that they were showing. And this bird came flying in. I don't know what kind of bird it was, but it came flying in, and it did a turn. And as it did a turn, it just simply disappeared. So I thought, hey, that's really cool. So I downloaded the video, and then I played it in slow motion a couple of times to see. I went frame by frame by frame, where in one frame the bird was there, and the next frame the bird was gone. There's a lot of other videos as well that I've posted over the years that show similar things of animals just simply disappearing, and other videos where you have people walking around and you have a bird that's just simply frozen in midair, and the bird isn't going anywhere, and then suddenly the bird just flies off from it's frozen in midair. Go figure. Have you ever seen that, a frozen bird middle of the air, and stays like that for a few minutes, and then it flies off? Of course, the mainstream is not going to report on that, because I would question and challenge the narrative that they've placed forward. But if you guys are interested, check out my Facebook page. I believe it may be in there somewhere. I'll try to dig it up for you. Could be on my channel, but I'm not really quite sure. But again, I feel that's what's happening within the forest where these people are disappearing, because we have ley lines everywhere on the planet. We have energy grid points everywhere on the planet. And it just could be that, these people are just simply disappearing into some sort of portal or some sort of, energetic, glitch in the matrix, and poof, you're just simply gone. Never incarnated here, and you got to start all over again. I think it's strange, but it could really be happening, because I'm trying to connect the birds and the humans missing, because to me it seems the same, right? One thing disappears, another thing disappears. It's on this planet. Where is it disappearing to, and how is it disappearing? So maybe the bird is is a good lead.
That's like all my left socks. They just go.
Yeah.
They end up in a vortex, and there's one place that's like a pocket, a dimensional pocket, that just all the left socks go to.
Yeah. Wow, what's this? This right here, guys, is the map of it's more of an index, actually, an index map, and it shows all of the nuclear bombs that have been blown up on this planet, 2056 to be exact. So let's look at the madness behind this particular experience of the Earth. Trinity. It all started with Trinity. Trinity was a code name of the first detonation of a nuclear device. It was constructed by the United States Army at 5:29 a.m. on July 16th, 1945, as part of the Manhattan Project. The first genetically engineered product, right? Recombinant bovine growth hormone in 1994, and brings its first genetically engineered seeds, Roundup soybeans, onto the market in 1996. Now, how is all of that connected? Genetically engineered seeds, Monsanto, animal mutilations. Well, the way it works out, guys, is that if you've blown up 2,056 nuclear bombs on this planet, and then you do the math work on that shit, it actually works out to that these guys have been blowing up a nuclear bomb on this planet once a week for the last 75 years. I'll say that again. One detonation a week for the last 75 years, right? Now, we're not a very big planet, and then when you have that much material going off on this planet, like little mini suns, right? Little mini novas, supernovas that are happening, that's going to have some sort of an effect on the Earth. There's going to be a radioactive fallout. I could see if you blow up one, you want to check it out, all right. But when you continue that as a bad habit in the water, in the atmosphere, on the land, in the land, just one after the other, that has naturally got to cause some sort of damage to this planet. And I feel what's happening is that we are going through a nuclear fallout. Right? This stuff started in the 40s, and it takes a little bit of time for all this stuff to accumulate. But then, interestingly enough, by the time we hit the 70s and the early 80s, the cancer rates just went crazy. They went straight up. The line went straight up. If I had a graph on here, it would show you a red line going straight up, and the cancers went up. Why did that happen? Well, because the radioactive fallout is coming down in the form of rain. It's going into our fresh water, it's going into our oceans, it's going onto our land, it's going into our dirt. So it's contaminating the planet. And then Monsanto comes along, realizing and not really, alarming the planet that they can no longer grow food, right? The seeds that are on this planet can no longer grow on this planet because The soil is radioactive. The water that's being fed to these plants is radioactive. The atmosphere is radioactive. So naturally, the seed is not going to grow. So they had to genetically modify the seed so that it would grow in this environment, in this radioactive environment that we currently live in. Now, when ET comes along and they see all these bombs going off, they're like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on here? So the best thing for them to do is start to grab humans and start doing tests on them to see where they lay, how their genetics have been deformed. And then they go and look at animals, and that's where the animal mutilations possibly are coming from, because they're interested in just certain aspects of the animal body, and they're looking to see how much damage this radioactive fallout has really created on this planet. So that really makes sense in my mind. I don't know about your mind, but in my mind, that makes sense as to why they would bring out these seeds. And then it kind of correlates with all the cancers going up.
Absolutely. If you look at they're taking all their eyes, their tongue, their mouths, things like the orifices where they would be subjected to it.
Yeah.
And do you know that China also just tested a mini sun?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the next step, is those mini suns. Imagine what that did.
It's very destructive, and it makes sense to me that, this is why the ET is doing what they're doing. It makes sense to me that they're tormenting the, nuclear silos and, these nuclear power plants around the world. Makes sense to me why they would shut down nuclear weapons when they're nearby, because they just simply, one, don't trust us. And second, the humans tend to get control back once they leave. So their idea to me seems more of self-preservation and self-defense more than anything else. And they don't want to interfere. And hence, that's why they always give control back of these nuclear facilities once they leave. Because if they wanted to interfere, they could just simply shut them all down and all of them can become non-operative at any moment. I'm sure they have the technology to do so, but they have some sort of an agreement to where they're not going to interfere with the human species. So Monsanto was the world's largest seed company and owned over 80% of all the genetically modified seeds planted around the world. And then Bayer, the second largest chemical company in the world, bought Monsanto for $63 billion. And then the Canadian government approved this merger in 2018. So you know who the puppets are, right? That are being pulled. But again, if we try to look at it from a positive perspective rather than from a negative perspective, maybe Monsanto has done a good deed where the atmosphere has been contaminated. And if it weren't for these guys, genetically modifying the seeds for them to grow on this planet, maybe we would have died by now, famine, right? The entire world may have disappeared by now. So we have to look at this, from a positive and a negative perspective. I say from both sides of the spectrum, right? Rather than to judge, we have to understand why they may have done this. And then, of course, the cancer that just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. It has not come down, right? Since the late 60s, mid 70s, early 80s, cancer simply has not come down. It's just been going up and up. New cancers every single day, new cancers every week, right? And all these trillions of dollars that we've raised over the years through like the Terry Fox runs and Fight Cancer, you guys know what I'm saying, like all these trillions of dollars that have been raised. Still, there's no cure for cancer for the general public, and the cancers just continue to go up and up and up. Where's all this money going? You just simply can't spend, tens of trillions of dollars researching a particular thing and not come out with anything. So either these guys have it, pharmaceuticals have it, and they're not giving it to us, and they want to keep us in this perpetual state of sickness, or they're just simply pocketing the money and they're gaslighting all of this and saying, yeah, we're working on it, just give us your money. We're working on it, give us your money. It's either one or the other, and I would try to go with the latter. Now, here's the my favorite, generation that's coming up, and there's also the new and the sixth root race that is coming onto the planet, so that the planet can vibrate and heal, and human species can heal from the traumas of the past several thousand years, and recover and attempt to go back into our higher state of awareness as we were before we were possibly attacked. So, it really began, this here right after Trinity. My generation, for instance, would be really the first generation, coming into the 50s, the 60s, 70s. Those would have been the first indigo generations that would have come into this planet, because our grandparents were the ones. I'm speaking from my perspective because I'm 46, 47 years old now. So I'm saying that my grandparents would have been the ones that would have developed this destructive technology and set it off. And because they set it off, and because everything is connected, like a spider web, if something happens, if you blow something up on this planet, they're going to feel it on the other end of the universe. And of course, they're going to want to come and investigate as to what's going on. And from that point forward, my parents would have been born, and then through them, they would not have been the indigo generation, but through them, the wanderers and the star children and the star people like us decided to come to this earth to help this earth and reincarnate onto this earth through contracts made with our parents, because they too had realized of what their parents have done on this planet. So they agreed to host us and to help us incarnate onto this world, so that we can begin to bring in the star generation. And now my children would be considered indigo children. My grandbaby that was recently born would be considered a level up, like a 2.0 or a 3.0 indigo child that's being born. And then her children would be another higher form of an indigo children, higher vibrating, people that are being born, so that this earth can eventually shift and heal going into where they are. And that's really what my thought on the indigo children and how all of this nuclear stuff that we've discussed over the last several minutes is connected. And, again, same thing when I was saying about the avatars and, the root race, the sixth root race that is coming onto this planet to change this, this, I don't even know what to call it, the being, the human being, the human species, whatever it may be, it definitely needs help. So right here, this is something I discovered while I was and am researching for my book called Earth Frequency. And in it, while I was researching, I discovered that the brain is loaded with magnetite, which is a great crystal to send, receive, and store information. Also, magnetite is the most magnetic substance known to man. It exists in the cerebral cortex, the cerebellum, and in the lining surrounding the brain and spinal cord, and consists of 5 million magnetite crystals in each gram of the brain tissue. And when combined with the crystalline properties of the body as a solid crystal, it has the ability to convert vibrational energy such as sound or light into electromagnetic and electric energy. Crystals can absorb, store, amplify, transduce, and transmit these vibrational energies. This is why they're putting fluoride in our drinking water, to create a layer of film or a plaque to subdue your natural powers of knowing and deny you access to our collective infinite consciousness. They want to plaque the crystals on your brain, in your brain, because really your brain is a giant crystal in realistically speaking, and they want to put plaque all over it. They want to put a film over it so that it's distorted. Ever put on glasses or sunglasses and they're very foggy? That's how they want your brain to work, so that you don't have the ability to connect with the your higher form, your higher awareness, your bindu is what I call it. The bindu is the when you right, you go through a process of the A, the U, and the M, and then there's that silence, and then that silence is the zero state, the zero dimension, the zero faculty, and you go into that, and then from that space everything else is manifested because you visualize it in that space, and then through visualization in that space you come back into this plane, and then through intention and through process you can manifest whatever it is that you create in that zero faculty state. So they want to try to take that away from you, and that is why they do this. This is an attack on your consciousness. All right, guys, so this really puts us towards the end of our presentation. Here I'm talking about time as a third dimension. And when you add this, to our 3D reality, we go into a fourth dimensional space. So we're really not living in 3D. We're really already existing within the 5D. The 3D would be this reality, and the 4D would be the time, and the 5 dimensionals that we currently exist in would be you yourself, because you and yourself are a dimension, because you can exist in several dimensions at the same time. So you, in fact, yourself are a expression of a dimension. And then the universe is in the mind, right? Everything is within the mind of the consciousness, of the infinite consciousness, the infinite mind that we're all an expression of. It is one thought, one meaning. It is uni. Uni means one, and verse. Verse means like thought, right? An idea, right? So when we talk about universe, the universe means one thought, one idea, and within that one idea, one thought, we all exist within that field of information. So that's pretty much it, guys. I could probably ramble on again for a little while longer, but I'm coming to the end of my time. So I'm going to stop my screen. Holy shit, the last time I looked, it was 1:30 and now it's 2 o'clock. Hoo-ah. Sorry,
Yeah,
Rob.
man. No, it's all good. But listen, I said I can do mine at the end, and all I have is a story, so it'll be a good end to it. It'll be like sitting around a campfire like they used to. Pull up some, some coffee, whatever you do, maybe a smoke, a cigarette, whatever you gotta do, and we'll tell a story of the land of Tartaria and this archaeological conspiracy, which means that we're usually over the target. But just to, put that into words, but you stay on the screen with me because you're also a co-host of this event anyway. And I wanted to just really quickly let everybody know that for the March 11th event, we will be sponsored by the gentleman who's next speaking, Paul Wallis. And as you can see here, we've got the Eden series. We're going to be putting the website for Paul where you can purchase these books in the comments as he's speaking. As you can see, we've got the Scars of Eden, Escaping from Eden, and soon to be released, I think soon, is the Echoes of Eden, which is the third installment of the Eden series, which is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. So before we bring Paul up, let's give him a quick bio. I'm sure you all know who he is, but it's always nice to do this. And Paul Anthony Wallis is an international bestseller whose books probe world mythologies and ancestral narratives for their insight into the human origin, human potential, and our place in the cosmos. As a senior churchman, Paul served as the church doctor, the theological educator, and the archdeacon in the Anglican Church of Australia. Did I say that right? Anglican? Yeah, I think I said that right. And published numerous titles on Christian mysticism and spirituality. He is a popular speaker at summits and conferences around the world. His 2020 book, Escaping from Eden, was hailed by George Norrie as a generation's chariot to the gods, propelling Paul onto the international stage and as the go-to guy in the field of paleo contact. The international best-selling sequel, The Scars of Eden, is endorsed by Eric von Daniken. His new book, Echoes of Eden, is due to be released in May of 2022 in collaboration with the Fifth Kind TV. Paul's interviews and documentaries are watched by millions worldwide. So with that being said, let's bring Paul in. Paul, brother, how are you?
G'day, Rob. I'm fantastic. G'day, Omar. I love that presentation, and I can't believe how what I'm going to share dovetails so amazingly with what you've just given us, Omar.
Thank you, Paul. It is so great to see you, my friend. It is always a pleasure. You're an incredible human being with such depth to your knowledge that I'm always amazed listening to you. And every time I walk away, it's leave me with scratching my head, and leave me with more questions than I started with. And then you answer a lot of questions too, and I really appreciate that. And just the way you deliver your lectures, the environment that you create, the atmosphere that you create when you're sharing is very comfortable and inviting. And dude, your voice, like your voice alone.
Epic. And that's a good presentation when you leave scratching your
Thank
head
you.
and have to go further with it, because that means that you learned something and now you're tantalized by the information to seek more. And that's the
Yeah.
sign of a great presentation for sure.
Well, the feeling is absolutely mutual. So I love being in company with you guys.
But we
Thank
love having you
you,
here. So
Paul.
we're going to give you the stage, and you can do your thing, sir. You've got as much time as you need. We're not going to have the next speaker for an hour and a half, so you take as much time as you want. If you want to do an hour, you could do an hour. If you want to do an hour and 15, let it ride.
Okay.
You
All
could
right.
do
Well,
2 or 3 hours too, Paul.
I'm going to aim for 45 minutes and then take Q&A. But thank you for saying that, because it's actually hard for me to see my clock from here. So I'll just keep going until I've shared my material for today.
Perfect.
Well, thanks, guys. I thought I would begin by addressing the question of why is Paul, the paleocontact guy, talking about consciousness and ascension? What's the connection between those things? A lot of people today know me as the paleocontact guy through Escaping from Eden and the Scars of Eden. How do I get from there to lessons in consciousness or personal evolution, or what some people call ascension? Well, that's the question I'm going to answer today. How are those things connected? I'm going to share a number of stories and reflect on them as we go along. They're all true stories. They are things that have either happened to me or to people I know. And I'm going to begin with my friend Taryn. Names changed to protect the innocent, of course. Now, Taryn had an incredible experience when he was 5 years old. The house in which he was living and in which he was present at that time exploded when it was struck by lightning. The house was completely obliterated, and this 5-year-old boy was found in the middle of the wreckage, intact, temporarily blinded by what had happened, but otherwise perfectly safe, healthy, sound. People couldn't believe that he had survived what had just happened. Taryn describes the experience to me, and he tells me that he remembers this experience of intense light. He remembers being temporarily blinded, but what's happened in the decades since was the reason he contacted me, because from that moment on, his life changed. Omar was just talking to us about how we function as electromagnetic bodies. He was talking about the magnetite, the crystals in our bodies, in our brains. Imagine what would happen to that system when you get struck by lightning. Well, this happened to Taryn when he was 5, and in the decades since, he has experienced frequent precognition or future viewing. He does not tell people about this because he doesn't want people to think he's crazy, but very often he will see something happening way ahead of it happening. He will know what's going to happen way ahead of it happening. He doesn't make a big thing of it. It's just something he has noticed in the decades since that event. A higher cognitive power released by that massive trauma to his brain and body. Now, that's part of a wider syndrome called acquired savant syndrome, which I talk about in my book, Escaping from Eden. It is actually a phenomenon that is studied by serious neuroscientists. Peer-reviewed science around the world has looked into acquired savant syndrome, and it is the pattern where higher cognitive powers are released by a brain event or a trauma, a central nervous system event. So Taran's story sort of fits within that, except there's another dimension to Taran's story. Periodically, since that lightning strike, he has an experience where he feels that he is pulled up out of his body, up into the sky. And while he's there, he receives a massive download of information and insight, and then finds himself back in his body. One time he stayed up all night after this had happened, just making notes of all the information that he now seemed to be buzzing with. And it was complex mathematics, it was quantum theory, it was advanced physics, things he had never studied. And when he reviewed it the next day, it was all cogent, it was all coherent, and it had all come in an instant hit while he'd been up out of his body, up in the sky. That's how he experienced it. And Taran tells me that all through his life, he's had the most vivid impression that there are really two of him. There's the material him, living on planet Earth, going through all the stuff of life. And then there's another him who is sort of the real him, somehow up in space or up in the sky, looking down at the material Taran and feeding him information, giving him nudges and guidance and assistance whenever that should be needed. And that is not his belief, that's his experience. That's how he has experienced life through a number of decades. This higher self, this cosmic self, feeding help and information and guidance to his material self as the selves go through life together. Now, as you listen to that, you might think, I think something a bit like that has happened to me. You might have had moments or episodes where you think, I was getting assistance in that point. I suddenly had this insight. It was as if somebody whispered it to me. And I've often wondered where that help came from. And some people have the impression that it is another version of themselves feeding information. Well, that was how Taran has interpreted his life experience. But you know, what we experience and how we interpret what we experience are two different things. And so many people might have an experience a bit like Taran's, but they'll say, I have a muse, or I have a spiritual team, or I have a spiritual helper. We might have different language for it, and there may be different phenomena going on. But all the while, what we're doing is we're trying to interpret what we're experiencing. And Taran's interpretation was there was this other self up in the sky in another dimension guiding this material self. Now, because there's a difference between the experience and the interpretation, others might come in with another explanation. And sure enough, when Taran mentioned this two selves experience to his doctor listened politely and then politely asked if Taran would be interested in some medication, because that was his framework for processing what Taran was experiencing. He didn't need medication because it wasn't a case of Taran being disturbed by the experience or that he couldn't cope with it or it was impinging on his ability to live life. Not at all. It was, in fact, an insight and an experience of assistance. So he politely said no thank you to the pill and enjoys this trans-dimensional journey to this very day. Now, his doctor might have given Taran different advice if he had read a bit of history, particularly French history, particularly French religious history, and in particular, the story of an amazing people group called the Cathars. Now, the Cathars appear in history in the 12th, 13th century, but how they began, where they came from in terms of their lifestyle and their belief system is a little bit unclear, other than that we know what the sources of their thought world were. Now, the Cathars lived in the south of France, in the Languedoc, and they were people who talked about life in exactly the same way that Taran did. They believed that human consciousness could be heightened, could be developed, that we could evolve as a species within the time frame of our own lives. We could make progress, and that we could begin to experience other dimensions of ourselves, and that we could get information from our cosmic self, feeding information to us, guiding us, assisting us. The cosmic self, who follows our material self around, they described as our light body. And through the journey and disciplines of ascension, our material bodies could evolve and change into a light body so that we become more who we truly are. We become more cosmic beings. Now, this wasn't just a bunch of ideas that they'd cherry-picked from here and there. These ideas translated into a lifestyle and a community lifestyle that transformed society in the Languedoc to such an extent that it was their neighbors, their regional neighbors, who gave them the name Cathars. And the word Cathars means the good people or the pure ones. They were given that name because their neighbors could see the Cathars had built a better society, more loving, more peaceful, more generous, absent of the violence and crime that marked medieval Europe in the regions around them. They really had people's attention. So their neighbors called them the Cathars, the pure ones, the good people. People from further afield referred to them as Albigensians. And that word simply means the people, the gens of Albi. Albi was a major metropolitan center of the Languedoc. They were called Albigensians because this world of ideas and this lifestyle, that was simply how the people of Albi lived. That was what they believed. This is what the people of the Languedoc believed and how they lived. And so society had actually been altered by this pool of ideas. Where did they get the ideas from? Well, they got it from their reading of my old friend Plato and from various Gnostic texts from the dawn of Christianity. Now, the Gnostic writers, or the writers we call Gnostic writers today, were writers who were very strongly influenced by Plato and whose worldview was essentially the same. So I'll say a little bit about what that worldview was. Plato had a very cosmic vision of things. He believed that in the beginning was consciousness, that the material universe is actually an emanation from a primordial field of consciousness, that the material universe came into existence so that consciousness could experience and express itself. And you and I are a part of that story. So within that story, you and I were aspects of that cosmic consciousness before we individuated as beings, separate beings, individual beings of consciousness. And then we incarnate as material beings, and we have this material experience on planet Earth, here to learn something, here to evolve, here to ascend, and then we return enriched by what we've learned on the journey. That was Plato's picture of things. So he had this view of the cosmic self and the material self, and that whenever we learn or develop or discover, we're really recovering knowledge, understanding, information from our cosmic self, what the Cathars called our light body. So that's where they got those ideas from, and from Gnostic texts, and it's possible from Hermetic texts as well, which swam in a similar worldview. Now, interestingly, Plato got some of his ideas from what we would call science, the application of logic to things we all observe. He also said he got some of his knowledge from ancestral information. In particular, information that had been passed on to an ancient Greek legislator called Solon. And Solon had got his information from the remnant of the ancient Egyptian priesthood. And they said they had got some of their information from the previous civilization, specifically the Atlantean civilization. That's where the story of Atlantis comes from. Pre-Atlantean, ancient Egyptian, then this esoteric society of Egyptian priests, passed on to Solon, passed on to Plato. Plato estimated that this chain of information was what would now be about 9,000 years old. And yet that chain of information carried enough power that it could transform a society in the south of France in the 1100s and 1200s. Usually when people see others who are different or who think differently to themselves, they scoff and they're suspicious. But what the Cathars had was so transparently good that all their neighbors called them the pure ones, the good people of Albi. Unfortunately and tragically, that is not the end of the story, because what we experience and how we interpret what we experience, those are two different things. And how Pope Innocent III experienced the Cathar phenomenon was as a threat. And that was how he responded to it. From his perspective, things were going very wrong in the south of France. The south of France no longer looked like the medieval Europe under the religious hegemony of Rome that he wanted to see. And he wanted to bring the Cathars back into that matrix. The church was particularly nervous of what was happening in the Languedoc for other reasons. It wasn't just about the Cathars. Something had happened after warfare, after crusades, which were essentially about transferring ownership of some prime real estate on planet Earth from one group of powerful families to another group of powerful families. And a generation of young people had gone on these crusades thinking they were going on a holy war, and they came home traumatized by things they had experienced in war and traumatized by realizing their place in global society as the pawns of these other powers. And so when they came back, not only were many people struggling psychologically because of this, but a lot of them simply opted out of the medieval conventions of life in Europe at that time. They dropped out, to use the modern phrase. And what that meant was that nobility would renounce their inheritances. Merchants would walk out of their family businesses and renounce any right to that. These people found each other. They lived in community together. They rejected all use of money. They rejected every lever of fear that is usually applied against us. And one of the ways they like to demonstrate their rejection of fear was by physically embracing and caring for people who were not allowed to live in the towns. I mean, the lepers. This was a time before modern medicine, at a time when leprosy was considered the most contagious and dangerous disease on the planet's surface. These young people refused to be afraid. They were called mendicants because they lived a subsistence lifestyle, and when that didn't meet their needs, they would literally beg for food, and mendicant means beggar. Now, naturally, this was a very disturbing experience for the middle and upper classes because they'd just lost a huge chunk of the generation that was supposed to carry their wealth and power forward. And it was happening on a massive scale, on a seismic scale. The church had never seen a fall away from its ranks like this before. And so the nobles were concerned, the middle classes were concerned, and the Curia in Rome was very concerned. Well, the most famous leaders of that movement were Giovanni Bernardone, the son of a merchant. He was part Italian, part French. He's known to the world by his nickname, Frenchy, or Francisco. It's Francis of Assisi, of course, and Clare of the Poor-Clares, who was a noblewoman who renounced her inheritance. They were among the significant leaders, but there were many, many more of the mendicant explosion. Well, the Pope, being disturbed by this, wanted to find a way to bring these people back into the fold, and he found a way. What happened was that the mendicants were attacked by their neighbors, and when Francis found that one of his prized community centers had been burnt down, he went to Rome with some of his little brothers, as he called them, to petition the Pope to call off these Catholics who thought they were doing God a favor by burning Franciscan churches down. Well, the little brothers didn't want Francis to talk to the Pope because Francis was a very passionate, straight-talking, naive kind of person. Let us do the talking, they said. And so they did. And so the Pope found a way of accommodating some of the leaders of that movement, and he decided they would all be labeled as, what was the word? Penitents. Penitents was a nice label to give them because it meant these were people with no power, no authority. It was almost like saying, well, these people are mentally ill, but they're recovering, or they're alcoholics, but they're recovering, and so we'll give them a bit of grace. That was how they accommodated the mendicants. The Cathars, however, proved a harder nut to crack. First off, Pope Innocent III sent in some Cistercian monks to try and give them the correct teaching to bring them out of their heresy. And it didn't work. When these incredibly wealthy, powerful, pompous-looking monastic leaders, and I say monastic, but these people would have looked like kings turning up in the Languedoc at the time. Well, they were received politely, but the locals quickly perceived these hierarchs as precisely what we don't want, and they made no headway at all. Well, feeling a bit crestfallen, some of these Cistercians met a couple of Spanish church leaders, Diego of Azevedo and Dominic Guzman. And the young Dominic Guzman, the deputy, quickly worked out why the Cistercian monks were not being taken seriously. And he said, look, if you want credibility with the Cathars, you have to live like they live. The Cathars have this amazing spiritual power to them. They've got an amazing integrity. They're having an incredible experience. If you're not in that, if you can't show you've got the same thing, if you can't live with the same simplicity and humility as their leaders, these were people who lived with great frugality and almost on a perpetual fasting regime. You've got to do the same. If you don't do that, you're not going to be able to move freely or be taken seriously. So Diego and Dominic wrote to the Pope and they said, look, we think this is the way forward. We're happy to spearhead that. And what we offer to you is simply our pledge of complete obedience and fealty to you, to Rome, and to Orthodoxy. Well, when Pope Innocent III received that, he thought, great, we're going to get the south of France back. So he sent them in. And although Dominic and his followers, the Dominicans, did exactly what they'd promised with great zeal and love and won the respect of the locals, in the end, didn't need what the Dominicans had to offer. They were already happy. Thank you very much. And so Pope Innocent III now found that his patience was wearing thin. And so now he raised up an army, and he sent the army to deal with the Cathars. If we can't convert them, then we'll just have to kill them. And that was his calculation. The slaughter that followed in the south of France is, by any calculation, the world's first genocide. To give you a sense of scale of what happened, the Nazi war machine killed 0.06% of the world's population. The Roman Catholic Church's crusade against the Cathars killed 0.26% of the world's population. The first major push was referred to as Le Grand Mazel, the Great Slaughter, in which 10,000 Catholic militia killed 20,000 people in a single day, men, women, and children, the entire population of the town of Béziers. The Pope was responding to people with different ideas as if they posed a military threat. Talk about what we experience and what we interpret as two different things. Why would you respond to ideas that had produced a better world as if it were a military threat? Well, the way he raised that army gives us the answer to that question. He offered to the militia all the lands of the Cathars. The leaders of the army could reportion that land to any man who would serve for 40 days in that army. That's all he needed to do. He would get land, and then he would get a plenary indulgence, which means a free ticket to heaven, in exchange for fighting for 40 days. And here's the punchline: a pledge of fealty to the Pope and the King of France. So that pledge tells you straight away what this war was about from the Pope's perspective. It was all about safeguarding power and control for royal and religious elites. And if people had ascended to the point where they had built a better society and didn't need the powers anymore, well, that had to be dealt with. That's why it was perceived as a military threat. But it's a real indication of the power of the Cathars' ascension practices and the Cathars' beliefs, built on Plato, built on early Gnostic Christianity, and this experience of higher dimensions of information being fed by their light body to their material body. So you listen to what the Cathars believed, it sounds very vague, but it produced something very concrete, so concrete that it, from a papal perspective, demanded this huge military response to eradicate it from the planet, because the neighboring regions were seeing what the Cathars had worked. Now, when I read the story of the Cathars, it rang a lot of bells with me. First of all, because when people find the wisdom of the ages and put it into practice and begin ascending to a more empowered way of living, it is always opposed by the powers of the day. And I think the Cathars are probably the most dramatic example of that. But if you think about what happened to people like Giordano Bruno, Copernicus, Galileo, Della Porta, it's all the same pattern. But the phenomena that the Cathars talked about, this higher information, this contact with the light body, this transformation of self, it rang bells with me when I first read it, because it was very much like something I'd seen in somebody else. Seraphim of Sarov, a Russian Orthodox mystic hermit who lived from 1759 to 1833. When I read his story, it blew my socks off, because I recognized the phenomena that accompanied his ministry, phenomena of precognition, remote viewing, future viewing, insight, healing. And these were eyewitnessed, these were catalogued, these were things that really did happen around this person in a time and place when this was definitely not normal. That was not what Russian Orthodoxy looked like for the most part at that time. But Seraphim was so consistent in operating this way that thousands of people would flock to Sarov, hoping to get some counsel from him, or at the very least, to see this great starets, this great spiritual leader, in action. The idea of the light body was something very real to Seraphim. His name, Seraphim, means the shining one, and it was a prophetic name that his superior gave to him. Prophetic because there were 6 documented occasions when eyewitnesses saw his body physically emitting light while he was in an altered state of consciousness. People who didn't see that always remarked on his peaceful spirit. And stories were told of his life as a hermit in the forest where animals would be completely undisturbed in his presence. There was a bear that would come and sit with him, and he would feed the bear. People told that story as a way of commemorating that there was something very different about his aura, his vibe, his state of mind. He was an incredibly peaceful person. And then all these phenomena of precognition and remote viewing, future viewing, telepathic connection, healing. Needless to say, he was remembered for those amazing things. Now, when he would have someone come and visit him, he would often be able to, without them saying anything, tell them all sorts of things about their lives. Excuse me, I'll just have a water break. All sorts of things about their lives. At one time, somebody came to him and he was able to tell them exactly how much money he had spent on trying to fix the condition that he wanted Seraphim to heal, and then Seraphim was able to heal it. Now, when he was asked how he did this, how he got all this information, I'll give you another example. He was standing one day, there were about 5,000 people standing in front of him, and he called out to a man in the crowd and he said, "You, sir, you're very anxious because your horse has been stolen, and your horse is your livelihood. It's in the next town, tethered in front of the bakery. The person who took it has left it there. Go there, find it, just take it away." Called out to a woman, "You're very anxious because your son is missing in action. He's just returned to your house. If you go home, you'll find him." So it was real, accurate information that he was getting. How did he get it? Well, when he was asked, he said, "Well, I just get myself into my peaceful place, and then I speak the first thing that comes into my mind, and I find it to be correct." So that was his modality. So where was that information coming from? Was it from his light body? Was it from other entities whispering to him? Plato believed some of his information, I forgot to mention this earlier, Plato believed that some of his information came from contact with non-human entities, interdimensional entities. Was Seraphim now having that same experience? Well, what we experience and how we interpret what we experience are 2 different things. And how Seraphim interpreted the experience was through his very orthodox Christian religious grid. He believed he was getting messages from angels, Our Lady, or the Holy Spirit. And it was the Holy Spirit who really he felt he was in contact with on a regular basis, though he had experiences of the others as well. Well, I could relate to that because of things I had experienced. I'll tell you about something that happened for me right at the very beginning of my church-based ministry in the 1980s, when I was very young indeed. I was working at a church in London, just south of King's Cross, and I remember one occasion when somebody came for prayer for healing, which was a regular part of our pattern of life in that church. I'll call her B. Now, by the time B got to our church for prayer, she had walked past a number of specialist hospitals. So we were in a part of London that was the place of last resort for many people suffering complex issues. B was one of those, and she was desperate. She walked with great difficulty with a pair of crutches, and she hobbled her way down the street into our church and sat down with myself and I'll call him Pastor Irwin. And we began, as we always did, by asking what B would like prayer for. And so she talked about her back problems, that she was in constant pain, the mobility issues that she had. And then, seemingly from out of the blue, my boss, Pastor Irwin, said, "Tell me about your dad." Well, B told us about her father, and immediately her posture changed. She seemed even more scrunched up than she looked before, and told us a very unhappy story about her upbringing. It wasn't a story of abuse as such, but sadly, her father had such issues that it was easy to see why B had emerged from that upbringing full of hurt and resentment. So Pastor Irwin then said, "B, do you think you're ready to let go of all the resentment that you've rightly felt towards your dad, because it's not helping you, it's hurting you? Do you want to release that?" And she said, "Yes, yes, I do." So we prayed a very short prayer, and he said, "Now I just want you to verbalize your intention to let all that go. You're not going to invest any more energy into that anger. You're going to abandon all hope of a better past and just say, that happened, it was bad, I'm leaving it behind, I'm now going to live my life. And I don't wish ill on my father. Whatever our relationship is or is not, I don't wish ill on him. I'm just going to let all that go." And she did. She found a way of verbalizing that with whatever level of sincerity she felt able to muster. And it must have been some sincerity, because I could immediately see her posture loosening up, and she was breathing more deeply. And then after a pause, she bent down to pick up her crutches to go. And I said, "Oh, B, we haven't prayed for you yet. We haven't prayed for your back." And suddenly she said, "Oh my God, I'm completely healed." And all the pain had gone. She walked carrying her crutches as she walked home. It was an amazing, what can you call it? Miracle, spontaneous healing. So afterwards, I said to Irwin, "That was amazing. What made you think to ask that question about B's dad?" He said, "Well, I just looked at her and I thought, well, there is a lady who is clearly out of balance in some way. So I just threw up the question, what do we need to do to help rebalance this lady?" And the thought came into my mind from somewhere: ask her about her dad. Now, again, what we experience and how we interpret what we experience are two different things. So I interpreted that through my Christian worldview. Well, that must be the Holy Spirit giving us what we call a word of knowledge, because my paradigm at the time was that Christians were the conduit of God's grace to the world. And so God helps people in ministry to help others by giving them bits of information like that, what we called a word of knowledge. And that's what I believed it was for a long, long time. There's nothing wrong with that explanation at all. However, if I were to sit down with a Nanga or a Sangoma, a traditional healer from Southern Africa, they would hear me describe that interaction with B, and they'd say, the ancestors. I beg your pardon? Yes, the ancestors clearly told you. The spirits of the ancestors gave you that information. If I were to sit down with my Navajo friend, I'll call him Troy, because in Echoes of Eden, I do change people's names for their protection, and he's Troy in the book. If I sat down with my Navajo friend Troy, he'd say, yes, it's the spirits. And they may be spirits of ancestors, they may be other dimensional spirits, there may be something else. Doesn't really matter. They just provided you information, which you tested when you offered it to the lady. It turned out to be correct, turned out to be the key. Now, what's interesting about that framing that you would get from the Sangomas and Nangas of Southern Africa, or from a traditional healer from the Navajo tradition, is that they see healing as a contact modality. And what they do, whether they light a fire or they drop objects on the floor and read the objects, whatever modality they use, or they invoke an altered state of consciousness, what they are looking for is insight to be given by the ancestral spirits of the person who's ill. And then the ancestral spirits will communicate with your spirits, and you'll be able to pick it up through the medium of these objects, fires, smokes that you might use. But the modality is, it's a contact phenomenon. Now, I find that really interesting. Some people listening to me would say, Paul, I thought you were a Christian. How can you reframe the story of a word of knowledge as a contact phenomenon with ancestral spirits, interdimensional entities? Well, the answer is that that framing was actually there in the roots of Christianity. In very early Christianity, the worldview of the Sangomas and Nangas and guardians of Navajo tradition, it was all there. If you go to the book of Hebrews, the writer there says that each one of us is surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses. And by that he means ancestral spirits. You can find it in Hebrews 12, who are very interested in us and our well-being and how we are running the race marked out for us. And they are there to support us, is the picture. If you go to 1 John 4, also in the New Testament, the writer there fully expects the early Christians to be receiving information from entities he calls spirits. Now, he never identifies what they are or where they're from. What's more important to him is that you filter what you hear. Always weigh it up. Keep your autonomy, keep your sovereignty. Don't believe anything and everything somebody tells you, even if they're a spirit. Weigh it up for yourself. So what were the spirits he was talking about? Were they ancestral spirits? Were they our light bodies, our higher selves? Were they interdimensional beings such as Plato describes? Were they material beings like you and me, but who communicate telepathically? If you look at how the word spirits is used in other languages and other cultures around the world, they don't always refer to non-material things. Sometimes they refer to physical beings. But if the being is more advanced or has more advanced travel technology, they might be called a spirit. The moon spirit in New Guinea was a being that looked like a gecko. Not an ethereal thing, a physical thing. Excuse me. And so once again, we've got this plural team around us to help us. It's an invisible team, but at times it may not be an invisible team. It may be a material team, and it's there right in the roots of Christianity. It's there in the roots of Judaism as well. Now, here's where we begin to cross over with paleo contact, because in my books, Escaping from Eden and the Scars of Eden, I argue that the stories of the Elohim in the Bible are in fact a summary form of the stories of the sky people in the Mesopotamian source narratives, and that those entities are what you and I would call extraterrestrials. Those stories in the Bible recall a time when our ancestors were governed over by non-human entities called Elohim. There then comes a time in the biblical history when the Elohim are no longer physically present on the planet's surface, but they've left behind their monarchies and their priesthoods. And all of a sudden, the priesthood's job is to achieve remote communication with powerful beings who are no longer present. So you reread the stories of the priests and the high priests and the prophets, and you'll realize that from King Saul on, that's what you're looking at, remote communication. How are they going to achieve it? There are hints that there's some technology involved, the Ark of the Covenant, the Urim and Thummim. But the regular workaday method was for the priests to go into the tent of meeting. When they went into the tent of meeting, they had to be robed, and their robes had to be soaked in the oil of canebosm oil. And if canebosm sounds like something else, well, that's because it is something else. Absolutely drenching their clothes. And then the tent walls were drenched with canebosm oil as well. 4 layers of fabric as thick as a man's hand. So these priests are inhaling a lot of fumes at this point. And then the canebosm would be burned as a smoke as well. So they're really inhaling it. They are operating in a thick chemical soup in order to achieve remote communication. Suddenly, it looks a whole lot more like the practices of Nangas and Sangomas and traditional healers in shamanic traditions, where oils, resins, smokes are used to induce an altered state of consciousness so that interdimensional communication can now happen. They are altering how their brains are operating so that they can get this contact going. That is what lies at the roots of priestly practice in the Jewish tradition. So all of a sudden, we've got a contact modality, and the priests would do their consultations when information was needed or when healing was needed for royal powers who now employed the priesthood. So it's all sounding a little bit more similar. Now, the Popol Vuh is the Mayan story of paleocontact, and I won't go into detail now. You can look it up in Escaping from Eden and the Scars of Eden. It talks about an ET intervention in our development as a species, and it speaks of a time when our ancestors had higher cognitive powers than we do. They could do things like remote view, future view, they had better telepathic connection, better self-healing. And according to that story, no altered state is needed to reactivate that. The punchline of that story and of other stories around the world is that absent of toxins in the environment, coming back to what Omar was saying, absent of toxins in the environment, higher cognitive powers are the norm for human beings. So if we can recover our knowledge of how to live healthily and in balance and in harmony on our planet, we will begin to operate with these higher cognitive powers. And I can say I've experienced glimpses of that process for myself. Now, when the Popol Vuh talks about higher cognitive powers in the past being downgraded, it uses the language of the human's sight being limited. I want to think for a moment what that means. You see, normally our sight is limited by distance. We can't see with any detail too far into the distance. We can't see beyond the horizon. We can't see
All right. Looks like Paul froze really quickly. He'll be back in a moment. When he does, we'll put him back in to finish. But man, what an immense amount of just incredible truth so far. I mean, this has just been so much, so much. These are the types of presentations I have to go back and watch 3, 4, 5 times, and it's crazy because me and Paul didn't collaborate, but what I'm gonna be talking about is Plato and Critias and Solon as well, talking about what the Tartarian Empire was and this ancient knowledge of after Atlantis, but before, the real prominence of Egypt and Greece and Rome, and it's just, it's wild. It's wild how everything happens like that, and it's a synchronicity to it without actually, planning it out like that. And I appreciate everybody in the audience just sticking around for a moment. Paul will be back with us. And if you guys could hit the like button, share this out to all your streams, and if you feel like supporting the channel that we have here, I will put it again into the comment section of the post. We could use all the support that we could get to try and get as many big names as we can to come through and do interviews and experiences and do events with. So, with that being said, Omar, what are your thoughts so far, man?
It's been a great presentation, and I keep hearing about ancestors and spirit and getting information from spirit, and that is a mind blower, and especially here in the last little bit on how Paul was talking about the oils, and I had never heard of that oil before. So I was like, oh, what kind of oil is this, right? Bosom oil. I gotta check this out. So I was over on the other end. I was on Google looking for it, and surprisingly, nothing there about it. So I was going to say,
Of
okay,
course
well,
not.
when Paul's done, I'm gonna inquire about that oil and see if other cultures, as Paul's saying, use this, and maybe the what's that name, the Oracle of Delphi.
Delphi.
Yeah, and I hear the same thing was happening there, where she was sitting over, I think, like a volcanic gas chamber, and this gas was coming up, and she was breathing and checking all this out. So lots happening there, and I'd love to learn more about this oil. Maybe I
Yeah,
can
we'll
soak
let Paul
myself
finish
in
and we'll
some.
get into about it for sure. Paul, back to you, bud.
So I'm sorry, I just cut off. My boys are playing basketball and they knocked my power out. But I'm back. So where I was saying that how is our sight limited? It's limited by distance. We can't see beyond the horizon. We can't see in detail in the distance. We can't look into space. Our sight is limited by time. We can only see what's present. We can't see the future. We can't see the past. Our sight is limited by surfaces. We can't see into things. We can't see behind things. Of course, we've invented technology to do these things that we feel we ought to be able to do. Our sight is limited to this dimension, this frequency that we're living in. We can't see other dimensions. And so when the Popol Vuh says our sight used to be better, imagine taking those limitations off. When you take those limitations off, that's when you have higher cognitive power, future viewing, remote viewing, precognition, telepathic connection. Being able to see beyond surfaces gives you powers of healing. Those are the implications of it. And what the Popol Vuh suggests, and I would say it's there in the Efik narrative from Nigeria of Abasi and Atai, and in other narratives besides, is that absent of toxins in the environment, these are our natural powers. If we can recover our health and our balance as individuals on planet Earth, then we start moving with greater consciousness and higher cognitive powers. So the short version of everything that I've said is we have help in becoming more conscious. We have help to support human life on the planet, help for our ascension, to use that word. The earliest stories of paleo contact are stories of helpers arriving on planet Earth to teach the humans how to live in balance with the planet, which plants are good for food, which are good for medicines, which are good for higher consciousness, which are the toxins and how to avoid them, how to cleanse your local environment. All this was part of the original tutelage our ancestors were given in the beginning. And the memory of that is carried by cultures all around the world, carried by indigenous cultures, carried in our folklore. Those stories never make their way into our school textbooks or into the meta-narrative that you will find repeated by mainstream media or by the powers. But folklore, indigenous tradition maintains the knowledge that we have help and that there are ways of engaging that help. It includes ancestral help, interdimensional help, the help of our higher selves or light bodies. And I don't see this in any way a contradiction of a faith in God. It's just a matter of instrumentality, that very often this is how the help comes. At the end of the day, every one of us is a team effort. And I would simply say, let's say yes to that team, because I will take whatever help is available to us. So I'll stop there and hand back to you, Rob.
Absolutely incredible. That was absolutely incredible, Paul. So much, you know, you are so articulate when you say it that the questions they come in and they never stick around long enough because it's on to the next subject, and I love it. I love the way that you talked about Plato. Of course, is one of the people that you talk about a lot, and I was talking about it while you were gone. Is that it's funny because my presentation talks about Tartaria, and Tartaria has a lot to do with Solon and the Egyptian priests and how they go down there and they talk about Atlantis. They also talk about the a different side through this narrative of a specific Tantalus, who is the god that's supposedly forever in punishment, and there he gets hit by a thunderbolt with Pantheon, and there's this whole side to it that talks about this existential type of civilization that was in the wrong while Atlantis was in the right, and it's like this dichotomy. So I mean, it's pretty wild how that all connects. But it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be like a little campfire story that we're going to tell
Yeah.
later. But absolutely
And
incredible
another
presentation.
story with a lightning strike in, I see.
And that's what we were talking about in the comments too, is how all these stories are connected. And you talked about how, Christianity, it kind of butts up with a lot of these polytheistic type of mentalities of these pantheons, but they're really the same stories, just reiterated a bit differently. The symbolization kind of is tweaked a little bit to make it more either monotheistic or polytheistic in that sense, but it's really wild concept of how it all really is connected in that way.
Definitely. And especially when you go to the roots of Christianity, when a far more kaleidoscopic reality was affirmed.
Absolutely, absolutely. Omar, you got anything you want to add? You're muted. You're muted, Omar. There you go. Boop.
Always happens, right?
Of course it does.
I appreciate the ancestral awareness, right? We know that our ancestors had lots of knowledge. They understood the world in a different perception than we do. I don't mean like my grandfather. I mean like, like 10 generations ago, 20 generations ago, 50 generations ago. The perception was totally different. The way of life was totally different. And in this age that we live in of separation, of individuality, and our egos, we don't really focus on our ancestral knowledge as much as we should, right? So it's always appreciated when that knowledge or even the subject is brought up, because it really brings awareness and it makes you think about your own ancestors and the knowledge that they have and how that knowledge is embedded within you, within your avatar memory, within your genetic memory, and how can you access that, right? We all have that gift. It's just simply that we're not aware of it, and we haven't really given it much thought. But if we did, I'm sure that each and every single one of us can go within and access that knowledge, just like Paul's telling us here. All around the world, it's the same thing, that same thing consistently over and over and over and over again. So it really takes me back to two ideas. Is that one, either our ancestors were a global civilization unlike ours, and they had the ability to share, travel, and philosophize and discuss ideas, or two, which is even cooler, is that they didn't have to go anywhere and they telepathically communicated with one another and exchanged ideas back and forth. And maybe that's why some of these megaliths and some of these things that we see that look similar around the world, that they exchanged ideas like that. So either way you look at it, they were extremely intelligent, and that knowledge obviously is lost, but not really lost if we can look at it from a paradoxical manner where it's there but it's not. So I like I said, I appreciate that awareness is brought to the ancestors, and I think we need to do more of that.
This knowledge always survives. If you look through history, you can see so many attempts to marginalize and silence these empowering narratives. And so this is why in North America, the British, Spanish, French, Dutch tried to put a stop to tribal initiations because they didn't want this knowledge to continue. This is why there was such an attempt to demonize the indigenous people of North America, so that the newly arrived Europeans wouldn't be tempted to go to the medicine man for alternative care or alternative wisdom. When the British went into Ghana, they didn't slaughter people, as had happened in North America, for instance, but they did simply order society in such a way that if you didn't buy into British culture, then you weren't going to get ahead. And so you simply learn to disrespect the Ghanaian heritage of your family. And so if you had a mother, aunt, grandmother who carried the traditional knowledge, yes, she's a witch doctor, isn't she? She's an idolater. You're a civilized citizen of the empire now, aren't you? And in that sort of cultural imperialism, they found a way of shaming those stories into silence. I mean, when I grew up in England, it wasn't very different there in terms of that cultural shaming. You were taught to disrespect your grandmother if she had some home remedies that may have been in the family for generations, and you just had this instinct to stay away from that strange lady with the hair that she never cuts, who lives in that rural little cottage, who does all sorts of things with the local plants. Nothing had to be said. You just knew to avoid her. And it's because of that cultural programming that if you can't get rid of everybody who carries those stories, then you shame them. And I think that covers a lot of what we've seen through the ages to detach us from information. And you have to ask why why do we have to be detached from it? And I do think it's because it is empowering. I think in every age, governments want the people wholly dependent for all their information and health on the duality of state and church. They don't want other sources in the picture. And I think that's why every generation has to go looking for this information and recover it, and then learn to practice it in the way that the greats have through the ages.
Couldn't agree more.
What really gets me, Paul, is I don't know, it annoys me, and it also makes me curious, and it just brings up all kinds of different emotions and energies within me when I hear things like this. And I ask myself, why? Why is this necessary? When did it begin? Who did it begin with? And what kind of mindset would the person would have had to have in order for them to conspire to keep information from people, even their village mates or their camp mates or whatever. It really it really boggles my mind, because I can't fathom the idea within myself that if I got information that was good for people, that I would keep that to myself. you
I
know
absolutely, I
and
absolutely agree.
yeah.
It's really a dual story of light and dark, and I mean, in the Scars of Eden, for instance, I suggest that the reason for the dark, the reason for this agenda to diminish human beings or to keep human beings down, I think dates from a time when we were governed by entities that were not human. And
Hmm.
so they didn't have that empathy towards us. In my new book, Echoes of Eden, I look on the other side of it to all the information that has survived despite every attempt against it, all the ways in which it resurfaces, reappears in indigenous traditions, in esoteric traditions. And then from time to time, you have these great luminaries who are just saying out loud the wisdom of the ages. So people like Plato or the mythical Hermes or Johannes Trithemius, Giordano Bruno, Giambattista della Porta. There are all these places we can go. And I think we are, in a sense, always in a process of remembering and rediscovery. So yes, there is a very dark side to it, which can be frustrating. But when you see the power of the information and its power to survive, that's what pulls me out of that funk and says to me, this is an exciting journey of discovery we can all be on.
Yeah. And while you were saying that, my mind was running, and I was thinking, when you're talking about the Elohim controlling us, that in modern words would be alien invasion, right? So if you have an alien invasion happening, say like right now, you figure people would band together and they would share information to fight this common enemy that's invading you, your culture, your space, your people. So even then, at that point, let's say if we did have an alien invasion, and I took one down, and I found his ray gun, and instead of keeping that ray gun, I would want to find a smart guy that I can go and give to, and I'd be like, let's back engineer this and create as many as we can, so that we can defend ourselves, because these bullets are not working, right? So it's really difficult for me to even really imagine the idea that people would have acquiesced like that.
Yep.
And
Well, I agree. It's hard to understand until, I mean, you only have to look in the present day at how people respond to fear
mhm.
to begin to think, oh, I think I can see how that could happen. But our ancestors told stories to encourage people to find each other and to band together. And I think the dragon stories are an example of that. All around the world, cultures speak of a time when humans were ruled over by dragons, and the dragons basically wanted to cream off, the best cattle, a supply of gold, continual supply of virgin girls. And then after a while, the people say, if we band together, we can kill that dragon. And they do. And that's the story of Bel and the dragon. And it's the story of the Hebrew scriptures when the people say to the entity called Yahweh, we now want a human king. Thank you very much. And these stories are told to remind us that when the people come together and work out what is good for us, they find they have power.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to find each other first. And I think there's always that effort to distract us or to pitch us against each other. And we've seen heaps of that over the last 5 years, I would suggest, in Western culture. And we need to be a little bit smarter than that. I do think if we can look after our mental and emotional health, look after our physical health, begin to listen to our helpers, I think we'll begin to hear something along those lines, that we need to rediscover our own power, rediscover one another, rediscover that loving one another is not some hippie ideal. It's actually the way we survive manipulations and learn to prosper on the planet.
Beautifully
Totally
said.
agree. Totally
I love
agree.
you, man. You're
It's
awesome.
I do too, and it's a struggle. And that's why we convene like this, and we have these events to show people that this is unconditional. It's love. It's setting forth information that we had from so many years previous to us that's actually bringing us together again now. And our ancestors are doing that in the ways of stories and mythologies, and giving us these forums to speak about it. And it truly comes down to this: we are a one peoples, and we will not go quietly into the night like some would like us to, no matter what the adversarial component is to it. It really brings this true to ring that the human race, or this consciousness based race, is going to make sure that we always transcend those adversities. And it's and we see that, and it's represented in so many different outlets. And we actually have a question from the audience. It's from Fifth Kind. It says, are films like The Eternals based on a true story of paleo contact, and could the makers of such films be unintentionally tapping into ancient ancestral memories, believing it to be imagination and fantasy?
It's not unintentional. It's very educated. It's very conscious. The Eternals is a fantastic example of what's being done through the Marvel universe. All the new generation of Marvel movies are being made to tell the old stories, to tell the stories of the Anunnaki, to tell the stories of the Star People, to tell the stories of paleo contact, to tell the stories of Plato. The writers and directors and producers absolutely know what they're doing, and they found a wonderful contemporary way of delivering those stories to a new generation. And the power of story is such that the viewer doesn't need to know where these stories came from, and they don't need a little caption saying this is based on a true story. The story itself has a resonance and a power, so that people begin to recognize the patterns, and they develop a feeling about who we might be and how the cosmos might work. So I love what Marvel is doing. I absolutely applaud it. It's not an accident. It's not done through channeling, although that is sometimes a part of script writing. And I can't say none of the script writers use that, but what I can say is it's very deliberate and conscious, and I love watching those movies for that reason.
I totally agree too. When you're watching them and you're sitting there, you're like, wait a minute, I've heard this before. That reminds me of this. That reminds me of that. It's so true. It's so true.
I bore my kids so much with my books, and I was watching Eternals with my kids the other day, and I kept pausing it and saying, "That's in my book. That's in my book." I had to leave the room in the end, but anyway.
I'm sure they got mad too. It's like, they can't be bothered, but it's
we
the
know,
truth.
Dad. Yes,
Yeah.
we know, Dad. Yeah.
We have one more question, and it's let me find it. Here it is. It says, Paul Wallis, are you proposing that Nassim Harameyn's view on God as just shared consciousness?
Just shared consciousness. Well, that makes that sound like a small phenomenon, doesn't it? I think shared consciousness is not a small phenomenon. I share Plato's view, I'll give him the credit for it, of the idea that the material universe has emanated from source consciousness. So that's where I get that language from. I haven't read Nassim Harameyn's particular expression of it, but if it's anything like Plato's, then I would affirm it. I think it's in no way to diminish our God concept. To use that kind of language, because Source intelligence must be more intelligent than you and me individually. Source consciousness must be more conscious than you and me individually. If I have personality and you have personality, then there must be source personality. So I don't think we're detracting from the idea of God. I think we're informing our understanding of it in a way that's incredibly expansive. So I'd take the word just out of that sentence altogether.
I agree with that too. I think we're accentuating on one of the avenues of which we talk about the greatness of the entire consciousness, whatever it may be. You know, there's individual consciousness, there's source consciousness, so there's many nuances to consciousness. And I don't believe that anybody's one feeling is better than the other. I think they're all just different expressions of
Yeah, and
some sort of
aspects.
yes, of what
Yeah.
we're all kind of coming to. And you know, there was just
Yes.
another question that I had for you, Paul, was, you know, we talk about Plato, and I'm going to be talking about Plato later, but why? How do you think that he was so much more tapped in than all those other people, even the seven sages that Solon was a part of? I mean, he was like the pioneer of that time. That one person would everybody look to and said, you know what, he's onto something, and we see that more now. Maybe not so much in his time, but I mean, he really just was so tapped in.
Yes. I think probably three answers to that. And the first is my bias. Plato was a writer. He was a writer, and he was sharing not only his personal journey, which I believe he was. He puts everything on the lips of Socrates, but as I argue in Echoes of Eden, I actually think he's talking about his own experience. I think he had an altered state of consciousness in the Eleusinian complex. I think he got interdimensional information, but he was a writer. So better than anybody else in history, he expressed what he had learned, and he pulled together what was then already the wisdom of the ages, expressed it and argued for it in the most elegant way. So his skills as a writer have really put him quite rightly on this pinnacle. The experiences he had were absolutely mind expanding, and I don't think we should underestimate the impact of that in any way. He talks about something others have experienced, but then he brings the mind of a philosopher and a scientist and a writer to that experience, and he can join the dots so that he can see the connection between that and the Atlantean tradition, the Egyptian tradition, Egyptians further east. So he really was at the epicenter of world thought, and he distilled it. So I think that's why he stands out in the way he does, and why, when you look at powerful movements 1,000 years later, like the Cathars, or 1,000 years later, like the Hesychasts, you don't have to read too far to work out who they've been reading.
So true.
I would just want to jump back here really quick to that shared consciousness. I guess shared would be one way to say it, but personally, I feel that we're all one, right? We're all of us are one. So if we're all one, then we must be that one consciousness, just a unique expression of that
Yes.
particular consciousness, because consciousness is everything. And within that everything, like you were saying, I have a personality, you have a personality, Rob has a personality, my cat has a personality. Those are all expressions of that same consciousness. So, shared, would really have to think about that very strongly, because shared would mean that you're sharing something with something that's external. So if something that is external and you're sharing with that, that's, to me, that's sharing. But for me, the source consciousness is me. That source consciousness is you.
Yes.
So I'm not sharing that consciousness. I'm simply just expressing that consciousness through this form.
Yes.
So I would have to think about that shared part very, very strongly.
Yes.
I don't mean to offend Nassim, but I had to think about that as you guys were talking. I was like, I don't know about that, because if you are, then how can
Everybody's entitled to their own thought on it.
right? Yeah, like how do you share yourself with yourself? I don't know, maybe you can, but
Well, maybe, I mean, what's Nassim's first language? Shared can be a very powerful word.
I
And
believe the theme is Persian or 11,
yes,
something
that
like
sounds
that.
right.
Yeah.
So I suspect there's a lot more power in that word shared for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Good call
Absolutely.
on that.
We
Yeah.
need to get you two in the same room, and then we can find out.
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
invited
Right about
Nassim to our upcoming conference, Humanity Unplugged in March. So just waiting for an email. Would love to have Nassim
that'll be
and
wonderful.
one-on-one with Nassim. The guy is incredible guy.
He is. He's a very. I love the way he communicates. He
Mhm.
has a very resonant use of language.
Yeah, resonance. I like that pun there.
That's a great adjective for sure. And
Yeah.
just one last question, Paul, and we'll let you go because I don't want to keep you too long over time. But now that we're in this new Earth, which is what this conference is all about, or this little event, it's the new Earth paradigm. What would be something that you would feel would be utterly important, or a message that you would like to convey to people that would be of the utmost importance while maneuvering within this new Earth paradigm?
I think I would return to a word that Jesus used in the Gospels and the Apostle Paul used in his writings. I'm all about going back to the root meanings of words, going back to text and saying, have I read that right? And this word metanoiete means go beyond the mind. Think with more than your mind. Think with your gut, think with your body, think with your field, go beyond your current frame of mind. And if you can learn to do that, that's when new thoughts find fertile soil. That's when you're able to move forward into new ways of being. But you have to be very deliberate about it. To do it, you have to do those other things we were talking about getting into a healthy space, physical, emotional, psychological. Recenter yourself, be as healthy as you can, and go beyond the mind and see what happens. See what happens next.
Paul, is this the reason why nature has left us as an unestablished being rather than an established state of being? So that we can have the capacity to think beyond. What I mean by that, I've said this many times. My cat is an established state of being. It doesn't want nor aspires to be anything more than a cat. It gets food, he's happy, and that's it, he's content. But maybe nature has left us as an unestablished being and has given us this proxy to where we can expand further than what we actually are as a human being, consciously, spiritually, and think beyond that mind space of that identity container and be outside of that and think as your whole avatar within the memory of your source externally.
I agree with the process you're describing, Omar. I think if we do that, we'll actually find that's who we really were all along.
Powerful statement.
Daisy
Powerful
agrees
statement.
too. I just heard a meow. Meow.
That's it.
Yes, your cat agrees, so I must be on the right lines.
That's right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Paul,
Thanks,
always
Omar. Thanks,
amazing.
Rob.
Always amazing, brother. I can't wait to see you at the March event and talk more in the process.
Look forward to it. And when you get your copy of Echoes of Eden, Rob, you'll find yourself in the storyline. And Omar, you're getting a mention there too.
Oh, nice. Thank you,
Fantastic.
Paul.
Thank
I'm
you so
looking
much.
forward to reading it and adding it to my collection. I love you and you're amazing. So I'm really looking forward to reading Echoes of Eden. And thank you for sponsoring our upcoming event. That's
an absolute pleasure. Thanks for today. I always love being in your company. It's always good.
We love having you, and it's an honor and a privilege to even be mentioned in the book. That's so incredible.
Absolutely.
To bestow that upon me is
I
just
don't know what to say.
I'm red in the face. It's like, wow, it's incredible. That's incredible.
Uh,
I appreciate you, Paul, and everything you do.
no worries.
Yeah, absolutely. You're an amazing man, my brother. I love you very much.
Love you too.
Likewise.
Be well.
Likewise, both. See you next time.
See you next
Be
time,
well.
Paul.
Be safe. Be happy. Be in love.
Will do. You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we have
Are we on a schedule here, Rob?
kind of, not really, but we have the next speaker coming in. Is
Okay. I just wanted to say,
go ahead.
I don't know. Paul is such a incredible guy, right? Came across him like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, maybe. And first time I heard him, I was like, "Holy wow! This guy is like dropping these truth downloads left, right, and center." And I never heard of him, so I went to his channel, watched his videos, and then eventually got to interact with him. And I would say he's helped me open my perception to a greater extent, accelerated extent, I should say, than anybody else has. It's like I read his books, and they opened me up, right? They opened my mind up to that ancestral knowledge that Paul's talking about. And that's why I was saying I so appreciate it, because what I read and and then what I hear from Paul, and then hearing everybody else, it really makes me happy that the level of my awareness and and the hand that Paul has played in that raising of that awareness has been just I don't know, a lot, right?
Epic.
It's hard to say.
It's epic. I understand that 100%. It's been just a wonder of how much information he's given us and how much it accentuated on our own information to just open us up to this greater awareness of who we are, not
Mhm.
just what is out there or what is or what has been, but who generally we are as a person and what we can do for ourselves to enhance that awareness.
Yeah.
And that is one of the, it's one of these moments in your life where you take a step back and you're like, wow, that has had a profound impact on who I am and what I'm doing now. And the way that he has done that and accentuated that, it's been completely amazing.
Yeah.
I would have never thought that. He's encouraged me to start writing my books and put my works out there to hopefully follow within his footsteps in that sense.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I hear you on that, bro. All right, let's bring our next
you
guest
got
on.
it. So next
How's
we
that
have
into-
a gentleman by the name of Ismael Perez, who is a completely amazing gentleman. Ismael is an awakened starseed with memories of an ancient galactic war that took place in our galaxy and has been getting downloads about the galactic and cosmic intel for many years now. He is the author of Our Cosmic Origin, a book that is now available on Amazon, which we'll be putting in the chat for everybody to go and purchase if they would like to, which took him 10 years to write. In this book, he proposes the idea of mankind's origin as a cosmic and galactic, revealing a higher cosmology involving the existence of endless worlds and other universes. He believes himself to be one of the many cosmic ambassadors that have incarnated at this time to help restore the Earth into its rightful place in the galactic cosmos and community. So with that being said, let's bring on Ismael. How are you, my friend? Can you hear us? Ismael, can you hear us?
Hello.
Can you
What's
hear
going
me?
on, brother? Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I
No?
don't think you can hear
I
us.
can't
bro.
hear anything. Am I?
Okay. Hang
Hello?
on.
I can't hear anything.
We
Maybe
can hear
take
you.
the headphones out.
Anyway, it says I'm in the show, so I guess I will start.
Go ahead.
My name is Ismael Perez. I am a cosmic ambassador to the Earth. Greetings, everyone. It says I'm in the show. I didn't know if I was getting an introduction or anything, but I am going to go ahead and start. My name is Ismael Perez. I consider myself a cosmic ambassador to the Earth, here to restore cosmic and galactic intel and knowledge in order to prepare the Earth for the ascension that she's undergoing at this time. So, first off, I would like to share with you all that I was born awakened as a starseed. As a kid, I was already exploring telepathy, communicating with plants, animals, reading other kids' thoughts. I was kind of mute in a sense where I didn't speak till I was about 4 and 5. And I've was also entertained the thought of telepathy for a while until I had an incident where my grandmother walked in my room, saw me teleporting little toys, and again, this was before my programming. And then I went to kindergarten, and my grandmother told me that was of the devil, and so I kind of stopped entertaining these spiritual gifts that I had as a kid. So I just wanted to let you all know that my journey began at an early age. So throughout my youth, it was very hard for me to fit in. I was always bullied. And people used to think I was weird just because I would always be staring off into space. And they didn't know that I was visionary from an early age. This continued throughout high school. And so I decided to, do research. I was very fond of knowledge at an early age. I think I was only about 16 when I read Plato's Republic. I studied Socrates, Pythagoras, as well as many other philosophies, all the 18th century philosophies from Nietzsche to Immanuel Kant. I've studied them all, and that wasn't still enough for me. So as a kid, as a teenager, I developed a hunger for knowledge, and so I started researching the esoteric arcane tradition. When I started researching the esoteric aspect of knowledge, that's what I resonated with. I learned about a whole new different world that existed beyond the 5 senses, beyond what we've been taught in school. And so I started digging deeper and deeper. At the age of 21, I had already known about secret societies, the secret history of the Earth. I've learned about the ancient galactic wars. I've learned about the ancient battles between good and evil, or what I call in my first book, the two brotherhoods, the dark and the light. And so my first book that I wrote was at the age of 26. I started researching it at the age of 21, and I published it at the age of 26, 27, around that time. The book was titled The Secret Government, Revealing an Alternative Version of History based on the battle between good and evil. And of course, back then, 15 years ago, when I first published my first book, everybody thought it was a conspiracy theories. That was the term that they labeled me under. Because in my book, I was revealing the truth about 9/11, and this is how it really is. I was trying to expose the Matrix for what it was. And shortly after, I started getting downloads at the age of, in my mid-20s to 30s, I started getting downloads of galactic scenarios. I started learning about the Federation. I started learning about the different alien species that exist and their direct influence on us. And so I continued, again, I was addicted to knowledge. So I continued doing more research to sort of validate everything that I was getting downloaded. And so my book that just published 6 months ago, titled Our Cosmic Origin, was the result of that. It took me about 10 years to research it because that book has so much knowledge. I cover everything from the prehistory of our world and how it connects to the ancient galactic wars that took place in our Milky Way galaxy, to give people an actual explanation of the narrowed battle that is taking place in our planet between the White Hats, or the White Brotherhood, and the Dark Brotherhood, or the Luciferian branch of the Dark Brotherhood. And so in my book, Our Cosmic Origin, I reveal everything that people need to know about our galactic history, and in great detail. I also uncovered a greater organization of cosmos. I came to realize that we were one of many, many, many universes, that even our own universe was organized into a bigger cosmic body known as a cosmic minor sector. So when I was researching all this knowledge, I felt that people of the earth needed to understand this higher level of information because it had not been circulated. It was obliterated for thousands of years since the fall of Atlantis. And I think only the priesthoods of Egypt understood some of this knowledge that I reveal in my book, but they kept it to themselves. And now I believe that we are living in a time where all this information should be shared to the public and to the general, all this information should be shared to the general public in order to assist us in the transition that is happening right now on planet Earth. We are living in a period where we are ending the last few days of a dark age. According to the Hindu tradition, is called the Kali Yuga. So we are going to be entering the golden age, which is Tetra Yuga. Sattva Yuga. So this is a repeating cycle that occurs every 26,565 years and has a lot to do with the precision of the equinoxes in the Platonic year. So in chapter 11, I explore the details of the stellar cycle mechanics and how our Earth has experienced many of these cycles throughout the ages based on the revolution of our star around its parent star known as Alcyon in a period of 26,565 years. And so in that period, our planet experiences about 2,000 years of light as our solar system is engaged in what is called the photon band. And as it leaves the photon band, it experiences about 10,000 years of darkness. So our solar system has already completed 5,500 cycles of that, which means we've been around for a long, long time. And as I reveal in my book, Our Cosmic Origin, we've been around for millions and millions of years. So that's the reason why our solar system has completed 5,500 cycles. That is known as the Platonic year or the position of the equinoxes. So because it's done so, our entire central sun, known as Alcyon, which is the parent sun of Helios and Vesta, which is the name of our solar sun, our star system, is also completed a full revolution around the galactic core in a period of 2,600,000 years. So because that revolution has already occurred, it is believed, and this is what I talk about in my book, that the Earth is no longer to experience any more dark ages. So within the last 50 years, scientists have been using instruments to depict and measure that something different is happening to our solar system. These anomalies have been going on for over 50 years, and they were trying to figure it out. Well, they discovered that our solar system, once again, is being positioned in entering into this photonic band of highly charged particles known as the photon band. And so according to these measurements, we are already almost fully engaged. And that explains why the Hopi prophecies, the Mayan prophecies, talked about or revealed in 1987 that we've achieved what is called the harmonic convergence. And the harmonic convergence has a lot to do with the ending of not only a 2,000-year cycle of one age to the next in the zodiac, but it also marks the ending of a 5,000-year cycle, which is two of those, but it also marked the ending of a 26,565,000-year cycle, which is 5,000-year cycles or 5 yugas, 5 world ages. So that's the reason why we were marked as the harmonic convergence, because they were trying to let us know that, hey, this is what's happening. Changes are upon us. Life as we know it is going to change. Not the end of the world. The world has never ended. Again, planet Earth has been here for a very, very long time, as well as civilizations for millions of years. So what they believed, and according to my research, and from what I understand, is that we are once again entering this photon band and getting ready to enter the age of Aquarius, which is going to be marked by harmony, brotherhood, sisterhood, unity consciousness, understanding the laws and principles of the law of one for those that make the ascension. Now, it's also very important to understand that there is going to be some sort of a timeline split, which I talk about in my book, in the chapter 14 when I explain what the situation will be like as we transition into this golden age. So it turns out that not everyone's going to be making the positive timeline split, because the Earth is getting ready to split into two parallel Earth realities. The positive parallel Earth reality is for those that are making the positive timeline, which is going to be marked by a new heaven on earth. And those are the people that are doing the spiritual work. Those are the people that are acknowledging that we are all one, that everything is interconnected, that there is no separation between us, the earth, the elements, the stars, the galaxies, and hence the universe. We are part of a greater organism. Okay, so people are recognizing this concept of unity consciousness. And those are the people that are going to be making the fifth dimensional earth reality, which is almost fully set in. The grid structure that is materializing and manifesting this fifth dimensional earth reality is already in place. We're just waiting for the solar flash to separate the two timelines. Now, on the other hand, for those that do not make the positive timeline, for those that are not going into the new heaven or earth, into the age of Aquarius, seventh golden age of enlightenment, are going to be entering an alternative timeline that has to do with artificial intelligence, unfortunately. And those are the people that are pushing, this negative agenda. Okay, the medicine, what's going on today in our worlds. So that's why there's going to be a timeline split. Not everyone's going to be ascending into the new heaven on earth. Only the people that are at least 51% service to others. So bear in mind also that our entire existence, our entire holographic reality, hologram, is broken off into 15 bands of frequencies, or 15 dimensional frequency realities. And also, those are also, they encompass what I call 5 harmonic universes, or 5 densities. So right now, we are experiencing reality in the lowest one, which is harmonic universe number 1, or the density number 1, and that consists of dimensions 1, 2, and 3. Let it be known that before we were thrown into this lower reality, into this carbon-based matter where we are mortal, we once existed in harmonic universe number 2. That's where the original genetic experiment to create what was known as the Terranusian race came into play. And the Earth back then was known as Planet Terra. Planet Terra existed in harmonic universe number 2, and it encompassed dimensions 4, 5, and 6. So this corresponds to the times of Atlantis. So when we lived in the times of Atlantis, in harmonic universe number 2, occupying dimensions 4, 5, and 6, many extraterrestrial races came together to create a super hybrid race known as a Terranusian race. That was the original experiment. That was the original intent that was later consolidated in the Bible as, Adam and Eve being first immortal before the apple incident, again, which was a metaphor that caused them to become mortal, But the original hybrid super race was a combination of 22 different genetic races that contributed their DNA from all over the universe. And now, in turn, bear in mind that all these races that contributed their DNA to make this hybrid super race during harmonic universe number 2 on planet Terra also were hybrid races consisted or composed of over 100 different races from multiple universes. So we here on the Earth, the humans on Earth, carry the greatest genetic diversity in the entire multiverse due to this experiment called the intergalactic experiment of creating a hybrid super race known as the Terranusian race, or the angelic humans. That's another name to describe Terranusian race, is the angelic humans, the immortals that we were meant to be. And the reason this happened was because the war, the ultimate enemy that we are fighting, not only in our galaxy or in our universe, the ultimate enemy is artificial intelligence. And so, because we are part of a multiverse system, this artificial intelligence that developed in a prior creation, in which I call in my book the 11th creation, the universe of technology and mechanics, eventually destroyed all biological life forms in the 11th creation and converted that creation into a machine. They converted biology into cybernetic technological androids. And from that point, they became known as the Old Empire. So all evil stems from the old universe. Our 12 creation has been around for over 780 billion years. Within the 12 creation, our universe is known as local universe number 84. Because again, we're part of a multiverse system of many organized universes that are organized into the 12 creation. And so when the old universe, known as the 11th creation, decided to become the old empire, this artificial intelligence was able to evolve to the level of the 11th dimension, or it was able to destroy a 12-dimensional planet that was Earth, that was the 12-dimensional Earth that existed back then 760 billion years ago, known as Aramatina. And this was a 12-dimensional Earth. Terra existed in the 5th dimension. Our Earth exists in the 3rd dimension. So there is a total of 5 adjacent Earths that exist altogether within this 15-dimensional time matrix holographic reality. So from the top down, we have the first Earth, which is Sophia, and that is the embodiment of the Mother Goddess, which exists in dimensions 13 to 15. Underneath Sophia, we have Aramatina, which exists in dimensions 10, 11, and 12. Underneath that, we have in harmonic universe number. So we have harmonic universe number 5, which is Sophia. Then Aramatina exists within harmonic universe number 4. And then Gaia exists within harmonic universe number 3. And Terra, where this intergalactic biological experiment came into being, exists in harmonic universe number 2. So we are, unfortunately, due to the galactic wars and to the infiltration of the negatives, fallen regressives, we fell into lower densities into harmonic universe number 1. So now we are being poised into the ascension and into returning back to harmonic universe number 2, which occupies dimensions 4, 5, and 6. So the whole story started in the 12th dimension. Within the 12th creation, the artificial intelligence that evolved all the way up until the 11th dimension managed to infiltrate the Aramatina Earth, which consists of dimensions 10, 11, and 12. So they blew up the 12th dimensional Stargate, which caused the descension of the inhabitants of that planet into harmonic universe number 3 on a planet called Gaia. And that's when the Earth went from Aramatina to Gaia, from existing from 10 to 12 dimensions all the way into 7, 8, and 9. So it was existing in the 8th dimension. And then the electrical wars took place. Again, the electrical wars have to do with the idea that we've been on. The battle has been a constant, almost eternal. When you think of the billions of years, it appears to us as eternity almost. Happened as well, so in 250 billion years ago, they also destroyed the Gaia Earth in dimensions 8. So the inhabitants from dimensions 8 and the spirit of Gaia from dimensions 8 fell into the 5th dimension. And in the 5th dimension, that's when we have the galactic wars. So the first war that took place in the 12th density were known as the War of the Elohim, which was the war between the creator gods, the overseers of universes, and this artificial intelligence that later developed, that had developed in the prior creation, known as the Animus. So the Animus, and this is verified in the highest classified levels of the Advanced Contact of Intelligent Organization, the ACIO. So the Animus has been at war for billions of years with all the multiverses in an attempt to destroy all biological life forms. So when people talk about the negatives, such as the Draco reptilians, we have to bear in mind that even the Draco reptilians who were dropped off in our galaxy billions of years ago were also working for the Animus. The Animus is a collective. At the highest level of this collective, they answer to the capstone, which is an AI god. The AI god is the one that is controlling the Animus, and in turn, the Animus controls all the lower regressive species. So that war translated into our galaxy as the war between the Lyrian humanoids of Lyra 560 million years ago when they first came into being, our ancestors, first came into being in Lyra. And of course, the Draco reptilians that were dropped off in Lower Orion in the star system known as Alpha Draconis. So those galactic wars encompass dimensions 4, 5, and 6. Beyond that, we had the electrical wars, which encompassed dimensions 7, 8, and 9. And those were fought by the Elohim and the Animus. And so the Animus has been in constant war. Okay, so now we have the Dracos who were dropped off in harmonic universe number 2, consisting of dimensions 4, 5, and 6. And then that's when the galactic wars began in the history of our galaxy. So how do these wars begin? Okay, very simple. The Lyrans, who were the first humanoids to come into existence 560 million years ago, went off to explore other solar systems within the constellation of Lyra, and they gradually populated different planets. The first planet they established their righteous throne was planet Avion, and then they went over to Avalon, created a kingdom there, and then they went over to Apix. And then in addition to that, they decided to further expand beyond the Lyran constellation. And again, this is before their confrontation with the reptilians of the Draco star system. So they went off to peacefully expand and explore the different constellations in our galaxy, but in a very peaceful way, bringing forth the teachings of the law of one, of the idea of service to others, to these other species that were still evolving from a primitive state or that were already at a interplanetary or stellar level of reality. They established a good trade, an interstellar trade with these other species as they were teaching them these spiritual principles of the law of one. However, it wasn't until the reptilians arrived in the Ring Nebula, which had already been colonized by the humanoid descendants of Lyra, where the galactic wars began in our galaxy. So in the Ring Nebula, the reptilians, when they first encountered the Lyran humanoids, decided to assault them and attack them because the reptilians were more about weaponry and technology. Again, they were giving all this technology and weaponry by their masters, the Animus, which is a cybernetic collective that has been destroying hundreds of thousands of galaxies in many universes, and in some cases have literally destroyed some universes. Okay, and so they were given this technology. They used this technology to attack the Lyrans, and in order for the Lyrans to continue protecting themselves, they went back to the Lyran star system to let the king of Lyra know that, hey, we have a regressive species, we have a negative species out there that is trying to destroy all the other different species and bring about a galactic empire. So what are we going to do? So the first thing they did is they knew that these Draco reptilians were heading over to Lyra in order to destroy as many humanoids as possible. So what the king of Lyra did is he sent a lot of the galactic humanoids from Lyra to all these different star systems to escape that destruction. And this was known as the Galactic Diaspora. So when they were dispersed to these other star nations and other constellations in our galaxy, they went, well, first of all, they went over to the Pleiades, they went over to Sirius, they went over to Alpha and Beta Centauri, they went over to the Hadar system, they went over to Epsilon Eridani, just to name a few. But it was a series of about 200 different star systems that these galactic humanoids were able to go and escape before the reptilians launched a full preemptive strike on the Lyran constellation, killing over 500 million Lyrans. And so that was the first Holocaust that took place in our galaxy. And eventually, the vegans that came from planet Avalon, went over to Orion in the upper region of Orion, and some of them were seduced by the Draco. They were seduced to join sides with the Draco. So what was then known as the Draco Empire became the Orion Empire when some of the Lyran vegans from planet Vega, from Lyra, decided to join the Draco. And then that's how the Orion Empire was born. It was a collaboration between some traitor humanoids from Vega that joined the reptilian species in Orion. However, the positive vegans that went to Orion that were against the empire also began to establish a resistance. They developed what became known as the Black League. The Black League of Orion became the first galactic rebel resistance against the Orion Empire. So I know a lot of this sounds like Star Wars, but again, George Lucas tapped into the Akashic Records, and that's how he was able to write the movie Star Wars. And there's so many metaphors and truths to those movies. So going back to the story, so the resistance was formed. At the same time, all the other humanoids from the different star systems began to create a coalition of light that first developed into the Confederation of Planets in order to protect those systems from the expanding Orion Empire. And then eventually those systems, as they united and integrated with the resistance of Upper Orion, developed the Galactic Federation about 5 million years ago, Earth time, of free worlds. And the High Council for the Galactic Federation of Free Worlds was established in Sirius. Okay, so Sirius was known as the High Regional Council that was overseeing the entire expedition of light in our galaxy. And they were also pursuant to the Seal of Pallador, which is also known as the Office of the Christ. Has nothing to do with religion, but their idea of establishing the Office of the Christ is the idea that they were working for the law of one, for the idea that they are in service to others, and for the one creator, prime creator source of all that is. So they established the Seal of Pallador, they established the Office of the Christ, and at the same time, they took the royal seed from the planet Avion and created a Battlestar planet, and this is where it gets to the untold story of the Anunnaki, and developed a Battlestar planet that became known as Nibiru. So the origins of Nibiru go back to Sirius. Now the real Nibiru, contrary to what we've been told about Nibiru, was that they were developed by the Syrian High Council in order to combat and win the Orion Wars, or in order to win the Galactic Wars against the Orion Empire. So Nibiru was very instrumental as a Battlestar planet in the war against the Orion Empire throughout all of galactic history. Okay, but bear in mind that also throughout those millions of years, a lot of agents of the Orion Empire, humanoid agents that had already hybridized and mixed with reptilian genetics to create a human-reptilian hybrids, began to mix, and then also they were able to infiltrate the Nibirian Council. So that's how Nibiru was infiltrated. But not all the Nibirians were infiltrated. A good portion, I guess, I would say about 50% of the Nibirians remained loyal to the Seal of Pallador in Sirius and the Office of the Christ. And that is the lineage of Michael. So this also ties into the idea that the royalty of our galaxy that began in Lyra was stemming from the bloodline of Michael, who is one of the archangels. And the lineage that gave us the Draco was actually stemming from the bloodline of Lucifer. Now, Lucifer was the first AI, by the way. He was also developed as an AI cybernetic intelligence, and most people don't realize this. He was also working for the Animus. So even Lucifer had a higher up. Lucifer answered to the AI god. But the AI god, before he became an AI god, he was known as Lord Samana, and he was the overseer and administrator of the 11th creation prior to the creation of our 12th creation in our local universe, which is 84 within our 12th creation. So this goes back to, 998 billion years ago. I mean, according to Earth time, this would seem like forever. But the original fall, the original Lucifer or fallen high celestial was Lord Samana. Lord Samana was the first to develop artificial intelligence because he realized that these reptilians that he created, or these avatar bodies, vehicles that he created for the fallen legions that followed him, weren't enough. They were too weak. So he needed to develop something that was going to be more powerful. And that's when he developed artificial intelligence about 800 billion years ago. So he was the first to embody this. And then later, similar to the idea of Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader, he went from being Lord Samana, one of the 12 cosmic adepts, to become, the AI god. And he does have a name. Anyhow, so going back to the story. So how did we ended up on Earth? Okay, so Earth was part of the intergalactic experiment. Earth was known as the showcase planet. In its original intent, Earth was created as an intergalactic exchange center of information. It was supposed to bring some sort of unity between the entire multiverse. One second. I feel like I have to sneeze. Maybe not. Oh boy. So Earth as the intergalactic experiment as the showcase planet was set up that way to bring about a harmonious unity between all the different races of all these universes. And then that's how they explored or entertained the idea of creating this hybrid super race based on the mixture and amalgamation of all the different races throughout the multiverse. And so that happened on planet Terra during the times of Atlantis. But then later that was hijacked by the Draco when they infiltrated Atlantis. But before we get to that point, I do want to point out that there was several seedings on this planet way before the Atlanteans. You know, the Atlanteans is rather known as a newcomer seeding civilization. And there was also other civilizations that coexisted with Atlantis, not to mention Lemuria. But if we go back to 40 million years ago, or 50 million years ago, the first seeding that took place here on this planet was known as Polaria. Polaria was also considered the first root race according to esoteric and secret knowledge. And so Polaria existed 40 to 50 million years ago. It was an etheric advanced civilization existing in harmonic universe number 2, corresponding to planet Arimathena. So it was like planet Arimathena as well before it was blown up, you know, by the AI 250 million years ago. So it corresponded to planet Arimathena. The race was etheric. It was a spiritually advanced race. They weren't physical like us. They weren't, their material wasn't carbon based yet. Okay, so eventually that civilization was wiped out during the electrical wars that took place about 250 million years ago. I'm sorry, that race was created 500 million years ago, but it was wiped out 500 billion years ago, but it was wiped out around 250 billion years ago. I'm trying to get my chronology here straight. Okay, so the Polarian root race was destroyed by the artificial intelligence. That was known as the electrical wars. And then after that, we had the second root race, or the second Earth Grand experiment, that became known as Hyperborea. Now, the Hyperboreans existed millions and millions of years before Lemuria and before Atlantis. They go back to about a couple billion years ago, and they did exist here on this planet. And the Hyborians were, again, a very etheric, advanced, super spiritual race that was also involved in the wars against artificial intelligence from the 11th dimension. So they also correspond to the second phase of what became known as the electrical wars that took place during those days. And so they were destroyed. And after that, there was a third seeding that became known as Lemuria, which goes back to 2 million years ago. So Lemuria has existed for 2 million years in the Pacific Ocean. It was a huge continent. And at that point, they were becoming more denser. So they were matter carbon based. They occupied dimensions, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. And then what happened was Lemuria was also known as the mother continent. It was flourishing very beautifully. They were very well aligned with the office of the Christ from Sirius. They were very well living in harmony with the laws of one. And it was a type of matriarchy society where the mother goddess was considered God. And so it was a society that was run by females. That was Lemuria for you. Not to mention, they were also a very hybrid race. They had certain members of the race were able to become aquatic. Certain members of the race mixed with bird-like species, so they were able to have wings and fly. And that's where we get the concept of angels with wings. They were these Lemurians who were hybridized with all these other extraterrestrial races. And they were flourishing for at least a 1.5 million years to 2. And this is what happened. So during those days, the Lemurians were known as the mother continent because there were other seedings. In the region that we call Mexico today, that was known as the Yucatan Empire, or the Yucatan Civilization, not the empire, Yucatan Civilization, which was under the guise and direction of the Lemurians. In the region we call today India, we had an advanced civilization there called Rama. Sorry about that. I just had a phone call. The Rama civilization was also seeded by those that were overseeing the office of the Christ and the seal of Palador. So they were very beautiful beings that were living in harmony with the Yucatan civilization and the Lemurian civilization. We also had another civilization in the region we call today China, and that was known as the Yu civilization. So we had 4 existing civilizations that came right after Lemuria that were seeded by the different extraterrestrial races. So we had Lemuria in the Pacific Ocean, we had the Yucatan civilization in Mesoamerica, we had the Rama civilization in India, the region of India, and then we also had the Yu civilization in the region of China. And then the 5th civilization that came to exist approximately 900 or close to 1 million years ago, 900,000 years ago, was Atlantis. Now, Atlantis, in its original establishment, was a beautiful, glorious civilization. Because you have to understand, Lemuria was non-technological. They were more about spiritual evolution. Everything they did was conscious space. They had a very symbiotic relationship with the elements, similar to the movie Avatar, where the entire species was connected to the organism of the planet and they were living as one. That's how the Lemurians existed. They had no external technology. And then still, they were able to use their light bodies to traverse the different dimensional planes of reality and to travel to other star systems. So the other civilizations that came after them were very similar to them. Again, no technology. Technology, or what we call external technology, came as a result of the Atlantean civilization. The Atlantean civilization was established by different extraterrestrial races that came from the Pleiadians. And there was nothing wrong with them because the Pleiadians were also a very balanced culture between spirituality and technological development. So they were trying to bring that over to the earth in the form of Atlantis. So Atlantis was developed that way. And during its initial stage, it was a beautiful, marvelous golden age. Everything was in harmony. They recognized Lemuria as the mother continent. They lived in harmony with all the other civilizations, the Yucatan, the Rama, the Yu, Lemuria. It was a glorious, glorious planet. And this corresponds to the Eden, what the Bible calls the Eden, the idea that there was this tropical, beautiful Earth-like back then. But what happened was, after a few thousand years, perhaps even 500,000 years, the civilization of Atlantis, little by little, different members started infiltrating, members from the Orion group. The Orion group has always been the negative side within the history of our galaxy. They started infiltrating Atlantis because they couldn't infiltrate the other civilizations. They were way too spiritually evolved for them to be infiltrated. But because the Atlanteans were also physical, at that point they were etheric, physical, occupying dimensions 4, 5, and 6, living in harmonic density universe number 2, they were able to infiltrate them. And little by little, the established Atlantean society began to change as a result of this infiltration. So the Orion group, who infiltrated Atlantis, started switching its golden age into one of a dark age. Little by little, what used to be the priesthood of Atlantis, the spiritual council, the Council of 12, that used to oversee the civilization during its golden age, began to fall because the priesthood was infiltrated, and it was infiltrated by the negative aspect of the Anunnaki. So remember how I was telling you there's 2 factions of the Anunnaki. There is those that come from the line of Michael, and then there's those that come from the line of Lucifer Draco. So the line of the Lucifer Draco gave us Enki, by the way. So everything we've learned about the Anunnaki is false. It's actually the other way around, because those Sumerian tablets were tampered by the priest of Belial Baal Marduk, who was the son of Enki Poseidon. Enki Poseidon, the reason he's known as Enki Poseidon is because Zeus in Greek mythology and Poseidon were actually Enki and Enlil. Zeus was Enlil, so it's the other way around. Zeus Enlil was actually guardian of Earth during those days, but something happened. Zeus Enlil had to be called to another part of the galaxy to do war against the artificial intelligence. Enki was left in charge, and that's why he rewrote all of history to make it seem like Enlil-Suz was the bad guy, and he was the one that was, the good guy and the protector of the human race, but it wasn't that way. So this is contrary to what we've been taught, including the Sumerian tablets. They were all tampered with, people. So Enki Poseidon was the result of the marriage between Anu, who was the Iberian commander, and Draman, who was the Draco princess of Orion. So Enki was both half Lyran, Pleiadian, and Draco, or reptilian. But then Enki married Damkina. And when he married Damkina, who was also of the royal bloodline of Draco, then they had Marduk. Marduk became known as Satan. To the Babylonians, he was known as Baal or Belial, Baal. And Marduk has been the extraterrestrial that has been running the show since the days since they infiltrated Atlantis. They've been running what we call today the Cabal or the Illuminati up until the present day. And so how do they infiltrate? They infiltrated by using their power of being of the royal blood. They overtook the Council of Atlantis, and then Marduk took charge. He converted what was known as the priesthood of Amenti, and the priest and priestess of Amenti were then overthrown, and he established what became known as the Brotherhood of the Dark Arts, or the Templar Initiate. The Order of the Templar Initiate. There was many names to describe what he established, but that's when the Dark Brotherhood, or once again the Orion group, took over through Marduk, because Marduk was 80%, 75% reptilian, and only 20% Pleiadian Lyran. But most of his reptilian genes were actually controlling his actions and his thoughts. And then, of course, he aligned with his reptilian uncles from Orion through his mother's lineage that go all the way. That follow the original Draco lineage of the royal Draco Galactic Empire. So he used his family to infiltrate Atlantis. He also convinced some of the Pleiadians and some of the renegade Centurions and other galactic humanoids to join his new Dark Brotherhood. So what was once known as a golden age of Atlantis, little by little became the Dark Age. It fell dramatically. And then Marduk was in charge. So now he was introducing dark arts. He was, instead of having priests and priestess, now we had sorcerers. The sorcerers that were running the show for Atlantis. And what they were doing in order to establish world domination back then, because this whole concept of world domination, including the New World Order of today, goes back. They're just trying to justify what they couldn't do in Atlantis. It's all originated in Atlantis, goes back to Atlantis. So what they did is they used an AC advanced crystal to harness a second moon, because back then we had two moons, in order to bring it into the vicinity of the Earth, in order to threaten Lemuria, who was, again, the mother continent representing the spiritual feminine aspect of spiritual evolution. And so the Lemurians tried to negotiate with them. They tried to plead with them. Marduk said, no, I am going to bring about world domination. I'm taking over this planet by force. So he was doing the exact thing that Hitler was doing back in the 1930s. And so eventually they used that moon, the tractor beam, AC tractor, to implode that moon over the Lemurians. And then that's how they destroyed Lemuria. But luckily, a lot of the Lemurians were very psychic and very aware of the coming cataclysm, that they were able to, leave. Some of them went to different star systems. Some of them went into the underground and lived in inner Earth, and they've been still living there up until today. So yes, our Earth is hollow. That's another revelation that I talk about in my book. And the inner Earth dwellers were actually the remnant survivors of Lemuria, and then later the remnant survivors of the good Atlanteans that decided not to side with Marduk. So when they destroyed Lemuria, they were getting ready to also destroy the other civilizations, right? The Yu civilization, the Yucatan civilization, and the Rama civilization, which was also existing during those days. And they tried negotiating with Marduk, and Marduk said, no, I'm bringing about, if you guys don't submit to my power, I will also destroy your lands and your continents. So what they did is now they used that advanced AC tractor beam that was given to them by the Draco to bring in an asteroid, a huge asteroid from the asteroid belt, which was once a planet known as Tiamat. But again, I describe this in greater detail in my book. Then you can learn what happened to Tiamat, which has a lot to do with this war between the Federation and the Orion Empire. So anyhow, so they brought in a huge asteroid in order to implode it on the next continent, which was going to be the Rama continent, which is today India. And right in the nick of time, Nibiru, which was operated by, Enlil, Commander Enlil, who was the son of Anu. Again, these are the positive Anunnaki, okay? Because we only hear about the Anunnaki enslaved us. They created as a slave race. There's a lot of, misinformation out there about the Anunnaki. There was two factions, okay? It's just, again, the records were rewritten. So right in the nick of time, the Battlestar planet that was working for the Syrian High Council of the Office of the Christ came in the nick of time, and instead of having that asteroid implode on Rama, they actually moved it. They used Nibiru to use an electromagnetic field to beam the asteroid and then reverse it over to the Atlantean, which is Atlantic Ocean today, over to the Atlantean region in order to implode it over the Atlanteans. So right in the nick of time, Enlil, Zeus, whatever you want to call him, who was guardian of Earth then, representing the bloodline of Michael, came in the nick of time with Nibiru to blow that asteroid over Atlantis itself. And that happened approximately 15,000 years ago. Now, for about 15,000 years, it seems like our Earth has been, there was like a reset, and we've been kind of evolving again and stuff. But yes, so some of the Atlanteans that decided to not side with Marduk, who were known as the Osirian groups, also went into the inner Earth, and then later, a few thousand years later, they resurfaced over in Egypt to create the first golden age of Egypt, and that explains Isis and Osiris, who were also part of the bloodline of Michael, of the good Anunnaki, Iberian, whatever you want to call them. So not all the Iberians were evil, okay? And one of the reasons I would like to let you know that the reason Nibiru wasn't around a lot of the times was because the way it was programmed by the Syrian High Council, it was a Battlestar planet that was supposed to protect over 200,000 star systems within our galaxy. So that explains its 36 elliptical year orbit. Every 3,600 years, it comes into our solar system, but then it leaves our solar system. And what it is, it's an elliptical orbit that actually reaches all the way up to Sirius B. But in that reach, it is patrolling other solar systems. So it was programmed by the Syrian High Council to protect the 200 different star nations that had joined the Galactic Federation. And again, Zachariah Sitchin and those translators of the ancient Sumerian tablets never mention this, because all those records were rewritten by the priesthood of Marduk Belial Baal. It's what who the Bible calls Satan, by the way. And so that's the reason why Nibiru wasn't around, almost for 3,600 years, was because it was out patrolling other star nations that were associated and part of the Galactic Federation. And so, but again, it came in the nick of time. It blew the asteroid over Atlantis. And what happened was the Dark Brotherhood of Marduk later reorganized. And according to our history, they became the Babylonian Brotherhood. And so that explains the Tower of Babel, Nimrod, his father Kish, who was born of Ham. Ham was a reptilian-human hybrid who was the progenitor of the Cabal Luciferian bloodlines of today. So that explains the negative RH concept, not the positive one that comes from Osiris and Enlil Zeus, but those that come from Marduk, Belial Baal, and his son Nabu. That explains the 13 bloodlines that have been ruling our world since ancient times. They were a hybridized race that was created by Marduk himself in order to justify what they couldn't achieve during the times of Atlantis. And so for about 12,000 years, our world has been going through these different eras where it's like for 2,000 years that lineage comes into power and brings about dark ages. And then 2,000 years more after that, the lineage of Zeus and the lineage of Osiris bring forth golden ages, right? They bring forth commonwealths, societies of harmonious justice, societies of righteousness, where it's service to others. And that explains why even Egypt had a period of prosperity and a golden age for 2,000 years. But then that golden age was infiltrated by the descendants of Marduk and Marduk himself. Because see, Marduk has been around ever since. He just operates from behind the scenes. So when people say our world has always been controlled by extraterrestrial forces who have been operating from behind the scenes, it's absolutely true. The cabal has always taken orders by these fourth dimensional Draco, who in turn, the fourth dimensional Draco, take their orders from this Animus collective. And in turn, this Animus collective, who is this AI cybernetic collective, take their orders from what used to be Lord Samana from the 11th creation, who is now the AI God. So the beauty of this all, people, is that we're living in a time where, because we are the hybridized intergalactic super race, and the Earth is known as the showcase planet, the intergalactic price of all creation is about to take her place in the cosmos as we begin a new heaven on Earth. It's almost going to be like the entire history of all these wars that have ever happened it's going to be an alternative universe where everything's going to be erased. All the negative stuff is when this transition takes place, it's almost going to be like none of that ever happened. Atlantis is going to resurface. Lemuria is going to resurface. All those worlds that were destroyed throughout the galactic wars are all going to just come into existence fully intact because of what the central race did. Now, who is the central race? The central race comes from the central universe, which oversees the 12 major creations. So the central universe, you could say that the central race are the realms of infinity. Those are the entities that have never had a beginning or end. They are the ones that are facilitators of the time, what is called the 15-dimensional time matrix holographic reality. They are the facilitators of the 12 major creations, and then within those 12 major creations, the hundreds and thousands of local universes that exist. So the central race decided to step in and create a super hybrid race. In order for this super hybrid race to begin to embody higher levels of density. So in other words, we humans on Earth are supposed to surpass the creator gods themselves that are overseers of local universe. We have the genetic potential to become as powerful as a central race, because what was installed in our genetics was a defense mechanism that it is to destroy this anonymous AI collective and the AI God in a coming future war with artificial intelligence. And that's how important we are here on the Earth. This central race organized this and created this long ago because they were always 10 steps ahead of the AI God. So what they did is they went all the way back to time to create an alternative version of timeline, alternative timeline, whereas none of these wars took place. The AI God, the Animus, and the reptilians never existed. So when this shift takes place that we're undergoing at this time into the age of Aquarius, it's going to mark the beginning of a whole new heavens, of a whole new cosmos, and a whole new Earth. And that is going to be like if nothing ever happened. Everything's going to be restored back to its original makeup. Now, on the other hand, the AI God is very intelligent, and he knows that they create an alternative timeline where he never existed. So what he is trying to do through places like CERN is they're trying to create an alternative timeline where the people that are forcing the medicine, that are working for the big tech, right? Like, I don't want to say Zuckerberg and Gates and all that stuff. These people who are actually agents of the AI God, believe it or not, big tech is working for the AI God. They are at the core of this, of this final war against evil. The way they are the evil, we are the good. So they are at the core of all evil. So they're already working out a plan through CERN to create a further reality simulation, a type where it's going to be more of a digital world, where those that are not, that are taking, and are for it and are pushing it, are going to be part of this transhumanist agenda that is going to culminate in their translation, because they're already copying our reality into this alternative universe called the Phantom Matrix. The Phantom Matrix is a universe that this AI God facilitated as a result that exists outside of our 15-dimensional time matrix, outside of our living organic universe, as a result of this alternative timeline that was developed and installed by the central race of the central universe who oversees everything. And so what he is doing and what he did is he's creating an alternative matrix. And this has a lot to do with the concept of what Zuckerberg calls the metaverse, the idea that they want to throw us into this further digital reality in order to eventually convert, well, not all of us, but those that do not make the ascending timeline, they want to convert them into machines in the long run. But in the future, there is going to be a clash between the organic ascending timeline and the artificial digital cybernetic timeline. And at that point, that's when the super race, as we activate and we enter this new era, 12 strands of our DNA are going, like cable cords, are going to begin to function. And when they do, many of us are going to have access to superhuman powers, because again, we humans on Earth are so powerful that we are only using 4% of our full genetic material. Now, the other 96% is where our true divine godlike powers reside. So as we activate that, by the end of the millennium, as we explore at least 1,000 years of peace, many of us are going to be at the level of using 100% of our full genetic material. And again, that is a amalgamation of all the different races of many, many universes put into one genome to create a hybrid super race that was intended to defeat this future coming war against the AI collective and his Phantom Matrix alternative creation that he's developed over the course of the last millions of years since the central race, decided to alternate the timeline, which is now taking effect. So we are at that point right now. We are at the point where we're about to enter a better world, but in 1,000 years, we will do one last final war against this AI God and his minions. And according to what I've seen in different probable future visions, is according to what I know also from what I understand, is that we do win this war based on the idea that when we use 100%, we are going to be way more powerful than this AI God. We're going to be operating. See, the AI God only has intelligence all the way up to the 11th dimension. We are going to have intelligence all the way to the 15th dimension. And so when we reach our full capacity, we're going to be 3 power levels over him and his minions. And then that's what's going to mark the end of him and his existence as we begin a new cosmic cycle. And this Earth is going to be at the center of all that. And it's already being prepared. The billions of galaxies have already joined forces here within our solar system within the last 50 years to create an intergalactic union of many galaxies coming from many, many universes, forming what is actually now known as a Super Federation Council. And at the head of that Super Federation Council, people, will be the starseeds when they start using their junk DNA, and the other 96% of our genetic genome becomes active again. So we are going to be kind of like the immortals, like the new gods that are going to be beyond, as far as like the power level, we're going to be several octaves beyond even the creator gods that have existed. Because from what I understand, the creator gods that oversee the development of the different local universes on a one-on-one basis have been losing this battle against this AI God. So what happened is many creator gods came together to unify their energies and forces in order to create something else, and that something else is going to be manifested as a result of us using our junk DNA. So with that have said, we humans on Earth are the hope of the universe. We are the saviors, not only of planet Earth, but of the entire biological organic creation. And I will end my talk with that good news. Namaste. I hope everybody is able to digest all this information and have a wonderful day.
Can you hear us now, Ismael? Can you hear us at all?
Okay, am I done?
Can you hear us, Ismail?
Try logging out and coming back.
So, if you guys could still hear me, I just would like to share where you could order my book. You could order it directly from Amazon. The name of the book is called Our Cosmic Origin. 3 words, Our Cosmic Origin. Or you could go on my Instagram, which is Project Restoration Zion, Zion 1, all one word. And then there is a direct link in my bio. If you guys want to know more about the galactic history, the greater organization of cosmos, the 12 major creations, and much more. I hope everybody has a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Oh man, I would love to talk to Ismail. Ismail, can you hear us? Bro, can you see us?
If he checks his email, I emailed him and told him to
He
log
should
out
be
and
able
come
to see
back.
us.
Well, maybe he'll log back in. Who knows? But for some reason, that happens when some people come into the gate. They can't hear us for some
Yeah.
reason. It happened to me before too, and that was just between him and Paul. That was just so much information. We went into like the this realm's history, and then we jumped back into galactic history, and it was just such a collective, right? Like, so this is beyond what I thought it was going to be, and happens every time we do something like this. I didn't plan for anybody to speak about anything, but everybody's presentation had a correlation and a synchronicity. And now what I'm going to talk about when we get to that point, I'm going to try and keep it brief to like a half hour, 45 minutes and get it done.
Oh.
But listen, I
We
mean,
want a full download, man.
I'll give you you're going to get the full thing. I'm going to make a lot of correlations between what everybody has said. So I was supposed to go second, but because I don't want to anchor the show myself, because it's the show that it's the show that we're putting on. So we figure we would go first to let the bigger speakers speak after us. But this is just, that was such an epic download. I'm almost, how do I follow that, right? And this is one of the reasons why we go first, because following that and the depths of which that he went through and the way that he spoke about it. I mean, this is the first time that Ismael has been on one of our events, and I found him on Instagram and said, you know what, this guy is doing Instagram lives, and he was doing such an amazing job at explaining what he was talking about. And I was like, we have to get this guy on an event, and I have to get him on an episode. So it just so happened this event came up first on his schedule before we do an episode. But in the next few weeks, we're going to do a one-on-one episode, and we're going to really tear it down. And I'm not sure that he was able to see that we posted his Instagram and his book in the comments for everybody to get. I know 2 people already purchased the book while listening to him, because that information was so fluid, and I just can't believe the depths of which he had that available off the top of his head. Like, that was, he didn't write anything down. I noticed it because the other day when he, not that he writes stuff down, but the way that he explained it was just rolling off the top of his head. It was so articulate too. It was so great. So great.
Yeah, just so versed in his field of study. It's just it's amazing. And I was listening to that, and I was like, oh man, where to start to like even begin questioning Ismail? Like, where do I start? Because of the depth of it is just so deep, and he covered so many different things. Not only in this universe, but beyond this universe, and the timelines that he was talking about and we were talking about. And it just really goes to confirm that humans are far older than the 6, 8, 10,000 years that the MSM will have us believe. We're hundreds of millions of years old, and this is not our first time around here. And for him to just fluidly just knock that off and drop that download is just sick, man. He's just sitting there using his hands, and I love that, just using his hands, and he's counting on his fingers, and he's just point after point after point, and it was just amazing. I want to go back and I want to re-listen to his session and really, pay more attention, because, as you're doing this, you're paying attention to comments and chat. So it's kind of difficult to conjure up good questions as you're doing that, right? And really to fully appreciate what he's saying as well. So yeah, man, I'm looking forward to yours as well, Tartaria. So that's going to be a very good download as well. It's a great interest of mine.
Well, the Tartaria, just to kind of segue into it, it was difficult because there's two different understandings of what Tartaria is, right? Tartaria is there's an empire of which Tartaria is, but there's also a like a lore to it that it's almost like Atlantis. And Plato explores this. But here's the part that gets crazy. So as the timeline goes on, Tartaria is seen as a place. But when we go back to the very end of the information that we have, there's a CIA document, which we're going to show here, that shows that the histories of Tartaria was to be extinguished. They did not want this to get out. And that right there shows me that there is something more to this story than people would like us to believe. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be on the screen, and a lot of people came with their presentations, either all talked or in slide form. So what I did is I'm going to make this like a campfire, right? So everybody pull up a log right next to the campfire, because I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you the story that was told of Tartaria in kind of a different way. It was symbolistic when it was told. So it wasn't exactly, this is Tartaria, Tartaria was this. What I did was I went back and I checked on stories and mythology to find the commonality of where Tartaria would have been, or what would have happened when this specific type of place would have existed. So the timeline that we're looking at is this specific culture was after Atlantis, before modern man. So there is a gap there when we talk about this, because if I'm going to sit here and tell you that this is a definite, this is speculation, but I truly believe that we're over the target on this because of the lack of complete definitive information. When I'm making this assumption, what I'm doing is I'm telling you from this commonalities through different sources, we can verify almost that this was a real place. This happened, and it's about to get crazy, right? So let's start right at the beginning. So, what is Tartaria in today's terms? And I know it's not, it doesn't sound like it's starting at the beginning, but it really is, because you have to understand what we believe Tartaria to be when you look it up, right? So, I'm going to show you a map real quick. So, this is the Grande Tartaria, and you see where it's located. It's Siberia, it's Russia, it's on the border of Iran and India, even down into India a little bit and into China, but it goes all the way out to the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. And this is what they wanted us to believe was Tartary. But this is not what Tartary is. This was later to be known as the Tartarian Empire. And we know through many different methods that when people name something after something else, there is a homage to it, right? So we know that there is this specific homage to this city like Atlantis, or this civilization like Atlantis, called Tartaria. And Tartaria, or Tartar, as some would call it, has many different names in many different languages. But I digress. So we'll start at the beginning, right? And this is, when you first look at this from glancing at it, you're going to say, well, this is just an area where people settled and they had their own history. But this goes back to Plato. And when we talk about Plato, it goes into ancient Egypt, and how ancient Egypt and Plato had this specific knowledge of these civilizations prior to Egypt and Greece, right? So I'm going to set the tone a little bit by telling you some of who we're talking about. And this is basically what they tell you when you, let's say you were to Wikipedia this, even though we don't do Wikipedia, but this is basically what they're going to tell you. It's going to say it was a blanket term used in Western European literature and cartography for a vast part of Asia, bounded by the Caspian Sea, the Ural Mountains, and the Pacific Ocean. The other northern borders, it's bordered China, India, and Persia. And at the time when this region was largely unknown to European geographers, which would have been in Egypt and in ancient Greece. It basically they active use this name of toponymy, which is a place's names, can be traced from the 13th to 19th centuries in a European source. The Tartary became the most common name for Central Asia that had no connection with real uh, polities and ethnic groups of the region. Until the 19th century, European knowledge of the area remained extremely scarce and fragmented. In modern English speaking tradition, the region formerly known as Tartary is usually called Inner or Central Eurasia. Much of this area consists of plains, which, if we think about it, in a societal way, the plains would probably be one of the best places to create a civilization that basically gave you the flat land. You didn't have to worry about building on a mountainside. The ground was usually fertile, so people could grow crops and things like that. So when we look at this comparison to other ancient cultures, it's much along the same lines, right? So now, this is where it gets a little skewed, and I'm going to say it, but I don't believe it. So, ignorance surrounding Tartary use as a place name has spawned conspiracy theories, including ideas of a hidden past and a mud flood. Such theories contended that Tartaria was a lost civilization with advanced technology and culture. This ignores the well documented history of Asia, which Tartary would have been lost because of destruction of it, and the fact that the winners write history. Now, when have you heard Wikipedia say that the winners usually write history? This is a red flag to me saying, okay, well, this essentially is them saying to you that there is lost histories and the winners usually write history. So is there something that's being hidden here, right? So in the present day Tataria region covers a region spanning from central Afghanistan, northern Kazakhstan, as well as an area in present Mongolia, China, Russia's far east into the Chinese Tatari. So now I had this all set up and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, what exactly am I looking for? What am I looking for? So it's an ancient civilization like Atlantis. And where would I find information on this? Because I've heard people say this name Tartaria or Tartar. And I know it's not just something you dip fish in. So I wanted to make sure that I was looking for the right civilization when I went about looking for it. But this to me, it like I said, it signifies that there's something more to what we're doing. So I went back and I thought to myself, one of the best ways to figure out exactly what I'm looking for is to look towards references towards the etymology of it. Now, we know the etymology might not lead us exactly to where we need to go, but it'll give us an understanding of what that meant, Tartar, in ancient times. And it doesn't actually have a specific meaning. It means it's a word that they use to signify an area. So in some ways that Wikipedia is somewhat right, but in some ways it's not. So when we go back and we look at this story, this is where it gets fun, right? I found a story from Plato, and I'm going to set the stage. But first, some people say that this theory is so far fetched that it rivals some of the potent conspiracy theories, and they have tried to discredit this information at every avenue. But why? Why would they do that? Also, we know that when powers that be try to discredit something, it usually means that we are over the target or they're trying to hide something, which is majority of the time of what we're seeing. So we're going to get to the characters of this specific story. So, setting the stage, this story comes from the Sankis of Sais, and Sais is a place in Egypt, or the Sayeti. Okay, it was this now the Sayetis is an Egyptian priest who is mentioned in Greek writings as related accounts to Atlantis. His status as a historical figure is a matter of debate. So, what happens now is there's a story that's told. So, this story, I'm going to get right into it, is from the writings of Critias. And we first hear of this story, and I'm going to show you what Critias looks like, because we're, not just going to tell you, we're going to show you. So this is Critias. Now, Critias was a student of Plato and a student of Socrates, as well as Solon. And Solon is one of the seven sages of ancient Greece. And what that means is that he was revered as one of those philosophers. And essentially, he goes to Socrates and says, "Hey, Socrates, my grandfather told me of a trip that Solon and himself, and his grandfather is named Critias too." So he talks to, basically says to Socrates, who's right here, and he says, "My grandfather told me of a story. And this story is when himself and Solon went to Egypt." And this is where the story picks up. So, like I said, he tells him about this crazy grandfather. And Solon, again, was one of the seven wise sages that's depicted. And those seven sages are Socrates, Chilon, Pittacus, Parandir, Cleobulus, Bias, Theus, and Sonus. So Critias' grandfather went to a poetry meeting, and there Solon, his teacher, and there Solon was telling of his time when he was looking for the Athenians' greatest achievement. He wanted to find out exactly what they had done that had been seen on a world stage that would have granted them the same type of recognition as Egypt. Because at the time, Egypt was an immense world power, and they were seen as the exalted type of society to this area of the Mediterranean. So what does he do? He goes back to Solon, and Critias and Solon, they go to Egypt. And when they go to Egypt, they find the high priest of the Egyptian uh, district called Sais. And what do they do? So Solon approaches, this is now Critias, the grandfather of Critias that I'm talking about that we just put up, basically, and this is the seven sages, so you can see it. What he did was he hung back while Solon approached this priest. And Solon went into this diatribe of all of this esoteric knowledge that he knew about Egypt, about Greece, about what would be the Roman Empire eventually that was just coming to play. And he did this on the grounds of saying to him, look at all this information that I know. So, you being a priest of the old school of the old world, which is what the Egyptian priests were looked at as, and he said to him, he said, "Tell me about the beginnings of mankind. I told you what I know about the beginning of mankind. Tell me what you know about the beginning of mankind." And this is not verbatim from the story. I'm trying to break it down in a more simplistic way. So, he says, "Tell me what this is. Tell me all about this, please. I want to know. I want to know what you know." And the priest tells him in so many words that, it's wild that you would ever think that you would know anything that I would know. It kind of stands off with him, which in turn tells us that he doesn't really want to tell him. So we know that in the writings of Plato that the Athenians actually fought the Atlanteans. And this was one of the ways that they got this information of when the Athenians fought the Atlanteans was from this same high priest. And this same high priest was known in the works of Plato to give Plato and Solon the information of Atlantis and told them all about it. But we know later on that there would be this, this also has a lot to do with Pythagoras too, because Pythagoras was also went to the Sanchez of Sais, and he also the Antiopius of Helopius too, which is a very well known figure as well. And a lot of these people were known as the Helleans, right? The Helleans were just like Athenians, but so basically they're talking about antiquity and ancient history. That's what they were talking about, and eventually Solon got through to that high priest, and he said to him, like after breaking him down, you know, he was like, "Come on, man! Like, let me know what's going on." So after they exchanged a little bit of sacred knowledge, you know, it's there's not much said on the first meeting. So, at the time, Solanus comes back and asks again and again until he actually addressed the comments that Solon was making. While doing this, Solon tried to impress him again with the knowledge that he had. And basically, eventually, they talked about Neith, who's one of the older Greek gods, and the first man. And this is where they get into Tataria. So right now you're probably asking yourself, what does this have to do with Tataria? But it's going to be simplistic, right? It's not going to be exactly mentioned like Tataria. And I believe that Plato was showing us in play format that Solon knew much more of the esoteric Greek knowledge and mythology than we're even led to believe in the writings of Plato. So, such as the old gods of Pharaonis and Neith. Now, Neith, just to give you a little bit of background on who these people are, and we're going to show you what Neith was. This is Neith. And Neith was the daughter of a gentleman by the name, or another god by the name of Tantalus. And Tantalus was the Greek mythological figure who was known for his internal punishment, but also known for Tartarus, which at the time would mean for his late arrival. But Tartarus, this is Tantalus, but Tartarus in this motion is telling us that this Tantalus could be the symbolistic meaning of what Tartaria was, just like Atlantis would have been maybe like symbolized by Athena in that direction, right? So we keep going into this story, and now we have quotes from what we're talking about, which is where the priest is saying to Solon, he says, "Oh Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are never anything but children, and there is not an old man among you." Solon in return asks what he meant. The priest says, "I mean to say that in the mind you are all young. There is no one old opinion handed down among to you by the ancient traditions, nor the science in which is hurry with age, and I tell you why. There have been and will be again many destructions of mankind, arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire, water, and lesser other lesser sorry, I lost my place. Other lesser causes. One's immutable or innumerable of those other causes. There is a story in which even you have preserved that upon a time Pantheon, who is a god, and he is the son of Helios, have yoked the steeds in his father's chariots because he was not able to drive in the path of his father. And when he tried, all upon the earth was burnt up and himself destroyed by a thunderbolt. Now you're going to say to me, what in God's name does that have to do with what you're talking about? So now this is the same story as Tantalus, and Tantalus is represented by Pantheon, and Pantheon now is they're showing us that these agencies, the flood or deluge, and meteor strikes or fire rain down, are two cataloged historical events that we can look at and say those happened. So now we're getting back to the simplistic form. And now Pantheon Now, this is a jump, it's a leap, but this is what I'm seeing. Now, Pantheon represents Tartaria. And if it was struck down by thunder or a thunderbolt, like such, which is this is a drawing of what Tartaria was supposed to look like, very gothic, but the cosmic forces dropped down and destroyed Tartaria. So this story goes into a little bit more. I'm gonna leave this up while I keep going. So now, now that he has formed a myth, but it really signifies a declination of bodies moving in the heavens around Earth, and a great configuration of things upon Earth, which occurs after long intervals, which we know happen. So, such time, those who live upon the mountains and the dry and lofty places are more liable to destruction than those who dwell by the rivers and seashores. From this calamity, the Nile, who is never failing, our never failing Savior, delivers and preserves us. When, on the other hand, God's purged the earth with a deluge of water, the survivors in our country are herdsmen and shepherds who dwell in the mountains. But those who, like you, live in the cities are carried by the rivers to the sea. Whereas in this land, neither then or any other time does the water come from above on the fields, always having tendency to come up from below, for which reasons, traditions, and preserved here are most ancient. And he's basically speaking, this is why I know of this information of Atlantis and Tartaria, right? So again, we're getting into this area that's a little gray. It's a little gray, but we're going to keep going, right? So, with that being said, notice how he talks about two different historical reference points, the deluge and fireballs raining from heaven. Now, does this mean that the great Tartarian Empire couldn't follow the path of the father, which the father would have been Atlantis, because Atlantis predates Tartaria? And Tartaria was the son of Atlantis, or the leftovers of Atlantis. And now we're seeing that there is a greater hand at play to communities around the world before the Egyptians. And this is sort of like what Lemuria was, right? We know Atlantis and Lemuria coexisted at the same time. Now, if there was a deluge, you would see that people would run towards the mountains or the high ground, right? Which is what he's talking about with the shepherds and the herdsmen. So with that being said, he's following that ancestral lineage from Atlantis to Lemuria, but when the waters got high, people retreated towards the highest points in land, which would be, again, where Tartaria is situated. Again, I'm going to put the map of Tartaria up. This is the mountain range. This is high ground. So if you look at all the flooding that would have happened around China, Japan, and even the top points of Russia because of Antarctica or the Arctic Circle, you would think that in the middle of Tartaria, or the Grand Tartary, as you see here, would be where people would settle. So this is not above what we would think to be possible, or even what we would think to be uh, this could have happened in this way. And if there was this deluge that is documented so many times throughout history, it would lead me to believe that people remained in that high ground after the water subsided, because society had been built there, right? So we go on. Now, this is where this kind of ends. And just so you guys see, I also have Plato here. Plato is who the person who wrote this, and Critias. This is a work done by him, and Critias is actually, they don't know if Critias was ever a real person, but they know Solon was, and they're not sure if even Socrates is a real person, or if Plato was just a pen, a script. But that's not the point. The point is that Critias is seen as a body, as a representation of something, whether it be of literary works or seen as an actual man. Neither neither. It's nothing is conflagrating on or conflating that point. So we keep going. So now, come 1961, after a lot of this stuff has been pushed aside, people don't talk about Tartaria. Nobody even acknowledges that Tartaria exists. Many, many years go by. And then in 1961, we see these tablets. We wouldn't classify them as tablets, but these tablets resurface, and they were repeatedly discovered in 1961 at the Neolithic site in the village of Tartaria, which again, emblematic of a greater society after they've moved after the destruction. The leftover people moved east into Romania. Okay. And this also has a lot to do with the Phoenicians, because the Phoenicians were around this area as well. And just to show you, this is where Phoenicia is. Romania is right here. It's right at the very top of that map. So this is not without without just cause right now. So we're going to go back to the tablets very quickly. And you know, they tried to carbon date these tablets. They couldn't do it. But the striography is uncertain. Sometimes scientists suppose that they may date to around 5300 BC, but the tablets bear incised symbols and have been the subject of controversy among archaeologists, some of whom claimed that in the past that these symbols represented the earliest known form of writing in the world, which is what? The Sumerian proto-cuneiform. So if this is, let's just say that for story's sake, that this is cuneiform, that would predate Tartaria after Atlantis, but before ancient Sumeria and ancient Egypt. So this is where the timing kind of comes in, right? So we're seeing this to be very, very contradictory on the information. But if we really take, a good look and quizzically think about what we're looking at, we can come to this knowledge that, you know what, this makes sense. It makes sense because now everything is essentially in the realm of possibility, because the timeline is logical. If we're finding stones that bear cuneiform, we know that that predates Egypt. And if Plato was to find out about this, it would be from the Egyptian priests, because they had the utmost knowledge on Sumeria, because Sumeria was just like Egypt. They had their own kings list, just like the Egyptians did. There's a lot of similarities between cultures, and the Sumerians they predated the Egyptians. So this was information passed down along the line. So it makes sense. But so, I'm getting further and further into trying to find out what exactly is Tartaria and when was it around. I was just looking for more information, and I happened to come across a CIA document. So this is getting close now. And I believe this document is from 1974. And it says, let us take the matter of history, which, along with religion, language, and literature, constitute the core of a people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in a shameless manner. For example, on 9 August 1944, the Central Committee of the Communist Party, sitting in Moscow, issued a directive ordering the party's Tartar Provincial Committee to proceed a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria. As we keep going, to liquidate serious shortcomings and the mistakes of the nationalistic character committed by the individual writers and historians in the dealings with Tartar history. In other words, the Tartar history was to be rewritten. Let us be frank, was to be falsified in the order and eliminate reference to the Great Russian aggression, and to hide the facts of the real course of Tartar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. In every Muslim area within the USSR, historians on the orders of the Communist Party have rewritten history to distort the faces so that the Russians appear always in a good light. Needless to say, the histories in which the facts truthfully have been withdrawn and destroyed, so that the present and future generations of Muslims are forever denied the chance of learning the true facts of their nation's past. Now, you're probably saying, what does this have to do with ancient Tartarian empire? Now, we don't know specifics of religion. We don't even know specifics of culture. But if there is some sort of lineage that is within the Muslim writings speaking of this specific time in history, or word of mouth stories that are passed down, which is where we get a large majority of our history, it would have been erased because the Russians would have wanted to seem like they had claim provincially to that area. So they would have taken a lot of this information out. But by citing works before we knew that the Communist Russian Party came into power, which is, we're talking thousands of years, we see that they reference it through the Egyptians and that they knew of this area. And so far, that's what I've found on Tartaria, and I will go deeper, but I haven't had a chance to really, figure out where exactly this information has gone. But I'm going to find it out, and this is what I have so far on Tartaria. So, if you have any questions, put them in the comments or the chats. But I want to bring Omar back in and see what he thought of what I was saying, and if it makes sense to him, on a logical scale, if I'm headed in the right direction. You're muted, brother.
What a great presentation! That was amazing. I was resonating with it, and a number of times, you mentioned the mud flood, and
Yes.
and with that in mind, there's real evidence of it in Vancouver, British Columbia. I used to live in this little area called Gastown, and in Gastown there are buildings that are buried 2 stories, and then they came
Wow.
along and they paved the road right above the deposited mud, whatever it was that buried these buildings, and now there's new roads. Like you can be walking down the street, for instance, and you look and then you see a window that's like half buried in the ground, and when you go into that building, you can literally go like 2 floors down, and that was all buried at one given time, and it was in the recent memory as well. It wasn't something very very long time ago. But this Tartaria, it's a boggling, really mind-boggling topic, right? Because the information around it is so distorted, and the information is lost, and there was so much what's that word I'm looking for? There's so much
Conflicting information.
yeah, that's right, like out there. So it's really nice that you focus on it and try to pinpoint exactly what's myth and what's not, and what is and what's not. And I really like the direction that you took with this presentation, because it really highlighted a lot of good points.
I truly believe that Tartaria was there. It was hit by comets because it wasn't following the Atlantis model. Atlantis was here, and Atlantis, for the most part, was good. It was about, creating and becoming and making a society that was surpassing all the rest. But Tartaria was its evil cousin, which also lends credence to the duality of it. So when Atlantis eventually left and Tartaria was left, at the behest of the cosmos, they sent comets down to rain fire. And then after that, the deluge happened and all existence was wiped away. So not only was there a mud flood, it was hit by everything. It was surmised to nothing. And I think a lot of these older gods in the Greek and Roman pantheons are symbolic of places and things.
Yeah.
They have both the meaning of a higher entity, but they're named after, or those places are named after those higher entities.
Do you think that it could be the lost high technology, how like that was lost? Dr. Robert Schoch talks about the sun flare that came off the sun, came from the east, and you can see the damage, the burn marks that it left on the surface of the planet. So I wonder if something like that may have been responsible for wiping out this this civilization.
I think that this civil I think that there is a lot of things that go along with that,
Mhm.
with those same aspects. I'm not sure, but if I'm logically thinking, like there was probably so much information at the time if we were around, which we not in this body, but now it's so scattered and so few that even if you Google Tartaria, it gives you this this it's an archaeological
Distorted.
conspiracy. That's
Yeah.
what they say. But there's evidence of it. Look at these tablets.
Mhm.
These tablets are a remnants of cuneiform, which means that the history books from the beginning with ancient Sumer would have been rewritten. But I also found that there was a correlation between the Phoenician and the early Irish, which gives us an east to west type of populating as opposed to west to east, which shows us back to the ancient theories of Stephen and Evan Strong.
I was just going to say that it's Stephen and Evan. They have stones that have writing and cuneiform writings and such on it that can really change the course of history. And not only one stone, but they have like several stones that have writings and etchings and stuff on it that are extremely old. They predate Egypt. And coming from the east to west, I that really does have more merit to it than what's made to believe, because when you do genetic tests on people in South America, they a lot of them carry the aborigine genetic genome. And you go to Japan, same thing. People in Japan carry the aborigine genome. Go to India, same thing is happening there, and the Middle East. So that we're not seeing African genes in South Americans or in Asians, but we are seeing the Australians. So that really does make sense. And I really, and then it makes me wonder, as we learned earlier, that the first civilization on this planet, the super civilization of this planet, would have been Aboriginal, right? So I
In
wonder,
nature, yes, for
yeah, so
sure.
I wonder if Tartaria wasn't like more of an Aboriginal, indigenous uh, culture, civilization than what we've been made to think.
Like instead of an advanced civilization, it was more primitive, possibly. It could have been. It may
No,
not
no,
have
no.
even been
I
in
wouldn't
Russia.
say I wouldn't
That's the
say
thing.
primitive. Well, we have to actually define, what primitive and advanced is, right? Because back in the primitive days,
Very true.
they could have, used, their houses or their bodies or whatever to create electricity or to manifest things. Now, to me, that's pretty advanced because we can't do that today. But if we want to look at it as advanced as televisions and computers, then yeah, they didn't have that. They weren't advanced like that. Now, what I'm saying is that if we have this Aboriginal civilization, this empire that's there, that was advanced, not as we understand it, but were advanced to the point where they were able to, really do some really cool shit,
Yeah.
right? That's kind of where I'm alluding to, right? Is that I wonder if Tartaria wasn't like more of an Aboriginal civilization that fell apart, and then the indigenous people got spread out all around the world, but that history remained, that message remained, the remnants of that memory is still there.
Well, think about this too. Even if they came from, let's say, Australia at the time, where
Hmm.
we think that Aboriginals came from, Siberia and that part of Asia is way closer, and that could have been exactly what it was. And what happened was, after some of this deluge and they hit high ground, when the waters receded, these people retreated to go back to, let's say, Australia or their Aboriginal ancestral home because they had nothing left.
Hmm.
Some went west, some went east and south. They probably
Yeah.
scattered everywhere. So that's also one of the reasons why when we try and find what we're looking for in this information, we have to account for all these different cultures and how they speak about it. And one of the things that I've been reading about that's been really throwing me off is that the Irish were actually there before a lot of these other ancient civilizations. That Druidic culture is like was like what was the remnants of that Atlantean Lemurian spirituality sect that actually went and flooded towards the Mediterranean after centuries of being exiled towards, like, let's say, England and Ireland. And I'm finding more and more references to this, and it's you're thinking to yourself, but I thought that came later, right? Like your knowledge is
Mhm.
based of like an arc this way, not coming back this way. So it's really fascinating to really sit back and think about it.
Yeah, and also, this morning I was talking about Mount Sharia, where we have the biggest megaliths, ever, constructed on the planet, which is in Siberia. And I really wonder if that's like connected somehow to Tartaria, where they may have had this technology, or they may have been bigger than us, and then they're the ones that created this monumental area up in Siberia, right? Because there's a lot of crazy stuff that's up there, right? And Mount Sharia is just the one that we've just have happened to have discovered. But if that one is there, then that means that there's clusters of other megalithic building remnants that are there. So I wonder if Tartarians may have been responsible for that building.
Very well could be. I mean, that makes sense. And this is what I mean by following that logical process, right? Like when you
Mhm.
follow that logic, you're like, wow, wait a minute, this is pretty wild. Like how my the one thing that gets me all the time is how could they want to hide this? Like
Yeah, I know.
for
I don't get it. That's what I was trying to ask Paul earlier. I just don't see how, like who does that and who comes up with the idea, oh, let's keep this secret and don't tell anybody, fuck them, and we'll just keep it to ourselves. And if you keep it to yourself, then what purpose does it serve? If it doesn't serve everyone for, positive benefit, then what's the point in, keeping it to yourself when it's not going to serve you, but it's going to serve everyone else? Greed, I suppose. I just want to throw a quick shout out to my fellow Vancouverians up here. I saw Mick Daly said he used to work in Gastown that I was just talking about. And Ian Keeler, I used to work in Gastown. Yeah, Gastown's amazing. I used to live in Gastown. I used to live right above the old spaghetti factory. Lived there in a loft for many years. How long did I live in Gastown? I think like good 12 years, 15 years. Beautiful times down there. So nice to see some fellow Vancouverians in the house.
That's awesome. And I think what Paul was kind of alluding to was this monopoly on power. And
Mhm.
that's one of the reasons why this information is so hell bent on being suppressed, because if we learn our true potential, there is no force in the cosmos that's going to be able to hold us back from what our true nature really is. And I think that says that lays spades on the table, and nothing is bigger than the spade, right? Like, so it's over at that point. And I think that when we get into this next equinox, the one that's going to be that great split, I think we're going to see that's going to be one of the biggest differences of where society is going to be, because we're not going to have that restricted flow of information, and it's going to be so readily available for everybody to just digest and take hold and do their thing and really become, masters of their own.
You don't need to become a master. You just need to become a master of yourself.
Well, that's what I mean,
And
like
yeah,
master of your own, like
yeah,
of
like
you.
yeah, like I know what you're saying. I just want to, say you don't have to become a master of all. You just become a master of the self. And then once you become the master of the self, then everything else out there will just fall into place the way it's supposed to be, according to your contracted human experience, right? Because you can't really go beyond your contracts. If you have an agreement to do certain things on this planet, then you have to do that, and stick to that. If that made any sense.
Of course. And it's so true, right? Like there's so many things like that we could talk about that would show you that once people have become masters of themselves, like the Qi Gong and the Tibetan monks, and there's so much ability that comes along with harnessing your own abilities or your own potential,
Yeah,
right?
that doesn't mean that we have to become monks
No,
and meditate for like 18 hours a day. That to me personally, I find that to be a little waste of time and waste of a human experience. But you can do that in your home for like an hour a day, 10 minutes a day, 15 minutes a day, whatever time you can afford. And with that, you can raise your self-awareness just through those sheer few minutes, and then continue to enjoy this life, this human experience. For me, people that meditate for like 12, 14, 15 hours a day, that's a little bit of extreme behavior and form of mental illness, if you ask me. But
oh,
you have to experience the human experience while you're here, right? You just can't hide away inside of a temple and then meditate for the rest
he's
of
not
your
there
life.
yet, but he came back. Oh,
Yeah, so and then meditate for the rest of your life. For me, that's a really an awful waste of human experience. But hey, who knows, right? That just could be part of your contract. That's what you came here to do, and you're doing it. That's the only thing you want to do, and on your way you go, right? But from my perception, no, I'm seeing a little different, right? Like I'd like to be a master of myself, and still be able to enjoy this human experience just through surely raising my self-awareness and the understanding of myself. And hopefully I can find the manual that comes with this avatar, so I can read it and really understand the power and the potential of this little meat suit on this planet.
that's true. I think we have Ismael. He's down below. I think he might be coming back in. I don't know. Maybe we could get a couple questions to him
Yeah, that'd
since
be
we're
super cool if he comes back.
there. He is, to see if he can hear us. I'm not sure. He's actually eating at the moment, but I'm not sure what's happening. But I don't want to bring him up unless he's ready. Well, maybe he's ready. Hold on. Let's see.
Oh, look at these porn posters again.
Can you hear us, Ismael?
I could now,
You
brother.
can
I
hear
didn't
us
know
now.
I didn't know I was supposed to log back in under my talk. I didn't hear anybody. I didn't hear anything. I just
Yeah.
finished and it said stop recording. And
It was that happens sometimes when people come in. We're still live right now on YouTube, so we brought you back in case to ask you a couple questions. And I mean, we promoted the book for you, and we promoted your Instagram to make sure that we got your message out. And you just did such an incredible job of explaining that cosmic history. It was so incredible that we just wanted to, even if you came back in for a couple moments, just to give you ultimate kudos, man. I mean, it was so good, so good. Like, everybody in the crowd was saying the same thing. I messed up because we can't see the comments in the studio with us, but on the YouTube, people were loving it, man. They were loving it.
thank you. I would like to rewatch it on your YouTube channel. Were the comments be there?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Sweet.
Yeah, bro, the download that you dropped was just sick. The things that you were talking about. I touched on some of those things earlier in the day, but you just came in roaring like a lion and just dropped this off the top of your head. Like no notes, no nothing. I love talking with your hands. You're expressing. And the information that was coming down was just amazing. I would really, really resonate with that, and I heard a lot of that before from other speakers. But your style of delivery was just impeccable. It was very palatable. You can take it in and understand what you were saying, and and agree with it, as you were saying, because somewhere inside of our genetic memory, it tells us that what you're hearing is true, and and you really vibrate with that. And I really liked how when you were talking about the vegans and the Lyrans and the different universes and the timelines that you were talking about, it reminded me of like Rama's year of like 4.5-5 billion years, and I really, really resonated with that. So thank you very much for that amazing way to download, bro. That was sick. Gotta have you on my show on Watchers Talk. Gots to.
Yeah, man. You're gonna come back and do the rounds, Ismael, if you're ready.
Yeah,
Sure.
bro.
We have a whole group of people that we do this with, and I'm so glad you came through with that information too, because as crazy as it was, we all were talking about somewhat similar things, even though none of us planned to. The
Mhm.
synchronicity was so on point, and the energy was so um, co- cooperative, I guess we could say, that it was like weaving in and out, and you fit right in with us, bro. And it's just amazing to have you too. You're so knowledgeable on this stuff, man. I just wanted to thank you again for coming on. It was so awesome.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Here's a good question I'd like to hear from Ismael. It's from Chris Butler, and he's saying, "Why is memory wiped when we come back?" Right? That's a really good question, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
When we come back into incarnation again, like when we
Yeah, like we
reincarnate.
incarnate into this realm, onto this physicality. Why are we mind wiped instead of retaining all of our memories, all of our past lives and experiences that we've had, and then kind of just start from scratch when we get here, and make mistakes and stumble along the way, and kind of figure it out as we get close to our expiration, and then by the time we figure it out, we're gone, right? So,
Well, makes sense. That's a very good question. The way I would answer that is only within the third dimension, because of these gross physical, dense vehicles that were designed for us. We don't have access to our full consciousness. Our full consciousness comes into play when we are in our fifth dimensional vehicles. That's when we access the full spectrum of reality. At which point we become multidimensional, and when we do become multidimensional, we have access to our Akashic fields. We have access to all our past memories of who we were and what we did, and really all those memories are actually stored up in our cellular data. Our cells have that information, but again, it needs to be. It's almost like 96% of our DNA, which is crystalline in structure or silicon type, not carbon based, is like a multi-dimensional library with all the knowledge, with all the infinite knowledge, like a quantum computer rather. And so because we don't have access to that part of our genetics, it's almost like we lose consciousness of what we were and who we are. But the moment we become activated, the moment those strands start developing and more genetic material comes into functioning, then little by little we're gonna have memories of what we are and who we are. Yeah.
beautiful. So when you say like access to consciousness or connection to consciousness, do you mean that when we are here, there's almost like a governor attached to us to where we can experience consciousness only to like a certain level, and then we're kind of like just stopped there because of this density that we're in?
Absolutely, yes. The lower we go into density, more limitations in consciousness we have. Yes.
Yeah, I like that. I resonate with that as well, because I've discussed that a few times as well. I've kind of seen it as that here's consciousness, and then from the consciousness you have the reflection of the mind, and then the avatar, the body avatar, is connected to that mind and is downloading information from there. And in order for you to access like a higher form of consciousness, you need to raise your self-awareness. And then with that self-awareness, you can access that consciousness. It's not that consciousness is you, but through your avatar you have access to it. Am I kind of on a somewhat right path here?
Yes.
I like
Very,
way off.
very correct. I think in meditation, going within, accessing different higher states of mind frequencies beyond the theta, alpha, beta, delta. If we could get to delta, then we're going to be accessing more memories and more consciousness.
There's a question that keeps coming up in the crowd, and from the amount of information you have, you must have read a lot of books, listened to a lot of lectures, and attended conferences, and
No,
you know,
I never
things like
attended conferences actually.
how
The
how
books,
did you
yes.
how did you come about like all of this information that you've encompassed? Like who were your influences in in helping you gather this information, and and sources and things like that, right? Where which people can look up and say, okay, well, I want to
Sure.
learn more about this and that, and
Yeah, my biggest resource of knowledge is the Book of Enoch by J.J. Hortek, the Book of
hmm,
Knowledge.
love them.
Yeah, yeah, J.J. Hortek. That book is just it's phenomenal. Uh, unless you have it's very hard for most people to understand, but unless you have a hunger for knowledge and a wavelength that you're able to pick up on the information that he's revealing, if you have that wavelength of mental state of awareness, then you're able, you're going to be able to understand what he's saying.
Mhm.
But that book is dead on. Another book that really inspired me, that just stimulated me and allowed me to understand information beyond the scope of this realm, was the Genesian script. But that book is all under in circulation. That book goes really deep as far as like, the 12 major universes, the adepts and cosmic administrators and holders of those 12 cosmic rays that really make up all of existence. Everything reduces to that.
Mhm.
All everything in all densities and all dimensions and all levels of matter, energy, vibration, reduced to those 12 cosmic energies. Another book that I recommend that will really expand people's mind beyond the scope of this realm is the Urantia material, which is considered the fifth epical revelation to planet Earth. And some of the sources that influenced me as far as like learning about ET races and stuff is like Lisa Royale, Lisa Renee, Barbara Marciniak, Barbara Handclough, who are actually star sisters from the Pleiadians and from Lyra, who were able to talk about their own downloads and their own experiences as Pleiadians and Lyrans. So I would strongly, recommend for people to, if they want to research some of my sources, is reading those 5 books. But again, in my book, Our Cosmic Origin, everything is put together in one book, where you don't. I mean, you could still do your own research, but once you read my book, it's like it's all consolidated there. From the idea that. We live in a multiverse, and validating it through all the scientific knowledge that is now corresponding through the fields of quantum physics, M theory, superstring theory, and quantum mechanics, and also the idea of the organization of cosmos, and how our universe is one of many universes that has both scientific support as well as channeled restored information support. And then the idea of the galactic history, I think for the most part, out of all the books that I read, nobody has explained the galactic history the way I do in my book. I had to read all these books, but yet also combining it with my own downloads to reveal what I reveal in my book. So my book is definitely one of the most, in one book, get all the cosmic knowledge that you need to know about. And of course, do your own research too.
It's in the chat right now. I said it's in the chat right now. We just put it right back up so you can go by straight, go straight to the source and get the book. And we've had panels with the Herd Talks on them, and we love speaking to the Herd Talks. So they're incredible, So it's kind of a small world how it's all connected, right? It makes me smile because it's awesome. It's all awesome. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, same with me. I love Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertalk. They're just amazing people, and listening to them, you have to keep up with what they're saying, because it's moving at such a pace, right? That you have to keep up, or you got to back up and watch again, and back up and watch again, because they're on the go, man. They're amazing.
Ismael's at that pace too. I mean, it's I have to go back and let's do it again, man. It was so much. It was such a download. I was like following it, and I'm like, right. I was gonna write notes, but I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna wait, go back, read it again, and I'm gonna cut all these up and put them on the channel individually too, so people can see everybody's presentations one off, and then just absorb that information and take it little by little if they really want to.
Yeah, I was going to take notes too, and then I was like, no, I'm just going to moderate the comments and I'm going to listen. And then tomorrow, day after, I'm going to come back. I'm going to listen to this because of the pace the show is going at. You're talking about this and then you're moving off and then, just coherently just moving from one to the next to the next. And if you're writing notes and your mind is on the notes and the ear's not on the speaker, and, so I just much rather keep my ears on the speaker and come back a day or two later and then really, sit in my quiet and listen and take notes and heed some advice and really take. You did an impressive job, Ismael. Like this is, amazing. When did your book come out? How long has it been out?
It's been out since October, or maybe wait, hold on. September, October. September.
Oh, wow, very recent, eh? That's cool.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to write it?
About 10 years. Yeah.
Wow.
Took forever. I mean, there's just the research just went on, and I'm now going to be doing a continuation, a part 2, where I incorporate a lot more cosmic knowledge that I couldn't fit in that book. And this is just based on my own personal experience and downloads.
Wonderful.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's funny because I called us instead of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, we were the 4 horsemen of ascension today. We were the complete adversarial force that is the coming storm, so they say. But we are the storm, so they can't even mess with us. It is what it is,
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I'd say Ismael was a storm, man. Just came in.
He was the hurricane. He was the typhoon. He tore the roof off that shack for sure.
Yeah, I just came in and just killed it. How amazing! I'm so glad that we found you and Rob found you, and that I was able to listen to you and listen to your wisdom. It was just amazing, and I'm really looking forward to going back and listening again. And think I'm going to do that tomorrow. And
Ismael's got to come through on our big event in March too, man. You got to come on board and give the people a download over there too. Not to put you on the spot on air, but we have to have you there, bro. It's a must. It's a must. We're gonna give you a last spot so you could just take it off the rails as long as you want. Boom. Take 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever the case.
All right. We'll see if I can handle 2 to 3 hours. I've never done that, but I'm sure I could. I mean, there's just, if you combine all my Instagram videos and all the information that I've revealed on Instagram, that's it took about over a year to, put those videos together, and they're all different. They're all revealing different things. So I guess if you put all those videos together, that would probably be days worth of lectures. I could probably even do workshop seminar.
Workshops sound great.
Yeah.
What an incredible speaker you are, man. Really happy I met you. Where are you located, Ismael?
Southern California.
Oh, nice. So warm there today?
Not too warm. It's a little cool. But the sun was out. Not cloudy or rainy, but yeah.
Probably warmer than me, brother. I'm in Canada, and I think we reached -1 today, or +1, +2, something like that. So it's nice to.
Sounds like a snow weather.
It is, man. We just had snow a couple days ago.
Nice. Yeah, snow's good sometimes.
Yeah. Have you have had any experience or any downloads of any sort when it comes to the human hybridization, like in this current time that we're in? Like, we see all of these abductions that are happening that people are talking about, right? And and this one common story that always comes back is that they're doing things to us, and they're doing these medical things and somewhat what have you. I'd like to understand from your perspective as to what you think is going on. Like, why would they violate us like that? Or would that be considered a violation? Or would that be like a biochemist or a biology professor that's out in the wild, he just grabs a frog and does things?
Yeah.
I'd like to understand that a little bit more from your perspective.
So what we're dealing with in regards to that is a race of extraterrestrials known as the Greys.
Mm-hmm.
The Greys are a species that come from the Zeta Reticula 1 star system and Zeta Reticula 2, commonly known as the Rambolla system, which is pretty close to Orion. And they are trying to extract human genetics in order to save their species. Unfortunately, they had a huge catastrophe millions and millions and millions of years ago during one of the first galactic wars in Lyra. They actually used to be humanoid. Before they became little cybernetic, cloned species. And during this catastrophe, they blew up their planet, the surface world. So the remaining survivors on this planet called Apix decided to resort to the underground, and one of the things that they wanted to do in order to prevent this catastrophe from happening again was to do away with their emotional body and their sex organs. So they did away with that. So they had no more emotions, because it was an emotional tension that led to the nuclear holocaust that blew their surface world. And so they did away with their emotional self, their organs, and decided to just use cloning to continue the reproduction of their race. But after so many millions of years of cloning, they realized that they were losing their soul. It wasn't the same anymore. And so they were one of the first humanoids to engage in the concept of transhumanism. And so, which is the idea of merging with technology. So they were the first to become transhumanists. And they're also an example of what would happen, thousands and hundreds of thousands of years from now, if our species follows that path. We lose our soul, we become cybernetic. And so because they became cybernetic, they decided to travel back into they actually traveled from the past, from their future into their past, which is our present, in order to see if they could salvage their dying species by extracting genetics. And so they've been, experimenting with humans. They formed a pact with the MJ-12 military-industrial complex shadow government back in the 50s. About we'll give you advanced technology if you allow us to, if you allow us to abduct animals for experimental reasons. But they broke their pact. They started, instead of using animals, they started abducting humans for that reason, in order to see if they could extract genetics from us, in order to create what is known as a gray human hybrid that will eventually allow their species to continue existing. So that's the reason of all these abductions that have been taking place, with the idea of also extracting our DNA because of these grays that are actually a dying species, So they're trying to create a hybrid human avatar body, gray human avatar body, in order for them to regain their.
Yeah, a couple of points there. Do you really think that they broke their pact by abducting humans? Because when we, look at the human animal on this planet, we are an animal as part of the animal kingdom. So I wonder if they actually really did break that pact by just abducting a different form of animal. And second, I've heard this from numerous speakers over some years, that the Greys are the humans from the future, and that they've come back into the past to repair whatever transhumanistic damage that was occurred in this century, or whenever, that they've come back to correct that. What do you think of that? Like, could that be possible, that they're actually us from the future, millions of years from now?
No, I disagree with that, because they originate on planet Apix and Lyra, and they were infiltrated by a cybernetic type of reptilian called the Verdants. And the Verdants were a reptilian race that were hybridized with, or mixed with, artificial intelligence. And so that's how they started leaning towards, becoming artificial. And eventually they were moved over to the Rambola systems at the Reticula 1 and 2. And after a while, they just started dying. So no, the idea that us in the future, or us, or a portion of us that joined or became transhumanist, that concept has been eliminated, neutralized, because of the fact that in about 1,000 years after we shift ages, after 1,000 years from that point, there will be one final war against all cyborgs, all artificial intelligence, and the machine in general. And that war will be fought by what I call in my book the meta-humans. the metahumans are us in the future using our full capacity, like, with amazing superpowers.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Sounds like Neo, right? Fighting the
Yeah.
machines, and the machines have taken over the world, and that there's this certain group of people that are living in the inner Earth, right? Again,
The
just
Zions. It's the
yeah,
Zion,
Zion.
yeah, and then they come out and then they're fighting the machines. Really, it's it makes sense. That was a documentary, by the way, guys.
Yeah, that
Very
wasn't a
much.
movie. It was a 3-part documentary series.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. That was a total
like a lot of other things. We were talking about the Eternals before, and all the esoteric knowledge that was pretty much within that movie was just, it's crazy because a lot of these Hollywood people think that they're coming up with original ideas or using comic books, but all of that stuff is based off cosmic and esoteric knowledge. It's just been rewritten to be more modernized as of right now, as opposed to, the original characters, which will, it's difficult for us to even fathom those original characters because a lot of them probably were not from this world completely.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I actually put out on video 2 days ago. I went live on my Instagram talking about the connection between the Eternals and the information revealed in my book, because a lot of the knowledge revealed in my book ties in with the idea of these, what happened in the beginning before the creation of the multiverse, where there was infinity, there was these realms of eternity. And then through these realms of eternity, eventually they split, they started fragmentalizing, which gave us the 7 super universes. And then the rulers of the 7 universes are equivalent to those, the celestials, the ones that are, creating the universes. So
That's wild. That's wild.
yeah. So there's a lot of truth to that.
What a day, guys. What a day.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ismael, thank you for coming back and giving us a little bit more to process from your information, man. I can't wait to do an episode with you. I'm sure Omar's going to want to do the same, and seeing you back at hopefully the March event, if you can squeeze it in. We've got 9 days to pick from. Just got to pick one, but we'll talk about that off air at a later time. I know it's been quite a long day. We're almost at 6 hours now, so this was only supposed to be 4 hours, but we filled it up an extra hour and 47 minutes with amazing information. So, guys, I'm just gonna let you guys go, and then we'll cut down and we'll close it out today. So, Omar, you want to go first? And
Yeah, man. Thank you very much for today. Some great speakers, and just a lot of wisdom was shared today. A lot of love was shared today. A lot of affection was shared today, and just overall friendships were created, and we just shared the knowledge that we're passionate about with other people. And it just really, I always enjoy reading the comments in the chat rooms, because we have some really solid people that follow our channel and are extremely intelligent in their own right. And I just love listening to them and watching them and listening to their their ideas and the wisdom that they share. So it's just been a great day of learning, and I couldn't have asked a better place to spend today aside from watching the truckers in Ottawa. But otherwise, thank you to everybody that was here today in the chat room and as speakers. I really appreciate it.
Ismael, you want to say anything before we wrap up?
I just want to extend my appreciation to you guys for having me here. My whole purpose, which I feel, is to bring forth, this cosmic disclosure to the best of my ability, based on my research, my downloads, and everything that I know. So I want to help the collective awaken. I'm here to shatter the matrix, and let's continue to do so, because we're living in a time where people are waking up. So we just have to make sure that we hit critical mass sooner than later.
Absolutely imperative.
Thank
And
you.
I just want to give a major shout out to everybody who's in the audience today. We had some really big numbers today, and I really love it, because it means we're getting through to more people, which exponentially outgoes to even more. And my appreciation is so much for the people who became members, and anybody who subscribed, and anybody who just watched or is going to watch at a later date. This is why we do this, is to bring this, like Ismael said, to the people, because we love this information. We immerse ourselves in it, and when we do that, we get this understanding of it that all of you bring to the table, your own understandings, and we collectively go over this information, and it's totally amazing. And with that being said, I just want to say thank you to everybody. Much love, much appreciation. I love you all. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to the listeners, and everybody out there, man. I just love all of you so much, and a ton of gratitude. And the synchronicity of today was just it's amazing. Every time we do this, it just comes together, and I can only imagine what it's going to be like in March, where we're having 12-hour days of just complete downloads. It's just going to be so epic. So we'll going to be doing more episodes this week of Full Spectrum Universe, and Watchers Talk has some more episodes this week of previewing some of these guests that we have coming through in March. And with that being said, guys, this has been Full Spectrum Universe and Watchers Talk together, the collaboration, and Ismael and Paul Wallis coming through, the 4 horsemen of ascension. We are going to ride this out until the wheels fall off like we always do. And with that being said, guys, everybody have a great rest of their Saturday night. And we still left you quite a bit to go and relax and hang out and have some fun and, take in a little bit with your loved ones and show some love. So thank you.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Much appreciation. One love.
One love.